I go. Watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down, down, down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. You cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Ah! Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Lichess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
E5, it's E5 Petzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Petzers. Hi everybody, round number 8 of the FIDE candidates is about to begin. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana have a commanding lead over the field. And today, they are facing very tough opponents as usual. Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces against Ding Liren. Caruana with the black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. Here to make sense of it all is the legend, Judit Polgar. What do you expect today?
Hi, Jan. Hi, everybody. Well, a lot of interesting games. That's what I'm expecting today. But definitely the focus of the world will be, I think, on Jan's game, and especially the great match between the two Americans, Nakamura and Fabiano.
Very much so. Let's do our round of predictions before they kick off, which could be any moment. Rapport Duda, I have an idea what you will say.
Well, yeah, you know what I will say. Rapport should be winning, though I'm afraid it can be only a draw. No, seeing his interview yesterday after the game, it was very upsetting, I must say.
I haven't seen it. What is he saying? He wasn't happy, I'm assuming.
Well, basically, he didn't understand himself why he made this decision. And after he made the decision going out of the perpetual check, he was kind of blaming himself. How could you do something like this? And then he was fighting for practically nothing. And more about the way he was giving the interview, like he's not understanding himself, what he was doing, really. And this was kind of not a nice feeling to follow it.
Yeah, I can imagine. He knows what he's doing when it comes to jackets, another sharp jacket. I'll go with 1-0 today. It's time for Richard. Nepomniachtchi Ding. I'll say draw. What do you got?
Well, what can I say? I think I would want Ding win a game finally to show his strength because he's in the shadow somewhere. But I can imagine easily that Jan will win.
All right. Fabi versus Nakamura. Nakamura with white. Spanish on the board, if that helps.
That will be a draw.
I think I agree. And Alireza against Rajabov.
Alireza wins.
I'll also go 1-0. The Italian has been played. Where do we begin? Oh, Nepomniachtchi with the 4 knights. That's more or less, well, a draw for a strong. But that's what he plays at this level when he tries to be solid, which is very understandable. He has +4, 5.5 out of 7. And he also will have an idea that even second place could very much be good enough to secure a match if Magnus does not want to play, especially against him or Fabiano, which sounds very likely. So it's very understandable if Jan would slow down a little. And we've seen this 4 knights from him in the last candidates, also in the phase when it was time to make draws against Caruana. He played it there. Here it is again. Any experience in the good old 4 knights unit?
Actually, I was playing it myself. It was 4 knights, yeah, out of the Scotch. That was the move order I was playing it with. And well, I cannot say that I had huge success with white. I was always trying to play for something very little. Of course, there are other lines nowadays more active, but well, bishop g5, queen f3, knight a4, somehow exchange the black square bishop, and then play positionally knight to put on c5. But it's extremely hard. If black is playing for a balanced game, I think it's at this level, it is almost impossible to win with white. I mean, Jan, let's face it, he's the one of the top world player here right now. He shows that he's the best in this tournament. He's in good form. Things are working out for him very well. And you can see that he's changing his strategy, and he's start to be slowing down, being smart. He doesn't want to push. Also, he won the number of games, 4 games, than all the other players together, because there are only 2 other players who won game. He has +4, Jan, and then with +3, it's Fabiano, and then Hikaru won a game, right? So he keeps himself very much under control. And I think this is exceptionally important in such an event, that you know yourself and you can direct yourself, that if you want to slow down, you choose an opening where you're going to be extremely solid. And if you're under control, then it will be hard for Jan not to win the tournament, actually.
No, I'm not writing off Fabi just yet. He's only half a point.
I mean, okay,
behind.
in the game against each other, first of all, anything can happen, right? But
sure.
he's there for first, second place, right?
Yeah, second place will be. Looks very likely 5.5 out of 7. I mean,
I don't
at
know.
least second place.
What do you say? Is there any chance that anybody else catches up to the second place, let's say, or even win? Then
I think Hikaru would have to beat Fabiano today. Then all of a sudden it's a race. If Hikaru wins today, he's +1, Fabiano is +2. So he would only be half a point behind. So let's have a look what's happening there. Because the Nepomniachtchi game, this looks like a conscious choice just to be super solid. And Fabi goes for the open Spanish.
Interesting choice. But they have been playing tons of games already against each other. I've seen it's like more than 30 games, only the classical game they were playing against each other. So when Fabiano chooses an opening and chooses the place, chooses the situation, so I think that's also a lot in the preparation part, that how do you want to surprise Nakamura, depending what is the tournament situation, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Nakamura chooses a line against the open Spanish. Open Spanish has always been a darling of theoreticians because the nature of play is very, very forcing. Nakamura, of course, has lots of experience here as well. That's a typical Fabi choice. He has played it a lot over the years. So he goes for the line with bishop to c5, knight b2, short castles. And there, the main line is the sacrifice on f2 now.
Well, it's called the Dilvers, if I remember correctly.
I think that is correct, yes.
And okay, this is an interesting line. I remember back when I was an active player, I was checking this and analyzing this quite a lot. Obviously, I was playing it from the white side. I never played it with the black side. And but all in all, the evaluation was that white is a little bit better, I think. It's more that it looks a little scary from white side.
Yeah, I think that's still the case, but what's new is that white is now happily just giving up this pawn on e5. This has become the absolute main line. They just play knight to f1, f takes e5, and king g1, and argue that black, even when he has these beautiful 2 pawns and a rook for the 2 pieces, still is in some trouble long term against the two minor pieces. It's very, very complex strategically. Black seems to be all right, like theory-wise, but they've struggled a bit in practice. Even Fabi played this recently, lost a game against Maxime, if I recall correctly, where he played queen d7 here. This time around, he goes queen to d6. It's a very, very hard position to grasp fully.
I think these positions, the reason why some people like it with black, because no matter what the computer says as evaluation, you have to be extremely sharp in every single move, because you can go wrong in one move and then everything is over, or you can get a big advantage with either color, I believe. So, and also the material unbalance, it's very tricky, especially now that black has 2 pawns and a rook for a bishop and knight, right? So the question is whether the bishop pair of white can attack on h7 with knight g5, or as in the game later on, we'll see the bishop on b3. Because black has a very serious weakness on c5. So on the black squares, it's very tricky for white, right? For black, g5, c5, and so on. So white wants to be very active with queen e1, rook d1, queen g3, or knight g3. So if white can control the good squares, then it may be a very good position for white. So that's what black is also fighting for, right? If we go further.
Yeah, bishop f5, this is a somewhat rare move. Fabi had this position himself with white against Jorn. There, rook a8 was played. Bishop f5, white doesn't want to exchange any minor pieces, so he goes bishop b3, rook ad1, queen e1, all still prep, obviously, both sides blitzing. And after queen e1, this is not a very well-known position, only 2 games by wicked players here. Knight to a5 played. Fabi seems to know the details. He doesn't want to take, but he wants to go knight b7.
Yes, because what we talked about, that the black squares are essential in this position for black. Who is controlling that? So if black is able to have enough time to play c5, and after that he can even push d4 and e4, then probably black takes over. At the same time, the big question, for example, here, what is the plan? If black goes c5, can white take on e5? Would that be an idea?
I don't know.
I'm not sure it can work at all.
Takes...
Yeah, the idea is very simple, to go bishop c5.
Bishop e4, let's say.
Bishop f8 takes, and then queen e3. And knight
I have a pawn, right? Knight d6 or king h8.
Yeah, knight g3. I don't know. At first, it may be a little more pleasant for white, but I'm not sure. But maybe there are better moves for. Sorry.
Black is up a pawn, no? Like can't be
no, it's equal.
Ah, I struggle counting.
Because I took on e5
that
and took
changes the
on c5.
evaluation.
But
yeah.
I think after knight e5 you can go c4 as an intermediate move. So that was not an option.
Yeah.
Knight g6. Yeah. This is not good. Bishop.
Hang on, c5 played?
Yes, c5 played and knight g3.
What's going on? Are they still blitzing?
Yes.
Huh.
Yes, they do.
Okay, so apparently it's still prepped by both sides. That's interesting.
Now it's interesting whether black has time or will to go away with his bishop after knight g3. Is there any game on this position?
There was a game where it's c5, bishop g4 was played, which looks wrong. But c5 and then knight g3 so quickly? I'm not sure if Hikaru's bluffing. Is this still prep? There was also bishop g5 here.
Well, I guess rook e8 only.
E8. Let's hang some pieces.
What are you doing? Takes bishop f4.
Pinning.
So what happens if rook e8? You want to take and queen g3.
Yeah, or queen g3 directly. I don't know.
Or directly queen g3, yeah. Okay.
FIDE must have prepared this.
But what
The
about
timing is curious.
instead of rook e8, if I go bishop e4? I mean rook e8. No. The other rook e8. Takes bishop f4 and then.
Bishop e5, rook f3. How does that end?
Actually, you can just simply take back with the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is not working. So let's see what was his idea after bishop g5.
Could push. And after knight g3, he's thinking. Sorry, let me. Okay, we can try to figure it out, but I'm very curious what the computer says. I have a feeling I've seen something like this.
c4 takes.
Was this? Is this insanity? Probably.
Yeah, and b takes a and bishop b1 is a threat.
Looks like typical FIDE stuff as well. Maybe Hikaru just dodged some deep stuff. I don't know how this goes, but here that already looks like fun at least. Let me just very briefly ask what the engine has to say, because I have a feeling. Yeah, that's why I'm confused. It says bishop g5 is a big edge for white.
Yeah, but it goes c4, bishop d8, cb3, bishop goes back, b takes a2. Yeah, it's interesting that actually FIDE has these kind of games quite a bit, right? When it becomes some very strange balanced material.
Yeah, it's also typical FIDE stuff to play something where the computer at first says it's bad, but then he analyzes it deeply and probably gets it to work, or at least thinks, nah, there's no way. You'll find your way in this. So he was probably very deep.
But it means also that FIDE's memory should be extremely good.
I think it's pretty good, yeah. But also, yeah, I'm never sure. I think he just works a lot. And then if you have these positions, it's less tough to have to remember them, because I would guess he's doing a lot of the work himself. Knight g3 was blitzed out by Hikaru. The computer really dislikes this move, says black is better now after bishop d3. And that was the feeling I had, that maybe Hikaru, he didn't want to slow down or admit he was surprised by the c5 or by something, and he just blitzed out a move, but it might have been the wrong moment or the right moment, because he avoided some big FIDE stuff here after bishop g5. But now after knight g3, computer says bishop d3 and black is better, which I'm sure could be argued. Okay, now it says equals. So maybe it's still prep. Very curious
Should be, I think. And maybe knight g3 was not checked really with for FIDE, because that's not important.
Yeah, that's always a thing also. If the computer says two moves are much better for white and after knight g3, black is slightly better, you don't really...
Then you just say, okay, fine, I'll do something, no?
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Because you can't check everything, even if you're FIDE. So it might have been a good practical decision by Hikaru, but he might be paying a price. Very strange
bishop
position.
d3 is the most natural move in this position.
Yeah, for sure.
Bishop g4 also, but I think bishop g4 does not work because of knight e4, right? Bishop g4, knight e4, and c5 pawn is captured.
No, bishop d3 looks nice to add some reinforcements. Such a strange material balance. Here, here, here. This was the line I still saw. Who's better and why?
Oh, I would like to go already either to go knight a5 back and just eliminate the bishop and d4, or to go king h8, and that's how to play d4.
Yeah, it's very tense. Black gets his pawns rolling. Could very well be winning, but white has some active pieces. Ooh, this will be fun. I'll tell you what won't be fun. This game.
Oh,
Now, Jan is just going for a draw today. Very understandable. Maybe black is slightly worse on paper, but Ding just won't lose this. King f6, c5, d4. Exchange.
well, black is not worse.
Yeah. No, we'll just be a draw. Nepomniachtchi made a business decision, very understandable one, to not push his luck today. He already has +4. And
Yeah, basically he's focusing very much in the next round's game, right? Where he has to deal with Fabiano with the black pieces.
yeah,
Actually, that's the crucial game.
I
Because
also
that's
think,
turn around. Of course, still every game is important.
yeah. And I also think, I'm not sure how much it's on his mind, but he's probably thinking, even if things go wrong, he loses to Fabi, he still has +3. Will be very hard for anybody to challenge him for second place, which very likely will be enough to get a match as well. So I'm not sure how much that is on his mind, but it has to be factoring in.
But it cannot be on his mind that he would be happy with the second place.
No, I don't think he will be happy.
Once when, first of all, even if, let's say, which of course there is going to be a lot of discussions and debate until we really get the authentic information from Magnus, whether he's going to be ready to defend his title or he's going to skip it. Even then, it has psychologically a difference who wins this tournament and who is going to be kind of the challenger, right? Because in that case, let's say if Nepo wins and Fabi is second, everybody will consider somehow that, okay, Fabi is challenging Jan, right? Because he's #1 kind of, and he played the last World Championship match against Magnus also.
Yeah, no, of course, I agree with all that. He'll try to win the tournament. Just curious if the players are also thinking, okay, the difference between second and third might be as big or bigger than the one between first and second, which normally you wouldn't think of the candidates where you think it's first or bust. This time it's a little different.
I saw the remarks what Fabiano said, and Fabiano said when he was asked before the event what he thinks about the fact that Magnus maybe will not defend his title. And he said, well, he doesn't eat this, this, and he does not consider that it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's the way he has to approach it, and everyone has to approach it. Still, I would think it's on the back of their minds a little bit. Okay, this will be a draw. Not much to say here. Nepomniachtchi is just ready to exchange all the pieces today. Let's see what Richard has been up to. Another 4 knights, but he plays his own version.
With G3.
With G3, the Gleck system. Never been considered particularly threatening, but it's a line if he thinks, okay, yesterday, the theory stuff didn't really work out so well for me against the
I
Petrov.
also played this G3 thing, I think in a few games back in the early 90s, I think.
My favorite was always D5 takes and knight D4.
Ah.
It's,
no, the classical
Good
line
board.
goes somehow takes knight takes D5, bishop G2.
yeah, this is the main line. And
Then
now
castle
knight C3,
B takes
BC,
C3.
and bishop D6. So nowadays they go bishop C5. In the
Yeah.
old days it was more bishop D6, castle.
Castle, rook E1.
Rook E1, some move H6, queen F6,
Yeah.
and all kinds of stuff here. It's nothing special either, but
Nothing.
it's a good position for Richard. Maybe he can just maneuver, play some chess here. But Duda play bishop C5, also fine. Bishop D2, D6, D3. Duda says, I don't care what opening you play. I'll play the Italian. Play bishop C5, A5, H6.
Well,
Usually,
after all, both of them, they would love to win a game, right?
that sounds very likely. Neither has won a game yet. Usually, what do they play here? Like H3, King H2 now with the knight on F3. That doesn't really do anything. What's the white plan? Bishop E3? It's not very tempting either with the bishop on G2.
Well, maybe also knight E2, C3.
Black is slightly better now. This looks like an Italian with misplaced pieces. Castle, bishop somewhere. Not quite sure what he wants here, frankly. Knight A4 doesn't make sense anymore. Knight D5. The very least you can take a knight D4.
Yeah, boring stuff.
Yeah. Maybe he has to try this. Move the knight somewhere, but it doesn't look great at all either. No, looks like the opening wasn't a big success, but probably that also was not his plan for today. He just wanted to get to play a bit. But once again, he's paying a price. It's always a thing at this level.
Well, basically, it was a big horror for Rapport yesterday's game.
Yeah.
And it's not so easy to recover after that, because you feel that you made mistakes, which was completely up to you. The opponent had nothing to do with that.
No, he was just, asking for that punishment. Very understandably, he didn't want to make the quick draw and decided bravely to repeat moves, but it wasn't a very good decision in the sense of maximizing points. And if you lose a game like that, I can imagine.
Also, you know, Fabiano was expressing his views when he was asked about what was he thinking when he was passing by the Rapport Nepomniachtchi game.
Yeah.
And then he was saying, well, I felt sick.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Seeing that what Rapport was doing, because he said it was all known for like a long time already.
Yeah.
That this is bad for white. Though I think Richie said that in yesterday's game where Bishop H3 happened, somehow it seems that he was analyzing instead of Bishop H3, Bishop D6 line, and he knew that after Bishop D6, Queen A7, Bishop H3 is a draw.
Yeah, that's also a draw, which doesn't make it better, but it's still very puzzling. Like, because Bishop H3, I mean,
yeah,
here's an engine.
Why didn't he think that it's the same, or it should be?
It takes 2 seconds to say Bishop H3, 0, 0, 0. Like, if you play such a line, you have to switch on engines. Like this,
Yes.
You can't just play on field.
But I don't know how. I think, well, very, very strange. Maybe he was too fast with the engine going with Bishop D6. I don't know.
Yeah, I struggle to explain it, but yeah, so will he, and it can't be fun feeling. He just played B3.
Wow.
Oof.
That's a very strange way of playing it.
That is extremely strange. I didn't see a good move, but so maybe for lack of good moves, he plays B3, but what's he doing? Where's the
No,
bishop
but
going?
it's a shocking way of playing.
Yeah.
No, this is not a good sign for me.
White is just worse. I think white is worse here already, but you should try to bail out with knight d5.
But okay, if you go Bishop E3, why you're worse?
In this structure, I think you're worse. With the bishop on G2, like with the bishop on C4, these positions are complicated. But here, I'd definitely take black. Like, of course, I agree it's a much saner choice than B3. But I really dislike this structure with the bishop so passive. Like, even A4, I can play with castles. I mean, not the end of the world, but definitely taking black here.
Yeah, knight H4. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
But I
one has to
understand your
resign,
point, but still I
with this
believe
bishop
that
passive,
I cannot go to F6.
you can. I'll take.
5.
Guess I cover it. Well, these positions with the bishop on C4, rook F6 is always an issue. But here, does white really have enough firepower? I really doubt it. No, so 97 is not forced like A4 or some move. I prefer black, but okay, it's still a normal position. I would still think, yeah, okay. It's just not a very good line for white, but B3 is
He
not a
plays
plan
all kind
you
of moves.
typically
B3
see.
castle, and he goes H3.
Yeah. Looks like he's just making whatever move comes to mind, no? Like B3, castle, then H3, should be 6. What's he
Very
gonna do then?
Hard to see the logic behind it for sure.
Maybe once knight A4 and C4, but also doesn't look pretty. I don't really get it. I mean, it's not game over or anything, but black is definitely a bit better out of the opening. Okay, let's hope for Richard's sake.
And then
Turns
we
out well
have
for him.
the Ali Reza game, which seems to be an interesting position.
Ah, yeah, this is more mainstream stuff.
Yeah.
Good old Italian, some move order, subtleties, d3, h3, c3, making sure black doesn't play lines with an early d5. That's often a point of h3. Castles now, say castles. Then d5 lines are more risky than if white has already committed to c3. So h6 in turn, making sure white doesn't castle too easily, because then g5 becomes a topic. So now white goes c3. After h6, d5 no longer works. Therefore, Rajav plays d6, knight d2. Still saying, do you want to castle first? Because maybe I'll go g4 now that you played d6. But Rajav says no, thank you. a6 is the typical signal for white to start grabbing space on the queen side with. Normally they start with a4. Ali Reza starts with b4. Here bishop e6 directly, which I guess is somewhat rare. I can look up if it's been played, but usually you castle or you go for knight e7, knight g6 here. Bishop e6 so quickly, it's agreeing to the structure, and this type of structure, it's interesting because it's a bit similar to the one we just talked about.
Yes. The only difference is, as you said, that if the bishop is on the dead diagonal on c4, as in Ali Reza's, the black's bishop is on a7, putting pressure on the f2 pawn.
If you put this guy here, that's of course not a great square. Well, here it does something. Still, it's considered to be slightly better for white. If white gets a4 and b4 in these positions, and then black has to take, because this knight is not stable. There's always b5 play for white later on the queen side. So usually these positions are considered okay if black plays a5, whatever, a4, not the best move. Takes, that's what we see in all these ding games where he goes bishop e6 and they go away with the bishop. But with a6, b4 included, it's not the most common idea to play bishop e6 so early. Usually, Magnus always plays, he gets this some order of castle, rook e8, bishop e6, or you switch to the other plan, especially after a4, to bring the knight over. So I'm mildly surprised by Rajav's choice. Not saying it's bad, but it's a structure most players don't want with the black pieces here. Let's see how it goes. Neither player has won a game. It's time for Ali Reza. Shall we switch back to...
Interesting, you know, that Fabiano is not reacting on knight g3.
Yeah, but it adds up with our logic that bishop g5 is the first engine move.
That's clear.
The critical one after knight g3, the computer says black is slightly better, so probably didn't check it. He knows the computer says black is slightly better. And then usually you quit once the computer is on your side. And Hikaru blitzed it out. Now he's trying to figure out, has Hikaru mixed something up? Did I get caught in preparation? And he'll just have to calculate where to put the bishop. But yeah, good news for Hikaru. At the very least, Fabiano is the first to think. Which is not an easy thing to do.
Well, and I believe that he would really want to win this game, Fabi.
Sure. Both?
Both, but also Fabi. The difference is that, okay, Nakamura is on 50% and Fabi has +3. But still, Fabi really would want to get clinched to the first place.
So what can he do? He can go bishop g6, bishop d3, bishop g4.
Yeah.
There's no way he allows his bishop to get taken, no?
Well, also c4 is possible. Of course, that's always a question. When should you do something like that? But it's an option. Well, then takes and d4.
How does this go?
And then you
move
move
somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So this e4 is
forward. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, e4 seems to be a bit early.
Yeah, bishop g4, you mentioned knight e4, also doesn't look great.
Though, can I ask, what do you do on e4?
Directly. I would like to take, but if I can't, I shall not. Knight g5, what happens? Not sure if I'm hanging on my pieces. I'm hoping I could take here next.
Bishop g6, let's say.
I was hoping I could take.
Ah, you can take already.
Not sure at all. Queen goes somewhere.
Well, I take on e4 maybe. And I go queen. Well, good question where to go. Good question where to go.
It's messy, no, but it looks like it could work for white.
Well,
Queen
yeah.
g6, queen h4, yeah, and c4, bishop c2.
Ah, bishop c2.
Takes.
That's nice.
Lot to calculate for Caruana, that's for sure. But he's played bishop d3, which, yeah, was the first computer move, and also looks like the most logical. No?
The most logical.
Where you can anchor it.
Yeah, I mean, your d3 bishop is extremely powerful.
I'm very curious if Nakamura will keep blitzing now, or if he starts thinking. Because if he starts thinking, it means knight g3 wasn't really prep, but he just improvised or mixed something up.
Well, maybe Fabi was just shocked that he's not challenged by the best move, bishop g5, but he just knight g3. I mean, obviously, if he had to play in 2 seconds, he would have played bishop d3.
No, yeah, but I mean, Hikaru, because he blitzed out knight g3, which is not the best move, according to our sources. So I was wondering if this is some prep, but it doesn't look like it, because he starts thinking after what is the best black move. So he probably just didn't want to be out of book first and blitzed out some move. Either thinking, okay, if it's the main line, Fabi will react quickly. If not, we'll have some position. Or he makes something up. It's a bit of a pity, maybe also for Caruana, that we didn't get to see all this crazy stuff. Would have been
Well,
fun.
this is very interesting.
Yeah.
Bishop h4 is possible, but I don't know which one is better, g5 or h4.
Yeah.
After h4, bishop g3 sometimes can be. Well, not now, I guess.
Threat, so I guess we have to go here.
Bishop b1.
Funny position. 92.
With the threat of e4.
Would have been fun, but probably this is what Fabi would have liked to get. No, like blitz out some more moves, chaos, have Hikaru calculating.
Yeah.
Well, now they'll have to play chess. They're both pretty good at playing chess. Queen d2 played. Here comes the queen.
So he's going for the blitzing, Nakamura.
Yeah, it took a bit of time, but not a whole lot here.
Well, up to now, he spent altogether 7 minutes.
Yeah.
While Fabiano spent nearly 30.
And what will Fabi do? Pawn to e4 or pawn to c4? Look like the obvious choices.
Let's say e4.
Knight g5 is too slow now. Yeah, threaten this, but king h8. The knight is misplaced. So here. Strange position. Which side would you prefer?
That's a good question. I think it's much more dangerous for white.
If something goes wrong, then boom, boom.
Then I don't like the pawns.
Yeah.
Okay, king h8. White has not enough space. because of these pawns are controlling the squares.
Jumps, yeah, but there's no way to support the knight here. No. Very tricky, but I think I would also prefer black. It looks, even if white is okay, so much more difficult to coordinate the pieces.
Instead of, oh no, I can't. I thought instead of knight h4 that maybe bishop g5 is possible. And after rook e8, knight e4. But you can
Takes,
take
huh?
e3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caruana thinking about it. Duda playing knight d4. Looks normal
Very
enough.
logical move.
Yeah.
Though I'm not sure it's the best.
Yeah. Like
Takes. I take on d4. Bishop d4, I go bishop b2. Bishop d2. Another option, I just go rook b1.
No, and I said the instinct, because with black in these structures, you always want to get rid of the c6
By the
knight,
way,
which
you
is
know
always
what? I
stupid.
think it was maybe possible for black. I would even think d5.
Huh? I don't know. I think the white pieces are so stupid that giving them any purpose is not necessary, but it could very well work as well. Takes. Should be 2. Yeah, can't be too scary for black either.
Yeah, maybe d5 is unnecessary for the moment.
I was wondering why not just
Bishop
play
d6, queen d7.
this, and then we decide what's next.
Yeah.
But knight d4 is logical because you're so drilled in these positions. The knight on c6 is always the piece you want to get rid of and to exchange it.
Okay, and it's what
Makes
was
no
the
sense.
plan? I take knight takes d4, bishop d4, let's say bishop d2.
Yeah, c6. Still take black.
You still take back rook
For
b1,
sure, yeah.
let's say.
Six.
Knight e2. And then in next move you go d5.
Yeah, the thing is, white is normally not ready to go king h2, f4, because I will play d5 first. A4 is there. Now the white pieces are just bad squares, no? Very strange opening by a report.
He went bishop e3.
Yeah, I like that better. Just admitting things haven't gone so well and saying, okay, let's get rid of some pieces. Which is why I'm not sure if knight d4 was the way to go, because I would really like to have waited for this. No, b3 doesn't fit in, but maybe it doesn't matter so much. And if takes, queen takes, let's say takes, I would think queen takes. Guess this is quite okay for white given the circumstances.
This is absolutely.
Yeah.
I would even take with plate with white, rather plate with white.
Yeah, could be. So maybe not take here. Then already the structure gets a little more messy. Maybe this. I'm always afraid of white taking and ending up with this dead pawn on d4, but at least we get bishops.
I don't know what happens. Bishop d4, e d4, knight e2.
Guess I have to cover it.
d6.
Bit curious about d5 here.
Can't I just take on d4? fd4, knight fd4.
Takes. Some move.
Queen d3.
Yeah, not sure this is what I want. Doesn't look horrible, but
I don't know, rook e1.
Yeah, some rook to e1. Yeah, maybe. Maybe overdoing it a little. Although, we have bishops. But, yeah, maybe d5 is a bit much, so let me cover the pawn. Queen b6. Where's this position?
Queen b6.
Feels a bit like the wrong way. It's like the ding queen all over again.
Knight h4.
Work. Yeah, exactly.
G4.
No, my queen's a bit off. Let me try t5 again. t5 feels right. Knight f d4. If I go here.
Takes on d5.
Takes.
Yeah, black has compensation.
Yeah, I'm not saying black is winning, but with the two bishops, like, especially with the stupid move b3, these squares are a little weak. I mean, b3 really hurts him now, no? If he could play c3, stabilizing would be nice, but...
The b3, yeah, it makes you think, why is it there?
Yeah, exactly. It only has drawbacks. It allows a4, you can't play c3, all kinds of tactics. Wherever a threatening takes, knight c3, queen d4.
He did go c6.
Yeah, it looks very sensible. Of course, white is not forced to take here. Could play whatever. King h2 is a move, but not a great success. Rapport's opening. Really. b3, why? I mean, if he doesn't know what to do, he could play h3, king h2. No, that must be much more useful then.
Very unexpected. Maybe a4 he doesn't want to allow.
Okay. Hard to believe. It's a priority, but maybe. Nowadays, always is a5, a4 in every position. Could be. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Rook df1 by Nepomniachtchi. Not a lot of material left on the board here. Yeah, they'll just make it to move 40 very quickly if there's no move repetition before.
Oh, absolutely.
And
I mean,
wrap it up.
this is no way it can be another result.
Also, when Nepomniachtchi plays this line, whenever he's done it, it's always been with the idea to make a quick draw. And he's very proficient at it. There's not really that much black can do here to spice things up. It's a problem for e4, e5 players. My whole life, I've had this issue, my whole e4, e5 life, that it's very hard. You play against a, let's say in my case, 2300, 2400, they play this line, and they're very ready to take on c6, take on d5, go bishop g5, short castle, put the queen on f3. And it's very hard to make it a game. So one drawback of playing e4, e5 when needing to win is white. White has that option.
Okay, so c6 was played there. This is a draw, right?
Yep, this we don't have to follow too closely. This is the big fight, but they will take time. Let's have a look at Fabi.
So let's see, is it e4 next move?
That's what we thought, no? e4, not h4.
Yeah.
How tired do you think Fabi is after yesterday's game where he had to calculate tough lines nonstop for 6 hours? How was it for you after a marathon tough game?
Well, it's always difficult, such a long game, but you go to eat, you have a good nice sleep, and then you should be ready to play your next game. And after all these long games, it matters whether you win the game at the end or not. because then it gives, I mean, tiredness goes away, but the energy you get from winning, it stays there. And actually, Fabiano said it yesterday that for a long time he haven't been playing such a difficult game. In the other hand, something was very positive in this game, that after the opening, practically it was him who was playing for a win, and it was a very solid game. So he also said it, that he was not disturbed by the fact he was kind of shocked what Rapport was doing, and obviously it was very irritating for him what was going on there. But it was not disturbing him much, because it's not that he had to calculate so heavily. Of course, he did have to calculate quite a bit towards the end, but generally during the game, it was clear that the road to win, it's going to be somehow the very slow move to develop the small advantage into a bigger one, to replace the pieces, outmaneuver Rajabov. So it was a very slow motion game. It was not like this, that, oh my God, you can blunder in any second.
And he was never worse. He was actually always better. So there was tiredness, but maybe not this mental stress of, oh, I'm losing now and I have to fight back into the game. Very controlled performance.
No, I think he had, even in towards the end, when his king ended up like on f6 and he had to play king g6 or king e6 in the end game. He said that there he was calculating some lines, and suddenly when he realized that even something bad can happen, he was going into the safe direction. That's why, actually, he said that already when he played rook d2 here, the move before, he was going, he saw the position when he got queen g6 check. So already here he was looking king e6, not king g6. Yeah, and here originally he wanted to go king e7.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. No, that it looks completely winning, but after king b5.
King b5, and it's not so simple. So he found some lines where he can also blunder. So he said, okay, he wants to go for the shorting, queen f6, but he was not 100% sure that he's winning.
After takes, yeah.
Takes, and a4.
Can't remember what we looked at.
I think, no, we looked rook d8, and I think rook d8 is an important move.
White came out on top, but was very, very close.
I think it should be winning, but you have to play precisely, because he was telling some line where you go f5 and then a3, a2, you give up your queen.
Maybe not king b5. What is it? Rook a5?
No, king b5. Yeah, and here knight a4.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, can't reproduce anything, but generally
he was calculating, and it was not so simple, exactly. But he knew that he doesn't want to give any chance for himself to lose the game.
Fair enough. No, he looks, well, he's so good at calculating that he can even there manage the risk very, very nicely. He looks in great shape. Just happens that Nepomniachtchi is winning pretty much every game. So Caruana is not in the lead, because normally 5 out of 7 in the candidates, that's not a bad score.
I think that's what he had also in Berlin, and he had a lead ahead of others with +3.
Yeah.
So +4 is somehow quite unusual.
+3 is, I don't recall the exact results, but that's the score with which candidates tournaments have been won, no? After 14 rounds, not 7. So to have +4 after 7, it's huge.
Yes, absolutely huge.
And it's also so weird. I'm not sure if this has happened before, that out of the last 5 players in this tournament, nobody has won a game. It's really very strange standings. All right, Alireza, this is all typical maneuvering for the structure with bishop e6, fe6. Nothing too dramatic will happen in the short term, but long term, well, it might be personal preference. I've never liked these positions for black. It's very hard to get anything too active going here, even if black puts all the pieces into the attack. And if white manages to
So you like to play, you prefer to play it with white?
Yeah, I'm not an e4 player, so I rarely get it, but I've looked at it a lot for
But you
both
play this with
sides
black,
here.
no?
Yeah, but if I can, I avoid bishop e6 and fe
So you're
structures.
one of those guys who don't like double pawns.
Yeah, I think in general it's true, but in particular this one, like if this activity doesn't lead anywhere, which I think it usually, white knows what he's doing, it doesn't, and you have the pawn on a6, then white gets to have all the fun later, like b5, d4. These pawns, they can always turn out to be weaknesses. So yeah, I'm not sure how objective it is. I know many people play the structure, but I never liked too much for black. What about you? You're a fan?
No, I'm not a fan of double pawns, but usually I don't have such a bad feelings towards them. Like, for example, in the French, I was playing that line with white, 3 knight c3, bishop b4, e5, and then allow the opponent to double my pawns.
Okay, but there at least we have space and bishops and the attack.
Okay, but usually on the king-queen side,
yeah,
you're very much the underdog. Once the white square bishops are exchanged, knight goes to a5, c4, and then you put all your money on the king side attack, right? Queen g4, h4, h5, bishop d3, knight f3, and so on. So this I was playing and I felt comfortable with the white pieces.
No.
But white has a great initiative.
These double pawns, yeah, I think I would find acceptable. Was it Fischer said that Winawer is positionally unsound and should be losing? No, like
yeah,
feels. I think so. Yeah, it feels so risky, but I know it's not easy. There are many specialists out there.
I think I heard that Kramnik was not a fan of double pawns.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it's true, because of course in many cases positionally it's not very nice.
Yeah.
In the long term, it can be problematic.
No, you can't always avoid them, especially as an e4, e5 player, or also as a Rossolimo player. There's always all these positions with takes, but at least you want the bishop pair for them. Anyway, in the Alireza game, yeah, more or less typical proceedings. The knight just jumped to f4. I'm not sure how white arranges the pieces here. Like king h2 would be the instinctive reaction, but I've also seen games where white someone puts the knight here and then tries to take and play g3, king g2. Bit
Really?
Curious how Alireza arranges this. Yeah.
I would be not coming up with an idea to capture on f4.
No, I think capturing isn't this normal? Because ef d4 and
Yeah,
rook takes.
ef, then I would be happy to play.
Yeah.
But bishop
Here
f4,
we
I mean,
go,
now
here
your
and here.
dark square bishop is pretty powerful.
Yeah, we'll go g3, king g2. I'm always worried it's temporary.
Okay,
And
rook
then later on
f7, king
b5.
queen e7, rook f8, doubling on the f.
Yeah. One day, the white time will come.
Yeah, you're pushing my knight back. b8, let's say.
Can I go d4? I'm not sure. We're making random moves, but in general, this scenario, I'm always worried about that. Black puts all the pieces in the attack, but white, having played b4, a4, at some point, things will happen and it will be very hard to continue the attack. So I really never liked instructions for black.
It is kind of very tricky structure.
Yeah.
Because you have to be always, it's very slow, but at the same time, you always have to be careful and take a look how it works. Because this is obvious that black is doubling the rooks on the f, but after that, what to do, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why. Well, knight h2, of course, looks very strange, but it's a plan I've seen in very similar positions. Even this, I wasn't very comfortable with. But Alireza plays a normal move, king h2, which is the sort of typical way.
Yeah, of course, you
to
want
make
to
sure
go.
nothing happens. I would be tempted at 97 g3 maybe to bring this knight over before it gets hit by b5. Does he want to go g3? Tricks. But yeah, I don't want to allow this. So what do you do? Queen h5? Like after king h2? I'm not sure if bishop f4 is on the agenda. And knight g3 looks
Well, after
slightly
king,
misplaced.
after king h2, what about queen f7?
Also possible, trying to stop g3. Makes a lot of sense.
Let's play some prophylactical moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Should be 3. But here I'm already less.
We have a draw ready. So
Draw?
they
Here. Yeah, no surprise there. They found a move repetition expertly, I guess.
Ding wanted to shake hands and draw, and then Jan said, no, 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 we still have to make some moves and claim.
Yeah, gotta know the rules. Yeah, this wasn't a game, but it was, yes, a good business decision by Nepomniachtchi. Also, now that he has this +4, he gets a moment to breathe, readjust to the situation. And Ding is not the guy you want to give life to by playing a sharp game with white and then losing, and all of a sudden Ding is back in business as well. So very understandable. Pity for Ding. He doesn't get to play. He doesn't win a game. It's 8 games. Ding Liren, 2800 player, world number 2, has not won a game. Queen f7 is on the board, as you've mentioned. And Fabi's played c4, not e4. Interesting.
Actually, maybe because he wants to go knight c5 in the next move. No, but that shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case. So the question is,
go here or here?
Bishop d1.
Yeah.
This is question number 1.
What do you think?
At first, I would go to d1.
Yeah. I also like d1 better because white wants to keep pieces on the board, no? And now with e4, then all of a sudden, well, it's not going to happen. This bishop is no longer a defender, and the white pieces could come.
Now it's a question what black wants. I mean, knight a5, knight c6 can be a nice regrouping, supporting d4 and also defending.
Knight a5, b4, no?
You have these kind of tricks. Though I'm not sure. C takes b3, a takes b3, right?
I didn't really think it through past that trick. Queen d3.
Maybe queen
doesn't
d3.
look impossible either.
No, okay, knight
What
a5.
else is there?
I'm not going to be playing. Let's see, what can I do?
It's tempting to step out of this, but then it no longer supports d4. Still, it's a move. Must maybe prepare this. Such a tough position to evaluate even.
It is very difficult to play, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know, with which color is it more difficult to play, you think? With white or black?
Changing my mind all the time. Like I've looked at similar stuff and I know that computers normally say white is better, like not here, but in this material distribution. But I would find it tougher to play with white because it feels like if you don't make anything dynamic happen, you could be worse, or these pawns could crush you.
This is what I think the same. I think with black, somehow it looks easier to play.
And with black, at least you have moves. Then again, if you do something wrong with black and the white pieces spring into life, you can be lost very, very quickly.
That's true.
I don't know.
And what happens if bishop c2? In what
Yeah,
form
let's
are
look
we
at
going to
that.
exchange the pieces?
What happens if maybe I'll try this just to see. Or can you take?
So what do you do on knight e5? Knight
But I
e5
could
you
take
can
it.
because takes and pin. Okay. Okay. What about takes on c5 and king h1?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what this position is. Like e4, 94, I guess. The usual who's better and why question.
But why did I play e4?
No need. What else?
We have to make something, yeah? Not so simple.
Yet feels somehow bishop c2 is giving black more.
But for example, here,
activity.
go back, please. Takes, king h1. What happens if white just black takes on c2 and d4?
Rook e5, d3.
Yes.
I don't like that.
Well, queen d2. I don't know what's that.
Yeah. Queen e4, d3. Weird stuff.
It's messy. That's for sure.
Doesn't feel like black should be worse somehow, no? Like with this t-pawn running. Even an endgame, like rook f4 takes.
Can I go takes on, yeah, there, and rook d3?
Yeah. Not sure I like white
G5,
here in
hold on,
general.
knight g5
Oh, we go for some attacking here.
and knight e6.
Okay, so we think bishop d1 is more likely than bishop c2, after which black has some options.
Well, after bishop d1, can I go knight c5? How does that go? Takes queen e3.
Have to take it. Knight e5, what happens?
It seems playable, to say the least.
Looks like, no?
Knight e5, I think, is not possible. So black should be really going rook e8 or something.
And we still don't know who's better and why. Prophylactic.
Yeah.
Strange position. I like this move. Now the black pieces look silly for a moment.
The knight on b7, I'm not
Yeah.
happy.
Can we do something better than moving the rook? But what? Knight c5 doesn't seem to work. Knight a5, there was also b4. don't know. Maybe it's just not so great. Hikaru and deep thought.
And if after rook d1 we go rook e8, as we talked about?
Yeah, here I just couldn't think of a good move. Maybe I can just play something. But h6 also weakens squares. I don't know.
But now. Mhm.
Let's say h6. What does white do?
Provocative questions. Bishop e2.
You want to exchange the guy after all.
Well, I don't know. The thing is, I'm not threatening.
No, the knight is at least passive.
What was actually the problem for white to exchange the bishops with bishop c2 immediately?
We thought now knight c5 makes sense. Do we miss b4 here as well?
Mm-hmm.
Does this work? 94.
Well, knight e4 just takes and knight goes.
Yeah, good point.
Queen f6. h3, h6.
Still not so simple. Not sure how comfortable I am taking this. It's a nice pawn chain. And Hikaru moves. He goes bishop d1. I don't know. This, to me, this looks like a Hikaru type of position. It's
Well, it's Fabiano's type of position too, I think. He has to be, you have to calculate very well in these positions because it seems like there's nothing concrete, but
Yeah,
it's only the actual fact. Eventually, you have to calculate whether you are able to regroup your knight to c6 or e4 or whatever your destination is with your pieces. It comes down whether you can manage it or not.
yeah, you have like 5 options every move, but after the direct moves, all of a sudden becomes very, very direct, and you have to calculate lots of stuff.
And what happens?
the
Just
time.
takes and queen e3 here, no?
Yeah, I think knight takes e5 was also good. I was
Knight
just
e5,
saying
yes.
tactics can pop up after any move.
All the time.
Okay.
Of course, knight on b7 is not a nice piece.
It's always misplaced on b7 and b6.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can say where could it stand even worse, that's b6.
Yeah.
I guess.
Although at least it could jump here. Who knows? I don't know. The more I'm staring at it, the better I like it for white. Not that I know what white would do, but it feels like the black construction is very shaky. d4 is not happening. With white, at least this would be a nice move to make. Just restrict the knight further. But with black, it's not so clear. Doesn't want to play e4. There's no more pieces or pawn breaks other than d4, which seems hard to get. I quite like Hikaru's position.
We have actually 4 knights on the Alireza game.
A lot of 4 knights today.
Yeah.
4 knights here. 4 knights here. And now 4 knights left on the board. Yeah, still slightly prefer white, but this looks like a more solid version. for black than the other one we looked at. Do you think it's Ali Reza will manage to win a game today?
There is a good chance, fair chance to that.
So he went bishop e3.
Rajabov is suffering in the last few rounds a lot.
Yeah. His last tournament as well. Tough times for him.
Yeah, now it's always a question how to improve with black. Should he go queen h5, let's say? What about queen h5?
Try not to blunder this. Play some active move.
Queen g4, g6.
Yeah, not sure I want to play g3 now. The way the pieces are. But what to do?
No, the thing is, it can happen many times. It looks passive for white, but you go this knight g1, great move. And then you start pushing it back, right?
No, slowly but surely, like white always long term, if nothing happens short term, white gets to have the fun here.
What about going d5 at some point with black?
Yeah, I was even curious if we can.
Let's say there, here.
Maybe not directly, but maybe even here. d5, b5, right? Oh no, b5 just takes, sorry. What was I saying? Can have knight g4.
Queen h5.
Tricks.
Or just he takes d5 and you can grab my pawn. cd knight e5.
Yeah, d5, of course, always very committal, weakening the e-pawn. But yeah, that's I never know what to do with black in these structures. I want to bring this knight, but then it's also not clear where it's going because here it's standing in the way. d4 gains in strength. Okay, can move the rook somewhere. d8, e8.
The question is, can I go queen f6 and double my rooks?
Here, queen g6.
Mm-hmm.
g3.
Knight, Somehow I don't want to go back.
Understand.
And if h5 now?
Isn't this knight running out of squares? Knight e3, knight d3. We do not want. Knight h4.
Knight h4. And unfortunately, I can't go to f6. So queen g5. Yeah.
No, it's the usual story. Of course, white has to be careful, but if he avoids direct stuff, I just think he's better or more pleasant. King h8 played by Rajabov. Just waiting. And it's all because of this a6, b4. If black had a pawn on a5, it's really not much to worry about here. So then b5 is never threatening. If d4 comes, takes, and knight b4, then black is just very stable. But like this, there's always this added break. Not my favorite structure. King h8 played, Alireza back to thinking.
Thinking.
What should he do? There's no real reason yet to go all passive.
Why? It
No,
makes
it's possible, but I'm not sure if I want to go g3. Yeah. I also want to go d4 with the knight still here. Can't do it yet.
D4, and after he takes D4, what do you do?
Yeah, no, I can't do it yet. Well, say rook d2. Strange move. Or go here and here. I'm always curious if black should play b5 at some point, but it also leaves weaknesses. Maybe we go back. Will be a long shadow boxing operation here till one side commits to anything. Oh yeah. As I've mentioned 17 times now, don't like the black structure very much.
Until what point was it theory, this Firuza game?
I don't know. I can look, like the move orders in the Italian are always so confusing that it can still transpose back and forth to a million things. But my hunch would be that bishop e6 in that very position is very, very rare. But the position itself is already rare. Yeah, there are what?
And since which point it becomes rare?
No, just the move order. I mean, it can transpose back to very typical stuff, but usually, first of all, usually white goes castles and rook e1 before knight bd2 and h3. And if black starts with a6, more often than not, white goes a4 first, not committing to b4 yet. So this position after b4, bishop a7, a4 is already very rare. And here, let me check. 4. Yeah, there's only 5 games. One by my dear friend Peter Heine Nielsen, but I guess that's a blitz game, who played 97, and one by Jordan, who also played 97, Jordan van Forest. Which is what I mentioned, that, yeah, typically in these plans, if white goes for b4 so quickly, also harassing the knight, then 97, knight g6 looks like a more typical reaction. Because b4 also slightly softens up white's construction if we want to go c6, d5. And bishop e6 just looks, yeah, very rare there. There's only one game by lower rated players. But of course, I would guess if I continue entering the game, let me do it. How was it? Takes castles.
The thing is that when I was playing similar position, if we go to the actual position, with the other side with white, I had to understand that white has double pawn also, or this position, that many times it looks very frightening for white. I mean, this structure itself.
Yeah.
But nothing can stop white going back to g1, playing g3, and push back that f4 knight. And after that, you can just dream about something like this. You go g3, you go knight g1, you go g3, you go king f2. And which game was it, which was very nicely won? I think it was actually Alireza who won 2 years ago in Norway chess. There was a very nice game.
I don't recall, but it's very possible. Yeah, we see this typical quite often. Even Topalov recently, he played it against Magnus, and Magnus somehow ended up in this structure. It was a better version with pawn on a5, but still Topalov put some pressure also against Tari. No, there are many nice games from the white side if white is, as you mentioned, very, very slow, and then the future usually belongs to him because he has these breaks.
You know, if we go to the Rapport game,
a3.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you if you understand the move a3.
No. Feels strange to criticize Rapport for these mysterious moves because his chess understanding is so deep and his understanding of structures and so on. It does look like he's drifting today and he's just making random moves not to commit to anything. No, I don't get it. I'm sure he had some reason to stop bishop b4 somewhere or whatever. Or in some line he wants to take and then meet a4 with b4. But nothing feels like a priority of the stuff he's doing, no? Just playing b3, a3.
Really, for the moment, I don't understand it immediately. What's the idea behind a3? The plan is knight a4, or what is it?
So he's making one move on the right side, king h2, then one move on the left side, a3. It doesn't feel very connected. Or you could see, he sees the whole board. I don't know. What should black do?
So bishop e6, let's say, or bishop d7?
Should be 6 is now. Now I no longer have this. Or maybe I still do. But I was worried about d5, not fd4 now with the bishop here.
No, I thought to go queen b6.
Yeah, but now this piece is a bit funny. Play c4.
c4 I take.
And d4 takes. Yeah. Good. Somehow we made it messy.
Messy.
Okay, I'm not sure c4 is a very desirable move for white to play anyway. But here, once again, once the queen goes away, I'm not as happy. Knight h4, knight
Yeah, you can go
g1,
knight
f4, h4.
Yeah.
This I don't like so much. So if instead of bishop e6, we could still take everything, but
Well, take on d4.
maybe
But
this.
still, it's hard to. You know why he played a3? Maybe he wants to take bishop d4, knight e2, and after that a4 he didn't like.
Could be, yeah, but I'm still trying to prepare for d5 here if this happens. Here I can do it again, I would guess. So now we have rook e8.
Yeah, good question. What to do with white?
I guess this is fine for black. Maybe after bishop a7, he'll have to play some other move. But he's also running out of pawn moves, no? Like,
Well, queen d2 is possible to play. And then rook e1,
yeah.
and only after that to take.
It's looking at bishop takes h3, but it doesn't quite work.
Wow.
Yeah, but no, at some point it's also a question if black can finally start doing this.
This is a question.
Or maybe take on e3 first. I don't know.
Well, if you take on e3, takes d5, I go knight e2.
Mm-hmm. Get a good old-fashioned King's Indian if we want one.
Without some important bishops.
Yep.
Finally, we have a move with Fabiano.
Rook d7.
Rook d7.
After a long think, I like Nakamura's chances. Now that Fabiano's taking his time, the position keeps being weird. He's playing quickly, playing bishop f2, whatever that is, targeting the pawn. Why not b4? So what should black do?
Well, there is not much of a choice for black, I see.
Rook e7, yeah?
Rook e7, yeah.
Looks passive now. I still want to play this. Really liking white.
Yeah, it was a good regrouping, I think, in the last few moves.
Yeah. d4 is not happening. e4 is not helping. The knight doesn't get anywhere. Can never really move because of bishop c5.
You know, I don't understand why black did not play a5 against b4 options.
Directly.
Yeah, somehow not to allow everything
Hmm.
on the queen side for white.
Yeah. I don't know, but it seems like things aren't going his way. Maybe c4 didn't help. Maybe this was the way to go after all. Then only play c4 if it does something directly. This is a dangerous spot for Fabiano, and I think it sometimes happens. I don't know the results well enough, that people, they get a bit addicted to these, checking these positions in the open Spanish, where, once again, with deep preparation, you can make it work for black, the computer. Of course, he will never blunder any of the central pawns or miss any tactics there. But over the board, it sometimes feels like things go wrong for black more often than for white in these positions. I'm not sure if that statement is backed up by statistics, but I've had the feeling they are tough to play for black. Knight g1, you were right, by the way. But he played knight g4 first, knight g7, and now knight g1.
And g3 will be coming.
Standard maneuver. You're so happy as an e4, e5 player, also with black. Once you learn this maneuver, king h7, knight g8, and you can't get checkmated by a knight on f5. It's very important.
Yeah.
Okay, so we only have 3 games left. Nepomniachtchi decided to make a quick draw today with the white piece against Ding Liren. After e4, e5, he played his favorite line to be on the safe side. The 4 knights, Scottish 4 knights, which is very hard for black to break. And a bunch of pieces were exchanged. The draw agreed. So that leaves us with 3 games. Jan Nepomniachtchi sitting on an impressive 6 points out of 8. Fabian Caruana, if he were to win today with the black piece, he could catch him. But currently, and I'm happy to change my opinion 15 more times in this game, it does look like he's under some pressure against Hikaru Nakamura. And if Fabiano were to lose today, then Nakamura would come within half a point of Caruana. And at least the race for second place could be very, very open all of a sudden again. On other boards, we have 4 of the players that have not won a single game yet playing each other Someone has to win a game today, no? Alireza hasn't won one, Rajabov hasn't won one, Rapport hasn't won, and Duda hasn't won. Somebody will win their first game today.
And none of the players are very much used to this, that there are many times in their life that there is 7 games and no win.
It's not what typically happens to 2793 players, no, or 2750 players. They're all superstars.
Yeah.
And 7 winless games. Yeah. That's very rare. Rapport taking some liberties today. But Duda, does he look a little sleepy? It looked like he was falling asleep there.
What board are we seeing where none of the players are there?
The Pomnashi Ding. Yeah. It's a bit sad we don't get the big Nepomniachtchi Ding clash today.
Yeah, we were
It's
hoping
understandable.
for some great actions, right?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like Ding just wants to get over with the tournament. He doesn't have any motivation, even if he had. By now, it's gone.
Oh, we can't blame him, no, with black. He plays e4, e5 like he always does. And Nepomniachtchi swaps the pieces. I think one can never blame the black player here. But of course, yeah. -1 after 8 rounds. It's tough for Ding.
We have knight f3 in the Jan-Krzysztof Duda game against Rapport.
Oh, he's
Giving up.
giving up the tension. I'm sure it's fine. But he could have kept it a little. Queen takes, I would guess. Maybe he wants to take in d5 directly. Richie's probably happy to change the structure like ED, CD, d4 or something.
How is that after d4, e4?
Not sure. But
Who is better and why? Typical situation.
the usual question. I would think it's a good turn of events for white. Even f3 here. Let me weaken the king further. A really nice jacket by Rapport. Where does he get his clothes?
I don't know, probably where he lives in Serbia.
It's a fair guess. Do you think he has his own tailor?
No. I would be extremely surprised if he would.
It's not what he does. Maybe his wife helps him. We have no idea. And he takes with a pawn. Whoa. It's not a good day for haters of these double pawns on e5, e6, or e3, e4 to do this voluntarily.
I thought about it for a second. Really putting pressure on the F file, but I don't know how.
Where's the pressure?
There is the pressure, right? Well, G4.
If you have a bishop here.
Okay, let's say white goes G4. With the plan knight E2, knight G3, or queen G3 and doubling the rooks.
I never believe in these things. Bishop E6. Knight comes. It's always D5 if needed.
After D5, I don't know. I mean, I can also take it if I want.
Isn't black better?
And good question. Yeah, but if I don't take, what do I do? Knight G3?
That's what I'm saying. I think black is better. Like even here, I don't need to do anything. No, I guess you could take, but any move.
Queen E2.
Yeah.
Because now I would very much like to take
I know.
with my knight h5, rook f1 moves.
Okay.
What has happened? Ah, no, bishop f2 is still on the board.
To spoil all the fun, I could do this. I'm just not sure if it's very much. I don't know. Probably not making great moves here, but I'd be shocked if this was good. What Rapport is doing.
Oh, maybe about time to double the rooks. Rook f2.
Yeah. But it's more or less the same situation Rajabov has. Just his pieces are on worse squares, like with the bishop on g7. And all the typical plans like b4, d5. It's still there. Let's play like Alireza.
Okay, rook f1.
Yeah.
I take, I have no choice there. Now it's a question where to go. Because on knight d2, you will go rook a2 at some point, no?
Yeah. Knight a4, I was hoping I could also ask questions. Or d5.
Okay, knight d2. d5.
Go here first, just to see. And g4 on the board. Rapport is going for it.
Well, it's not a shocking news, right?
No, once he took with the pawn, it's not shocking news, but taking with the pawn, I'm surprised. Then again, as mentioned, he is such a gifted positional player, and he will understand what goes where here. He's clearly taking some liberties today, though, to try to spice things up as much as he can.
If bishop e6 now, you say knight e2?
That's what we had now, and then d5, something I was trying. What else is there? Okay, 7 is always there, but feels a bit pointless normally. So here.
Maybe queen g3. And rook double.
Okay, time to do my stuff again. He plays rook a7. These top players, they do like these rook swings. And of course, everyone's very familiar with this structure because Duda, he's also played like a million Italian games where you often get something very similar, b4, a4. Take bishops on e6. I would guess he's quite happy here. Strange round, no?
Yes, somehow things are a little slow. I mean, this Alireza game and Rapport, it's kind of very similar in some ways.
Yeah.
And then we have a move actually.
Look at this move. So rook df7, that was his point. And Nakamura is saying, all right.
Instantly.
Knight on the rim. I have no prejudice if bishop g3, knight f2 will come.
Wow.
Now the pawn is hanging. Might be an
Also
excellent move.
regrouping. And this knight h1 is not an easy move to recognize.
Might be very strong. I like it. Without thinking. Hikaru in his element here. Leaves the board.
Knight h1, interesting move. Very interesting, regrouping bishop g3, knight f2. Very impressive, I must say.
Can we stop it? Here.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, just don't want the bishop to arrive here. Now some move.
How complex and complicated this position is. Knight on d4, who would think that it's not a fantastic knight? At the same time, it's not clear what it gives.
Yeah, no, if the other pieces are normal, I would think why it's just winning. But here with the 9 on h1, takes a while to untangle at least. No? Huh. Fabi back at the board. They should do something. No, you can't wait for bishop g3 to happen. Can you go? Oh no, then you take it.
Oh.
Yeah, white takes.
e5 is hanging.
Yeah. No, I was hoping.
What about
something, but no. Rook f5, then this really happens.
and Nakamura happily walking?
It's already thinking about the thumbnail for the YouTube video. Knight h1, and white gets all the fun.
He's not leaving his fans without a commentary after every game.
I liked his tweet yesterday. He said something like, chess is 90% mental and the other half is physical, which the math doesn't add up, but I think it's a quote by a baseball player, maybe Derek Jeter or something. Like, no, he knows his references.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone.
This actually seems to be a very excellent idea.
Knight h1, yeah?
Knight h1 and bishop g3, knight f2 idea.
Okay, let me try this. I don't see what else. No, bishop g3, queen check doesn't make sense.
So what happened? Bishop g3, bishop g3, queen f6.
Yeah, or check, no? Like, I mean, queen f6 might be even better. I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Show this.
Poor white's king.
So knight d4 probably has to do. At least a stupid knight. I was so worried that b4 would happen to him. It can jump and dream of d3 again.
And bishop g3.
But here it's checkmate.
Oh my God, sorry. What about h3?
Yeah. Can black increase the pressure?
Well, maybe
it's tempting to take. But...
e3 knight e4 can be. No?
Yeah, maybe no.
Yeah, but queen takes, knight e4, bishop f3.
End of activity.
Yeah.
Okay, so could go knight e6. Arguing.
Well, for the moment,
This is the problem.
I don't know. Can I go? What would be on bishop g3?
Pin.
What if bishop f2?
Playing for a draw.
I don't know.
Rook f2.
Takes?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, you have 3 pawns, but
But I don't want to help the knight. I just wanted this. I guess bishop.
he played rook f8, knight h1.
Yeah, still the position.
Mm.
We're looking at this here. Trying to find a way for white to get the pieces out.
Can black go bishop b1?
To h3, let's say. No. H5.
Oops.
And he played e4. We're headed down that road.
e4, knight d4.
You don't often see this bishop as a kraken on d3, no? Like knights are more common there.
Yes. Rough game.
Anything could happen. I was very excited about this knight h1. Now after e4, I'm no longer so sure because it feels a little tricky to untangle. How's the clock? Hikaru way ahead on the clock, 1 hour 30 versus 41 minutes from Fabiano. Hikaru in deep thought here. On the other boards, the debate of this structure, which I really dislike for black, is ongoing. Looks like Rajaba found a good regrouping. The knight went to g6, so it's no longer vulnerable to this. Now he's offering to exchange one white knight with knight f6. Feels like black made some progress. Of course, white is super solid. Here comes the knight again. And Duda went h5.
h5 here.
Ready
What's
for
that
action.
here?
What's the
h5?
point? h4 maybe?
What a tricky move.
It has to be his point. No?
Yeah. That's nice.
Interesting. Maybe it's good.
Beautiful move.
Yeah. Also rook a7 now very useful. Because queen f3 or whatever doesn't hurt that much.
Well, now it hurts white that I'm losing the g5 pawn.
Yeah. So it looks like he has to go for this. No, anything else? Bishop f3, but that could end up
Takes knight
being a bit sad positionally, no? Yeah.
Yeah, this is absolutely not something white wants to have.
g6, f6, rook swings. Now this is horrible. Unless it's checkmate, but
h5
shouldn't
is
be.
an interesting idea.
Easy to miss as well, no? Because you never considered h5, g5. No, it doesn't look good. You mentioned early that already his interview didn't sound very spirited. And today, so many moves that Rapport played. They look a bit random, no? Like b3 here and a3.
That was very
later.
strange. This a3, b3, h3, a3.
And here, I don't know, maybe it's slightly worse, but okay, this might be my bias. F takes e3. Also looks like a tough decision. And now this h5, which was
I
probably
like
missed.
very much
Yeah.
this idea of g5, h4.
yesterday's game. Seems like it had an impact. That's rough, no? If he has two whites in a row and he loses the first one, and now the second one is also, yeah, back against the wall early on.
What about bishop f3? Then takes and knight h7 anyway, right?
That's what we looked at now, yeah. Knight h7.
Yeah, and yeah, simply knight g5, g6. Very
King g2, maybe even queen g5. Yeah, just shouldn't work. Okay, so g5, g8 he could do, but
takes.
Also ugly. Yeah, it's just bad, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, there are weak black squares. I mean, after queen f3, queen g5 can be moved.
Yeah, not great. So g5. Okay, probably get the same structure anyway, just with some more tempi. And I guess you live with it, no? 92 or rook f2, some move, queen g3.
And after knight g5, you go back?
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm thrilled, but what to do? Okay, black is better, of course.
King h7, h4, knight. There.
Yep, sorry, g5, h4 was played.
Oops. And I'm afraid that Richie does not like his position.
Would be surprising if he did.
This game of Nakamura also very interesting. Who is better and why?
I'll keep changing my opinion every half move. Currently, I don't see what white should do after knight c5. Move the bishop, h5. Not sure if it makes sense to provoke g6, but it feels a little weakening. Maybe it helps black too.
Six.
I know what I'm doing, maybe without g6.
Which side would you play now?
I think I'm changing my opinion all the time. Like after knight c5, okay, if I don't see what to do with white, then I'll take black. Also unclear what black's next move is, no? That's g4. What about you?
I don't know. I think I would like to play a game with black and a game with white to understand it better.
Play some training games. Okay. We will go on a very quick break to try to figure out what has been happening here. Thank you everybody for watching. In the break, you could check out our courses on chessable.com. I have an e4, e5 course. It's a complete repertoire for black, and I promise it avoids double pawns on e5 and e6 in all lines. We don't want these pawns. We're sacrificing a lot of pawns in the marshal, in the bishop c4, knight f6 stuff, but no double pawns unless there's really no other way. So check that out. I gave away all of Magnus's secrets. I hope he hasn't watched the course and I don't get in trouble for it. And Judit, you have a course out there as well.
Yeah.
Part 1. How many parts are coming?
Well, I have this series, Master Your Chess with Me. It's part 1, 2, and 3. And I have my new course came up part 1, which is already talking about endgames. This one is talking about the whole game, and the opening, middle game, and end game. Little taste of everything, and now I'm working on the end game knowledge, which I do think that it's a very important part of practical chess.
I should check it out. I desperately need some. So visit chessable.com for our courses, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. More action then.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Lichess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit.
That's so fucking dumb.
Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
I know it's wrong, but I don't care. The fire is strong, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 8 of the candidates is still in full swing. We do have one result, Jan Nepomniachtchi going for a solid draw with the white piece against Ding Liren, maintaining his lead. But Judit, we have to jump right into the action in the Rapport Duda game because there's weird stuff happening on the board. What is happening?
Yeah, that's kind of interesting that the position opened up. If we go back for a few moves.
Yeah, so we've
then,
seen G5, H4.
Yeah, this is all right. Queen came back.
He took with the knight, could have taken with the queen if he was more chicken, but he tries to keep the queens on the board.
I think he's also about thinking about winning a game. I mean, that looks tempting after 7 games. So he went back knight h7, and after bishop h3, which g2 bishop obviously was not a good located bishop, eating and bumping into the e4 pawn of his own. So he not only exchanged this bishop, but also he tries to get active. And after takes, he did not take back, but he made the intermediate move rook g1. And now black had to decide whether he goes f6 or g6 possibly, or the move what he played, knight g5, giving up the knight, instead the bishop.
What is this? I would assume we take it. HG.
Bishop goes back to e6, let's say.
Huh?
In h4.
Yeah, king g2, rook h1, having his chances improved.
If king g2, I think I go king f8 and king e7. That's why I want to start with queen h4, that if now you go king f8, you just get queen h8 and queen g7 taking the pawn. And if let's say g6, then you go maybe queen h6. G6 is
counterplay. I saw that.
And after, yeah.
We can
You cannot give a check on h7 first on queen g6 and after king g3 to play rook g7.
No, but now queen f6, yeah?
Yes.
There's nothing.
Well,
I got nothing yet. Like it looks like there could be something, but I don't see it.
Really?
Okay.
No, but I think after queen h6, you can go queen e7, king h3, king g3, queen f8. But on the other hand, why should it be good for black? I mean, I can come back queen to h4, queen g7. Okay, but queen on g7 is not some piece which can be extremely proud of itself.
Oh, this looks great for white. Rook f1, rook f6.
King f8, rook f6, king e7. Rook h1. So it's kind of strange what Duda was directing this position. Because after hg5, what do you think?
Feels like things have improved greatly for Richard. It's knight g5. Seems odd to me. Well, I prefer queen takes, of course, but that's a different story. Maybe he missed his rook g1 and panicked a bit and thought he has to be clever in return. If g6 here takes, how bad is this?
Well, it doesn't look so nice. h5. Ah, this way.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
The white king is still very open as well. Anyway, he didn't do it. He went here, HG. You'll have to go back.
It's interesting that Richie is hesitating after knight g5.
Yeah, what is he thinking about? Queen takes?
Well, that's also actually possible, but let's say queen takes, pawn takes after that. So do it without the queens.
With black, I'd be thrilled to get the queens off. No, we put the king on f8. What's
That's
the
what
worst that could
I
happen?
think as well.
No, he should take like this. Now he has many options. How to get the attack going. One, queen h4, rook h1. So at the very least, Rapport is back playing for 3 results. He could easily win this, while earlier I just thought his position was set. So that's great news for Rapport supporters. We'll see how he handles it. And we have quite some moves in the Nakamura game as well. So we've seen the knight h1 regrouping, covering the bishop, preparing bishop g3. e4 was played, knight d4. e4 very double-edged, of course, giving up control of this d4 square, by at least opening the f-file for the rooks. Queen g6, he did not go knight c5. Queen g6 stopping all these bishop moves.
And look at this move.
h4. Whoa.
We were discussing with our producer. He was suggesting that h4 is the best move the computer gives, the only move which gives advantage.
Yeah, Hikaru's feeling good. Nice move.
Well, though I don't
Looking
think
aloft.
there was many options for white.
Well, h3.
h3 was also possible, but then why not to go h4, h5 possibly, pushing
Yeah.
away the queen from g6 where it's located, pretty convincing, and just went there.
h5 is annoying, isn't it? Like,
I'm not even saying that it's a concrete threat, I guess, but it can be annoying, yeah.
white has all the squares. So what should black do? I don't really want to play h5 with black. Looks like very weakening.
Well, I would be scared to play h5, I think.
Yeah. If we try to bring the knight somewhere closer.
Yeah, somehow I would like to see black's knight on e5 and g4 possibly.
We get there.
But let's say knight c5. What happens if I just... Why did you go back?
Ah, sorry. I was going to go.
Knight c5, I don't know. Maybe king h2 immediately. Because what's the rush?
Tempting me to play e3, but doesn't get much. Yeah?
That you want to go e3 and knight e4.
It's a nice square at least. At a steep price though.
Well, for now, e3, queen e3, I guess. Knight e4, bishop g3. Though bishop f3 is also kind of seems a normal move.
What's going on here?
I don't know, bishop e5.
Still not threatening anything after all this. Takes rook f1.
Ah, sorry.
Something should drop.
Sorry. No, then I go bishop e f3.
Yeah.
Or takes and bishop. No, bishop f3.
Yeah, without my rooks doing damage, it's not so clear what I'm hoping for here. Still, the position remains weird.
That's true.
But looks like white is stable enough. Maybe king back. What a tough game they're playing.
Yes, absolutely. And then let's see if not king h2, but I go h5.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, because the queen on f6 is blocking the rooks, and now we're running out of squares to jump to, no? Unless e3 works again.
Or bishop g3 was also possible, I think, and regrouping knight to f2.
Sure.
Finally.
Yeah, I was trying to stop this knight from coming, but maybe it's not a big deal either.
Let's see, I take. Take, knight f2.
Yep. I don't know. Queen b6.
This I did not see.
Well, it's not a game changer exactly. Queen e3 or whatever.
Bishop g4.
Yep. No.
Well,
feels like white could be stabilizing. Although I have to say, I also like this bishop g4 directly, just trying to take all the squares, like then bishop g3. Yeah. Where are the black pieces going? Looks very unpleasant. This pawn on h5 is actually helping. This bishop is stable. Hikaru putting pressure. Fabi's clock is also ticking, 26 minutes. It's already moved 27. Because he did blitz out like the first 20 moves, but since then, it's been very, very hard to make moves.
Yeah, it's a serious issue in such a position that you have only 25 minutes. And usually Fabiano is not a time travel player. Or you think he is?
I've seen him get low on time plenty because he.
But it means that he had some difficulties. Normally, he's not ending up just like that in time travel.
I think he manages it quite well. He uses his time, but it's never like desperate time trouble.
For example, with Magnus, he's I think famous for not getting into time trouble. He plays fast.
Magnus. Yeah. Well, it's a tough position to come up with moves. He, of course, trusts himself to navigate even the toughest of positions. Fabiano usually doesn't try to simplify. But Kazimchadov told me this once, that many of the great players like Magnus and Vichy, they look for ways to clarify the situation to something they understand better. While Caruana is often happy if he can calculate to make the position even more complicated, just trusting that he will find a way to navigate it better than his opponent. But Hikaru looks comfortable, playing quickly, making good moves. Knight h1, very interesting. h4, apparently very strong. This is dangerous for Fabi.
Absolutely.
Speaking of dangerous, Rapper went hg. The bishop went all the way back home.
Expected.
Well, why not put it here? Must be some subtle reason. But it's a bit strange.
Maybe he wants to go rook e6, rook g6.
Ah, okay, that could explain it. Yeah.
So if queen h4, rook e6, threatening with the trick rook h6, you have to go king g3 and then rook g6. King f3, let's say.
Yeah, but then f6, and we're not getting where we wanted now. Or are we? Rook h1, king f7.
Well, rook h1, king f7.
So maybe not queen h4.
Well, rook h1 is also possible. And king g2, rook g6, rook h5.
Still f6.
Rook h1. King f7.
The usual who's better and why question.
Today, somehow, this is our main way of evaluating.
Always is. Rapper plays rook g2.
And he wants
the
to
other
play rook
rook.
h1 and king g1.
Put all
That's
the
a move.
nice regrouping.
Actually, it's a nice move, easy to blunder.
Also stops this plan, or at least this pawn is already covered.
This is a very annoying move. Wow.
But still, if he still does this, h1 f6, what's the damage?
Queen h4. Queen h5. There is.
Yes, scary.
There
This-
is going to be damage.
This looks like it's gone very wrong. Nice move, rook g2. A rapport. And Duda, all of a sudden under pressure. Looked like he was doing great in this game. But this knight g5, bishop c8
Yeah.
operation.
Suddenly, he gave unexpected opportunities for white.
Yeah.
And Rapport is always the guy who notices these kind of interesting ideas.
Rapport back in business. Another news, we have this slow structure here between Alireza and Rajabov. Both sides putting their queens on the queen side. Alireza just went h4, grabbing a bit of space. I don't have a lot of new things to say. I like white. It's not like anything concrete's happening.
I like white very
White
much,
has more resources or breaks.
but I think black's position is very unhappy.
Yep, fully agree. I mean, there are no threats. He can sit and wait, but white will find time, maybe take here, put the other knight on g4, go h5, and then the right moment.
No, but
Some
it's
break will
a
come.
one-way thing. Black is
Yeah.
suffering,
For sure.
and that's not fun.
Most people don't enjoy suffering. Rajabov under pressure.
How many games will be decisive today, you think? I think
I
there's
know we could get a bunch. I would say the over-under is 2 out of the remaining 3.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Even 3 can be decisive.
Very much so, yeah. And it's also very much in play that Rapport might win his first game. That'd be great for his morale after he must have felt
Yeah,
horrible yesterday.
Very painful.
But yeah.
I asked my followers on Instagram, what do they think? What will be the result of Fabi's game? They're very balanced. 36% says Naka will win, 39% that Fabi will win, and 25% that it's going to be a draw.
Fair. I currently like Hikaru's chances. Looking at the clock and the position. This is a very tough spot for Fabiano. And he played knight c5, which we looked at. What do we do? h5, queen f6, and we talked about bishop g4 or bishop g3.
Exactly.
Isn't this just nice? I don't see what black does.
And it's not clear whether the d3 bishop, whether we can say that it's a good square for the bishop or actually it doesn't.
Standing in the way, the knight wants to be there.
And what does it do with the pawn on e4 and c4? Stabilizes itself, but actually where to go, what to do? Why is it good? I mean, after king h2, the f1 square is what? Air.
Yeah, the only way to make sense of it would be to play some e3, but of course that costs us one of these precious pawns.
E4 square. Yeah, that I understand, but it's just giving a pawn away, right?
Yeah, especially here, knight e4, I guess. Bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
Yeah. No, it just doesn't seem to work. So what does he want to do? This white has so much potential, like bishop g3, knight f2, king h2, b4 is there if we ever need it. h6 looming. This knight could end up being on e3.
The problem is of black, but I don't know exactly how white is going to win, though I have some ideas how to improve the position. But one of the biggest problem I think for black, that where is he going to be playing? There is the Conte chances, where he should be looking for.
Yeah, I don't get. Also, there's knight on c5 now. It's dominated by the bishop and the knight on d4. It's just bad, no?
I mean, I just don't see the Conte chance. After h5, do I have a better square for my queen?
Could go.
There are no good squares, actually.
Here, I mean, standing in the diagonal.
Yeah, you don't want to enter into the pin, right?
e6, this comes with tempo. Also, doesn't seem to matter, no? Even if I do the same.
Yeah.
What does black want? Like, I'll get my regrouping. He's in trouble. He's in real big trouble.
Yeah, because the g4 square is an incredible important square for the bishop.
So nice.
Suddenly,
keeping black tied up.
On d1, it was just a very passive piece, practically doing nothing. And after having it on g4, it's a whole different story.
Looks very, very sad for Fabiano. Yeah, white has all the resources, like b4 is there. This pawn on h5 really helps as well, taking the g6 square and stabilizing the bishop. It can never get hit.
And of course, Nakamura wants to win, desperately wants to win. He wants to create chances for himself, and he played h5. He wants to be there.
What's their relationship, Nakamura-Caruana? Is there some tension there? Well, sometimes some.
I don't know about that.
Some
I know
barks,
that he's not going to be playing in the Olympiad, Nakamura.
Yeah. The US still have a pretty good team. They have
Yeah, but
Caruana.
US became so strong in the last few years, apart from having their American players. I mean, Wesley So started to play, changed countries.
Aronian, Dominguez.
Aronian, I mean, I mean, it's an incredible power.
Yeah, this Olympiad with China not playing, Russia not playing, it doesn't look like there can be any competition for the US team, even without Hikaru. I mean, Caruana, So, Aronian, Dominguez, Shankland, it's an average of, I don't know, 2,770. And the next best team will have what, like 2,700 maybe?
It's incredible strengths. Probably US never had such a strong team as they have now.
No, but of course. 5 of the top 15 players in the world play for you or start playing for your federation. That will help.
Do you think it would change, or it could change, the chess in America if they would win a gold medal?
I'm not sure. I don't think chess would go much more mainstream because of it, and they did win.
And what do you think about
Win a
that?
gold medal, no?
Let's say they are going to be the first 2 seeded in this tournament. Magnus decides that he's not ready to defend his title. And then again,
Nakamura Fabi match that could change chess in the US. No, like
Russia versus the US.
Russia versus the US. We go back to
back
Spassky.
Spassky, yes.
No, but for the US, even better would be Nakamura Caruana, no? Like,
well, okay.
Unlikely because Nepomniachtchi has +4, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think the players would want to make it political or the media if we get a Nepomniachtchi Caruana match. No,
but usually it's not the players who make it political.
No, exactly.
They have nothing to do with that.
And Nepomniachtchi, I guess, would play under the FIDE flag, so it would be trickier to call it Russia, US. But yeah, of course, the narrative would be there.
Yeah, but this is also tricky, right? What Jan Nepomniachtchi will, from this time on until the rest of his life, he's going to play until under FIDE flag.
Yeah, it's very unclear. There's also a lot of debate about Nepomniachtchi's sponsors, because he still has this Norilsk nickel water bottle at the boards, and then was removed by FIDE, but it was back there. I'm not quite sure what's happening, but of course, yeah, a lot of talk around that. And bishop g4 is on the board. Queen d6, bishop g4.
Yeah.
Nakamura just dominating the position.
And he knows it. He feels it. Look at the way he's sitting.
Goes for a walk. Fabi down to 16 minutes. Desperate situation. That open Spanish, Fabi. It never worked, these positions for you. Like, I know the computer says it's fine, but they're so hard to play. I think it's an unhealthy addiction, that open Spanish.
Well, for sure now he is not extremely happy.
I think he played it to get winning chances, because he can play the Petrov or he can play any opening. But he was going for such a position, which is extremely messy, and I would assume he had incredibly deep prep lying around here somewhere.
But this is kind of annoying, isn't it? You have your good prep. You work out after bishop g5, c4, this kind of sacrifice material, very strange pawn structure, having your pawn on a2, threatening with bishop b1, white goes bishop rook a1. I mean, it's quite interesting position. You know that this is by far the best considered by the engines. You see knight g3, big deal, bishop d3, it's going to be good enough. And suddenly you get this position, and then a few moves later we have what we have on the board.
Yeah, that's the story in these types of structures. It's so tough to play. He can't be happy. I just wanted to check briefly after queen d2. Yeah, engines say e4, not c4, and after e4 they say black is better.
Discussing, right? That e4.
Well, after c4 they like white already. Bishop d1.
Actually, I don't understand why he played c4.
Yeah, and here e4 and h4, g6. They say black is a little better.
Even if you go e4, c4, it's better this way, because at least the knight is not going to end up on d4, right?
Yeah, also true.
Or at least I would think that, well, okay, bishop on d4 also can be extremely powerful. That's true.
No, but he can leave the pawn here, no? This c4 he can play whenever it's convenient.
Yes.
Okay, easy to say with hindsight and with the engine, but it's also, in a way, it's logical.
Though maybe bishop, but it's interesting that who does it favor to exchange the white square bishop? At first I thought for white, and now I'm not sure at all.
Know the way it went. Now the white bishop is controlling the board, and the black bishop is just blocking the d3 square.
Okay, here already, yes.
Yeah. No, Hikaru played this nicely. Knight h1, h4, h5, bishop g4.
Yeah, the last 4 moves, excellent.
It's just so good, like coordinating the pieces, never blundering anything, never allowing any tricks. Very impressive.
And Fabi goes down to 13 minutes. And still he has to be making 12 moves. Not easy.
Even with 2 hours would be rough, but yeah, this doesn't help. Yeah, the computer is on. It says +2 for white already. Best move h6, b4, or queen e3. And giant advantage for Hikaru. Looks very believable, actually. So what would that mean for the tournament? Of course, it's not over. But if Hikaru were to win, he would jump to +1, which means 4.5 out of 8. Caruana would fall to +2 to 5 out of 8, and Nepomniachtchi would be 1 point ahead of Fabiano with 6 out of 8. But Nakamura only, quote unquote, 1.5 points behind Nepomniachtchi. So what do we have tomorrow? Nepomniachtchi black against Caruana tomorrow. Oof. Imagine Fabi loses today but wins tomorrow. All of a sudden, it's anybody's tournament. Right? Could become a 3-horse race.
Well, now it seemed like after yesterday's round that it's 2-horse race.
Exactly. In other news, Jan-Krzysztof Duda put
He went rook e7.
E7.
And I'm thinking, what is his plan? Rook h1, rook e6, king g1, and probably he just wants to go king f8, king e7. Is that what he wants?
Tough to run, no? Rook h7, then rook g6. Could be.
Though at one point, white can go d4, I think.
Yeah, white needs one more source of tension to break through. Rapport should be very happy.
Interesting that when they ask Nepomniachtchi how does he play, what is his strategy, is he already taking in consideration how it will be that he wins, and then Magnus doesn't want to play, and all these things, he always go back to the same answer that, well, you take your tournament one by one, and I think he can keep that. Somehow he can keep that he can only focus for the next game of his.
But that's also what everybody says, no? Like, I mean, it's what you have to say, which might be true as well. It's probably the right
with some people, you believe it more than others.
I play game after game. Everybody's been saying for decades. No, Gelfand would always say game after game, game after game.
Yeah. But it's interesting how much in reality it affects the players like Jan or Fabiano, and really how much is it on their mind, whether who are they going to be playing, let's say.
Do you think Magnus is enjoying this, that everyone has this uncertainty, or he didn't think about it and just, well, he doesn't like World Championship?
He's not doing this to make people this uncertainty feeling. It just happens that he says things and then people are very, well, some people are very scared that it will be true, that he's not going to be playing. I get to be asked this question almost every day from different friends or amateur players. Just today before the commentary, I also met some youngsters, amateur players, like he's 27, 20. He says, so what's going on? How is it going? Is it really, do I see any chance that Magnus will not defend his title? And then they are kind of shocked, of course. And it will be kind of strange if he decides so. And how will it affect him as well? He's still obviously the best player. His rating will be higher than anybody else. But how is that when you're number one, but you're not the world champion, but you were for many years?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. Like, no clue. I think he was being genuine with what he said. He doesn't enjoy the process and having his life dominated by it, and he's done it 5 times.
Of course.
And I also don't think he did it to mess with people or get into their heads, but of course it affects everything. And I'm very curious how it would be like to watch a Nepomniachtchi Caruana match, and then we have the new world champion Jan Nepomniachtchi or Fabiano Caruana. This can't be pleasant for Magnus either, no? Like,
but it's also another question always when a real great world champion disappears. Like we've seen not this kind of step out from a world champion, but we remember when Kasparov left FIDE, played the world championship match with Nigel Short. Then later on, we've seen the what was it? Kasparov Kramnik match, which is also somewhat very strange. And simply there are people who take a world championship as the real world championship, even if it's officially not the world championship, but it stepped out from the official organization, right? And this is going to be again the thing. Let's say we have a world championship match and it will be between Fabiano and Jan. And let's say after that, Magnus says that, well, after that match, I would be ready to play again. And what happens? The world would love to see a match between him and the new world champion, right? And for Magnus, maybe it would be even interesting for the fun of it, that he knows he's the best player in the world, but he's the challenger suddenly and not the world champion who is taking the challenge. But in other hand, it shouldn't be the case. I mean, what is this that you step out, you let some other people playing the match, and then after we have a new world champion, you step in again that, I had my rest, I'm ready to play again.
Yeah, that would be a bit strange. Like, not saying it couldn't happen.
And maybe,
I think Magnus enjoys playing tournaments more than matches. Maybe he just wants to play the candidates, and maybe he wins it, and then he can challenge the new world champion. Like, that could happen. Then he can decide if he wants to play.
that would be funny. And he's the kind of world champion and personality who can do that.
Yeah, exactly. And to give him a wild card for the candidates seems reasonable. Like, and that maybe motivates him more than going through another match, and then he can still see.
It's interesting in the beginning, like really many years ago when he was playing first at the candidates, I considered that he's very much a tournament player.
Yeah.
Like really, he felt the situation, the preparation, the psychology, the rhythm of tournaments, and so on and so forth. And I felt that he's absolutely not a match player. I mean, thinking about the real guys like Kasparov, Karpov, I mean, they knew what a match is, right? Whether it's 12 games, 14 games, or 24 games, or endless game numbers.
No, he had no choice. No, and to some extent, it's what happened to all the world champions, at least in recent times. They have to become match players. No, of course, Karpov and Kasparov spent ages, but also Kramnik, he changed his style a lot, became a lot more solid. If we compare 90s Kramnik to 2000s Kramnik with the matches, Vichy became this amazing theoretician with the matches. And yeah, Magnus, I agree. I think what he wants to do is play tournaments and dominate those.
Do you think the match system, gives the best objective result in chess? It cannot be that it goes back to the tournament?
I'm a fan of the match system. Like, I fully understand that it's not fun for the players and for Magnus to go through it. But growing up, like the books I was reading, it was always about the great champions, the big matches, the classical lineage starting from Steinitz and Botvinnik and his rematches and so on. Those were always the stories and not so much the tournaments. And even now, I think attention-wise, a world championship match and all the debates around it, I think as a chess fan and as a spectator, it's better than a tournament because we have super tournaments all the time. No, like you can watch Norway Chess, Shamkir, Vaikansee, you name it. You can see the best players in the world always playing each other. But these matches, to me, they're special. Like I understand where Magnus is coming from. As a chess fan, yeah, I like the format. Well, one could argue maybe, because is that every 2 years is a lot, especially for the champion, always one half of your time is dominated by a match and preparing for it. Every 3 years, are we losing that much? Like,
Well, I think we touched this topic in the beginning of the candidates, and I still believe that the world is getting faster. We cannot slow it down. It's again the metaphor we were discussing, that you're going in a car which can speed up, and then you sit in a rickshaw or something. Okay. You slow things down. I mean, of course you can live that way as well, but
well, it's not like we're not getting action. We still get all the Champions Chess Tours, Grand Chess Tours, all the super tournaments, but just, yeah. It makes the World Championship match even more special if it's just every 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, there is a point. If we have these other series of tournaments, yeah. At the same time, in some other sports, you have world champion every year.
Or every 4 years in football.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just come up with random examples. Of course, you can make a case
for
anything. Yeah. And it's a bit unfair for the candidates, I guess, if you don't have a chance to become world champion or only once every 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, Olympiad is every 4 years in other sports, right?
Exactly.
So, but then we would have even less world champions.
Yeah, but dominance normally hasn't been bad for chess, no? Like if you have a dominant world champion, because Kasparov was world champion for a long time, or Magnus, I don't think the popularity of the game has suffered. It's more like when it changes all the time. But
yeah,
who knows?
And actually, it's possible that in classical chess you make it longer, and then the rapid and blitz can be yearly.
Yeah, that one of course should be yearly. That's just a great one.
And also for FIDE, it would be much better. They don't have to look for sponsors that much. Though the World Championship match, I think, for that event, it's kind of easy to look and find sponsor.
Yeah, especially with Magnus every 3 years, something will show up. FIDE, we fixed it. Then again, it was every 3 years because of Corona recently. No, it was 2018 and 2021. So he had a little break there, but that wasn't the plan, of course.
I guess Magnus was kind of happy that he was there for an extra time. It's not that he was chickening out or anything, but it was kind of nice that he didn't have to think about it so fast about the championship.
By the way, let's think about this position quickly. The queens were exchanged. Queen f4 takes. And
who does it favor, the exchange of queens? First question.
My first question is, isn't white just winning?
White is not winning now with bishop f5?
I was also wondering, knight e6 is played, which also looks incredibly tempting.
I know, bishop f5, e3. Knight e6. He has an incredible game.
So Fabio has to take here. If he takes on g4, we take on f8, and the knight is hanging. So he has to take this. Knight bishop takes.
Goes
out somewhere. Let's say h8.
So bishop d5, is it possible? It's possible, but then rook f5.
Isn't this winning anyway? Rook 4 f5. Yeah?
Well, why not 8 f5? 8 f5 bishop, no.
G3, rook f2.
Rook f2.
Bishop g3, rook f1.
Rook f1, and then you're not happy with your knight on h1.
No. There's no trick. It feels so shaky.
No, but now it's tricky after exchange on e6, king h7. Why king h7?
It's a bit strange too, no? This pawn could hang with check.
The white square, right?
Yeah, I agree.
At the same time, probably has something.
Takes probably has some
You know
concrete
what's
reason.
interesting? Also, rook f6. Look,
Nakamura took.
kind of trapping the bishop.
A lot of squares on that diagonal, no?
Well, and rook d6 is not a threat because of bishop g3.
can still hide. Karana in real big trouble, but we haven't spotted a clean way yet after rook f5. Is there one? Rook 8 f5 on the board.
So what's going on here?
Looks winning for white.
So what
Oh.
if bishop b7?
A5. Maybe it takes threatening rook h1.
Knight g3.
Rook g5, bishop e3 is bad news.
Bishop e3.
Yeah. No, it looks pretty desperate.
Rook g4. King f2. Rook e7.
Where's the blunder?
Sorry, bishop d5.
One thing that's clear is that black is in trouble. The question is if there's some direct way to.
Well, black is
Trap these
kind of
rooks.
hanging on, right?
Here takes.
Bishop e3.
Yeah, I'm looking for some way to trap a rook, but not quite getting there. Rook f6, then bishop g4.
Bishop h3 is interesting also. Bishop e3, rook f6, bishop h3. But black has 2 pawns.
Yeah, the rook
Still, it looks
escapes.
quite annoying for black because I go knight g3 or knight f2.
Went bishop c6. And if takes. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Bishop e3.
Why?
Rook f6, knight
Knight
g3. And rook e5, there's bishop d4. So
Okay,
only
rook
move rook h4. But they're really short of squares. No?
Yeah, that rook is. Okay.
Not sure we can win it, but where's
Yeah,
the
I don't know
moving?
what's our next move with
Yeah,
white,
yeah.
but I wouldn't like to be in the place of the h4 rook. So why the king is on h7? This is the question.
Yeah, that was strange. Like, not that king h8 was great, but it can't help that there are checks on this diagonal.
Yeah.
Rook h5 played. Fabi down to 6 minutes.
Well, that's the thing, that he's really down on time, right? And he's what are we in move 35? Well, it's interesting to see the d3 bishop, that it's not really powerful as a attacker, but more than a defender.
But it can't come back and help on these light squares, so it's could
No.
be strangely locked out here as well. Should be 3, rook somewhere. Knight g3.
But actually, it's strange if you think about it. I mean, black has 2 pawns for the 2 pawns rook against the bishop and knight. Why is it so bad?
E4 is weak, the white pieces are super active. And there's no like good passes. I know, but mainly the rooks are clumsy, no? The bishops controlling so many squares. I was wondering if we can go back here then in order to go rook e5. Okay, at least white is bishop d4. Picks up the pawn. And Nakamura plays bishop d4 directly. He doesn't go bishop e3. It's bishop d4. Also trying
What's the idea?
to dominate these guys.
He wants to go knight f2?
He's stopping anyway to attack the bishops. No, rook f6 is not there. These squares are all covered. Rook g5, bishop e3.
But
He's just trying to dominate.
What about rook g4? Bishop d7, right?
Bishop d7 is there. Knight f2 is there as well.
And you want to really take on e4. Correct.
It depends. No, rook h4, maybe also g3, like, yeah, then rook h2. Not sure again.
Okay, so instead of rook g4,
They just don't have squares, these idiots.
well, Fabi is in huge dangers.
I think it's beyond danger. It looks like it should be lost.
Can you switch on the engine? Just I'm curious if it says
Always.
+3 or more.
So we can even back up here. Rook h5. Yeah, gives bishop b7 or bishop c6. Rook
So it's
h5. And
+3 already.
bishop d4, best move. +3, yeah.
Wow.
It says rook hf5, best chance. Then knight f2
Okay.
or knight g3.
Yeah. I was just curious about the evaluation of
Yeah,
the
I can switch it off again.
very annoying situation for Fabi.
Very much so.
Interesting that Nakamura has pretty good preparation.
Yeah, especially with white, he's very direct.
And he has these lines long. So he has somehow a good smell what the opponent is going to be playing.
I'm very curious about how if today was good preparation or if he got caught but then made a good practical decision after the c5 because he blitzed out knight g3. If this was planned or if he improvised after Fabi caught him. Either way, it worked well. But here of e4, computer said black was slightly better, right? So it's
well, this is
very
what
hard
we
to
were
judge.
talking about, right? That this position seems to be pretty balanced, but in any move, either way it can go. Like black's gonna be better or the other way around. And this is what exactly happened. That here maybe the computer says black is better, and then 10 moves later, it's white who is better.
Well, it really comes down to this moment. No, after e4, it says black is better, or maybe equal if we let it run. And after c4, it says white is much better.
Already
But overall, sorry.
Already after c4, it was clear that it's better for white.
Yeah, it gave like, okay, 0.70 after bishop d1, which is already something. Overall, I'm not sure how Hikaru feels about this. I always thought with white, he was very well prepared because he has these direct lines and these tries and different lines.
He had
sticks to stuff.
Incredible preparation against Ding.
Also, yeah. In particular, if someone plays a line that was expected, but in general, he's good, like reacting to all the major openings there. With black, I've always thought he was shaky because he keeps repeating exactly the same lines, and there the same thing could happen to him, that he gets hit by one move ideas. So with black, I think it's more maintaining the same repertoire, but with white, very often he goes for something very concrete in his score, or also, having looked at his games and his matches with Magnus and so on, with white, Nakamura 1e4 is very, very strong.
You know, we have some interesting stuff in the other two games as well. If we would go for a moment to Richard game, I think he played a very interesting and maybe very good move, Queen F3. And I think the idea is that after Rook E6, he wants to go Rook F1. And after, I don't know, Queen E7 or something, then he goes Queen H5. So somehow keeps the king on G8 and not allowing to the king to sneak away through F8, E7. Because who can stop White from moving away with his king and play Rook to the H5?
Yeah. Black is also so tied up now, we can also start thinking about bringing the last unit somewhere, no?
Well, actually, now the threat maybe the best is Rook G3 or Rook H4 and to the H5.
Yeah. G6.
Rook G6. King H1.
Whoa. Nice. Yeah.
And we can see
Pretty
that
scary.
nice viewership. On Sunday, people are watching the candidates tournament.
Sunday fun day.
Rooting for their players who, the fans of Fabiano and all the other top players in the world. And what's going on in the Ali Reza game?
We'll get to it in a minute. Not that much.
We have a move Rook F5.
Yeah. Black played B5 here, slightly weakening his queen side, but stopping White from playing B5. It's the typical massage in these structures. Ali Reza's better, but we'll take a
Maybe
long
Ali
turn.
Reza will win his first game.
Very possible.
Rook F5.
Rook F5, and we
Now
saw
Knight F2 or Knight G3.
yeah, both logical.
Well, both are logical. Let's go Knight G3 because it's more concrete suddenly.
Where does the rook go? Back.
Though the question is whether, of course, after Knight F2, White can eliminate the bishop, maybe.
Yeah, Knight F2 also looks nice. And we have G3 as an option if it's ever needed. Or Bishop E3 might be a threat.
Yeah. Yeah, now actually Bishop E3 is a heavy threat.
So Black still has to go back. Yeah. In general, we don't want to take here.
Actually, I think here it's also very good. Bishop E4. I don't want to exchange the rooks. But you cannot go Rook E8 because of the discover check.
Also looks winning, no? This bishop is so
I would
strong.
rather keep a bishop, white square bishop.
Yeah. How?
Because after Knight E4 there, I don't know, Rook G4 maybe.
Still some work, but should be winning, no? With this guy.
Should be. Rook G6.
Does look pretty bad.
Looks pretty bad, that's true. Rook F4, Knight E6.
Yeah.
But okay, this is a very logical question, and it's Nakamura is right, I think, to think about it, which is the better move, Knight F2 or Knight G3, because he has 40 minutes. Fabi has only 2. Tension is huge.
It's also nice to make Fabi sit there with 2.5 minutes, not give him like some blitzed out moves and then time control, chance to breathe. He's calculating.
Maybe there will be 3 decisive game.
Very much in play. 3 white victories.
Or There is a trick what Rajabov wants to do. Look at that.
Queen C6.
He went Queen C6.
95, huh?
Yeah. So let's say Queen E1 or Queen C1, he would meet with Knight D5.
That would be painful. But Alireza should see this, no? When the queen shows up on the diagonal of your
Well,
king,
of course, he's gonna go, I don't
you
know,
pay some attention.
Queen C2 or something that he defends the C3 and the A2 rook as well.
Sneaky. And G6 by Duda. Whoa. That's not asking to be checkmated?
Well, he didn't know what to do against Queen H5.
Hmm.
But isn't he resigning? Rook H1. And if Rook E6, King G1.
G6 looks completely horrible. So now you can't bring defenders and you have to deal with this weakness as well. What could he even do? Here. Checkmate, no?
Yeah, King G7.
King F8, Rook H7.
Yeah.
You can already start looking for beauty prices.
Oh, but this is not good. Or is it?
Why not? King G8 and
Queen G4.
check.
Oh, King F2.
King F2.
Oh,
Queen H5, but we'll win.
it's not over yet. At all.
Wasn't strictly necessary.
Well, even there, maybe it's winning because white takes on H5, Rook H5, and then Rook H6 defends the pawn on F6.
If we really want to win, this is probably not a bad move either.
Yeah, probably there is an easier way of doing so.
This looks quite good.
This is kind of an easier shot.
So what's his point? He must have something in mind after G6.
Maybe he wants to go F5, GF, Rook H7, King F7. It's a kind of desperation stories. But okay, at least
Game
he's
continues. Here.
Surviving.
Yeah. Ah, that's his point.
Okay, but after F5, you're going to go King G1.
Yeah.
And Rook H6 and Rook doubling on the H5.
Yeah.
Queen H6.
It's winning.
It's far from fun. It would be nice from Richard to bounce back. And we have it on the board, G6, Rook H1. Rook H1, he was not even thinking for a second.
No, he spent some time.
Ah, he did?
Yeah. And Duda must really be kicking himself for
yeah.
For this knight G5 move, like opening the H file for white. Rook G6, what's the worst that could happen? Here, knight F6, Rook H8. Well, now, rapport about, well, it's maybe too early to say, about to score his first win, but with excellent chances. It's only move 26, by the way. 15 minutes for Duda, 22 for Richard.
Well, actually, for Duda, it was a very crucial game, I think, that he lost and the way he lost against Nepo.
Looked like a different class. No, he was out prepared and then outplayed. That must have broken his
Yeah.
spirit a little.
It was not nice to be in his place, starting from the opening. So what do we have with Fabiano played? Knight F2 was played.
Knight F2 played.
Knight
Rook
F2
back
and
to
rook
F7. Okay. Doesn't have any tempting options, so he just has to keep making moves.
But hold on. What about Bishop E5? Sorry, F2 is hanging. No, I just wanted somehow to play Knight D3 and Bishop E4.
Now decision time for Hikaru again, if he wants to go for this endgame with Bishop E4, or if he feels he can do better. Not sure how.
Well, one thing is sure, Knight E4 is not a good decision because of Rook F1. Exchanges and then some counter chances on Rook B1, right?
That's the dream.
So this is a
Finally, the
dream
rook.
for Black. So White has an option to go taking with the bishop. Can White go?
Just played B4.
Wow.
Might also be good, fixing this guy.
What a nice move, because after this already, even Bishop E4, exchanging the rooks is possible. Because even if you would be losing the A2, it doesn't matter, Knight C5, Knight A6, and Bishop defends the C3 pawn. Nice move.
Hikaru's super sharp today. Okay, let's go desperate.
What do? You just give that away? And bishop takes? This much. Well, there are quite a few options. I mean,
Not sure that's a threat.
Bishop F3.
Stabilizing, yeah.
Okay, Bishop G6.
No, it should be lost, but at least if one pair of rooks disappeared, maybe there's some hope. He played H5.
Bishop E3. Though after H5, I think Bishop E4 is also much stronger. Especially the pawn on B4 already.
Yeah, H5 doesn't seem to help, does it?
F5 is on the board.
Here we go.
And King G1, what we were looking at.
Yeah. Rapport, not tempted by that pawn. This is desperate times for Duda. Fabi, let's stick with this until he makes the time control. Also, I've been looking for a way. Help me out here after Bishop E8.
Rook
We go Rook
F5.
F5. Can we trap this idiot somehow? Bishop E3.
Oops.
It's gone, no?
G3.
And it's gone.
Oops.
But that would mean that Bishop E8 picks up the pawn, which would be very bad news as well. Because this pawn is not getting any stronger.
That's No,
just
you know
works,
what
huh?
he does, maybe. What
does he
about
do?
bishop e8, e3?
Yeah, I was just wondering. But no, we can just take.
Take.
Ah, okay. Ah, I see.
And bishop e3.
Oh.
No, you can take and bishop e3. Ah, no, bishop e3.
Rook e7. Yeah. This
No,
is too
still bishop
messy.
h5. No, but still bishop h5.
Covering.
It's
Rook e4, king f2, and
yes.
it's over, yeah? Ah, but that's the last bullet. Although, just takes as well, no? Yeah, can just take. And if rook e7, take this.
Actually, yeah, you can take immediately.
Yeah, we don't even have to worry about the pawn.
No, we took these three, or I think also wins.
Yeah, probably also wins, but why not? Why not just take?
Yeah, but actually Nakamura is right. He has all the time to think about it.
They're both very professional. No, there is no impulsive decisions, like no blitzed out moves. Just taking the time, enjoying it, because of course he knows he has Fabio on the ropes here. Nakamura is impressive, no? One has to say. He doesn't play classical chess for 2 years, then goes on to win the Grand Prix. And now, if he wins this one, he's right back in the race in the candidates. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. All that while doing 1,000 other things at the same time, no? Like growing his business empire, streaming. It's just a very unique chess talent.
I would wonder what was his regime, how he was preparing for the candidates. How many hours daily, let's say, and also what was his system and who he worked with.
Yeah, I don't know the names. I know he's been affiliated with Chris Littlejohn, who's a chess analysis engine specialist as well. I'm assuming there are also some grandmasters and training camps in the mix. But the way he plays, because preparation is always very computerish, straight to one point. It also could be that he doesn't have to do it all himself, but that he gets a file and then he repeats it very carefully before the game, and boom, he's ready to go there. Then again, you can't expect the open Spanish if you play FIDE. Like you have to repeat 10 files. I'm not sure. I'm also curious. Probably he's transparent about it, no? Like, but I do not know.
Shall we take a look, just to glance what's going on with Alireza?
Yeah, Nakamura taking his time. I was waiting to see if this bishop e8 happens. And here, Alireza did sidestep the trap, played rook a3.
I think we got an information that there was a missed opportunity by Rajabov.
Let's see where
At some
and
point,
why.
some knight f4 or something, when the knight was on h5.
Here, after rook e3. Get knight f4, gf, ef, brought to you
Move 26.
by your chess engine. And if rook h3, h5. Very random tactic, but yeah.
Oops.
That was there.
Yeah, too many knights at some place, and it can.
Tricky because so uncommon. Like you think about knight h4, gf, and takes, or knight h4, but ef maybe is a bit strange to spot.
But okay, on the other hand, it's not strange because there is always some kind of tricky stuff may happen here.
So if you have both knights here and the rook on e3,
Knight f4 checks always had to be
on the list of moves for sure.
thinking about.
Or he also had this actually. Takes, knight f4 check, king somewhere, and h5. So missed chance there. Bad sign for Alireza, he would miss these things. No, you would feel like top shape Alireza. Okay, easy to criticize. Now it's back to the grind. White is just better and it won't go away. No more trickery.
No.
It was AB, AB. And the question is just when does White try to mix it, but have the computer running. I also like this computer move, rook e2.
Rook a2. Actually, it's not even only computer move. It's logical you want to control the a5.
Very much so. No, this will be suffering.
Look what Duda played, b4.
Uh-oh.
You know what his plan is. If queen h3, rook g7. What is it? Is it dead?
I'll just see how engine kills it. +7. EF5.
And knight e4.
GF is opening the floodgates. This doesn't work. And if bishop f5.
F5, knight e4.
Knight e4, and it's over. Takes d takes e.
Ah, yeah, because there is no way out for the black king. That's why.
Merciless. Ouch.
No, king rook f8 was maybe the only move.
Okay, this is the computer line. It says +12 or whatever. It says it's gone.
But why was it that bad? Because on rook g7, rook f2, and the queen is gonna be taken, or why?
Which position?
Take.
After bishop takes?
Knight e4. Oh, he took with the g pawn.
I was without AB, but shouldn't change much. But now queen h5.
Yeah.
With threatening mate.
Yeah, because
So
after
rook
rook
g7.
g7, knight e4, no?
Ah, now I got it. And if
You have
takes.
to open the queen h8. Queen h8, rook f2 was already without g6.
That'll do.
Yeah, Richie comes back. I was rooting for him for so long, and finally.
You
You
did
see?
notice.
I didn't give up today that no, he's not. I said, no, maybe it will be a draw, but let's go for it.
Yeah, that'd be great relief for him.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday's loss and the way he lost, of course, it's an important victory.
Yeah, and the self-loathing. Now Duda can do some self-loathing because yeah, it was so unnecessary. No, it's such a good position. Just going back to this key moment. Here takes g6. King takes.
Yeah, it's interesting that he
takes.
panicked. After rook g1, it was a panic move, knight g5.
Yeah. Like it's just much better. Like h5, rook h8. Computer says, yeah, it's not white who's attacking here.
Look what Nakamura did. He
Let's
just
have a
goes
look.
a4, and I think he misplayed it. Don't you think so? He played a4 takes, and then h4. He didn't
Bishop e8 was winning. He missed that.
on the spot. Yeah,
Or
understandable.
whatever. A4 takes h4, and the pawn stays alive.
Of course, he's much better, but okay, he just missed something.
Yeah, no, still winning apparently. He missed this shot.
Yeah, because it's hard to make a move with black. White can have many ideas. Bishop b8, bishop d1.
Bishop e3. Yeah, it looks like he's not.
He's
Well,
not.
if the engine running, then it's easy to say, but he's not being the most
He's not
decisive.
controlling the situation.
Still much better.
Yeah, and you know he wants to have finally his rook in active place. right? He wants to move his bishop and then rook a1 finally.
Could have done it directly. No, okay. Just doesn't want to have to worry about e3 or anything. Okay, it's move 41. They made time control. And
big suffering for Fabi.
Yeah, but some hope still to hang in there. No, like one pair of pawns got exchanged.
Well, he'll has to fight.
Will be.
Look what happened with the Rapport played immediately knight e4. Is that also good?
Rapport's feeling good.
Should be.
Yeah, it's also pretty good.
Well, it's incredible with Rapport that he's the most entertaining player, I think, by clearly.
I don't know. I'm quite entertained by Nepomniachtchi, Caruana, and Fabi as well. But I know what you mean. He has a very unique style.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most unexpected things are happening in his games. Of course, Nepo also had many interesting games. Fabi.
Today, he's pushing it. Like, I don't know how many tries anyone would need to guess the move b3 here. That's no, seriously, if you give this position to a grandmaster, what's the first 5 moves? I'm guessing h3, bishop e3, knight d5, maybe knight a4, maybe a4, a3,
knight e2,
knight e2, king h1, knight g1. All of these I would guess before
knight
b3 for sure. Yeah, knight h4.
Yeah, it's not in the top 8 for sure.
Yeah, and what's the point of fianchetto the bishop where it can never do anything? Like it's. Okay, that's maybe not the best example because, of course, he's an incredible positional chess player. Yeah, but yeah, when it comes to surprises. Now, today also shows that, yeah, Duda, he's a bit broken as well. Yeah, it's a rough tournament if things aren't going well. There we see Jan-Krzysztof.
Well, okay, Duda and Firuza is suffering the most, right? Rajabov also suffers here.
Yeah, ding, no, score-wise, everyone not called Caruana, Nepomniachtchi, or Nakamura suffering. Duda knows it's over. Not thrilled.
Yeah.
Looked like he was playing good chess the first couple of rounds here. Then it got out of control for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But yeah, I think you're right. This Nepomniachtchi game, because it felt like, yeah, different class, there must have been a blow. And then, of course, there's also tiredness with all the preparation. And it's higher stakes than your regular super tournament or even a World Cup where he gets maybe some opponents he can dominate. No, it's
absolutely.
Because Duda's shown he can play with the best. No, he beat Magnus in the World Cup semifinals. But here, yeah, it's getting to him. And we all know the pain of sitting there, knowing you're lost and you're looking for a way to continue the game while going through the 5 stages of brief simultaneously. Tapta. Pro-Duda. Looks like he's getting ready to resign. Did he resign? Or did he make a move? I think he resigned. Yeah. He was waiting for Richie to come back to the board so he could resign.
Wow.
Richie wouldn't show up, so he just lost patience and resigned without. And Rapport wins his first game.
Yeah, congratulations for his victory.
And only the fourth player out of the 8 in this tournament to win a game at all.
Yes.
Back to 50%. Maybe this will fuel the Rapport comeback. Can you imagine if your predictions become true? He wins every game from now on, wins the tournament. Who would have thought after 7 rounds? So we have 2 games left. Long suffering ahead for both Caruana, who should be lost, but maybe Nakamura, well, at least according to the engine, did give him some chances to prolong it at least. Now, in the time trouble phase, missed some chances. This bit random tactic would have just ended the game directly, picking up the pawn. and then after a4 takes h4. Computer saying, I don't know why, that bishop e3 wasn't needed. You could just go after more pawns with bishop c6 or a1. But still, white is controlling the situation and should convert this. In the other game, Alireza versus Rajabov, Alireza decided to change the structure, go pawn to
Finally
d4.
go d4.
Yeah, this is what I said early on, that yeah, if things don't go well with the kingside initiative, often 100 moves later you get this d4. It's unpleasant. I'm not even sure it was best, because I like this computer move, rook e2, to go here. White is still better. Switch off the engine again. It's so addictive.
You know, I'm checking the live rating and it says Nepo already winning more than 20 rating points here. So he's climbing up again. He's number 4 in the world.
Yeah, makes sense. His rating is like average or a little below average in the tournament. He has +4. That's a lot of rating.
And we have Fabiano having reached the second behind Magnus again.
And Ding is third.
Well, actually, it's like 0.1 difference, because Fabiano 2796.7 and Ding is 2796.6 only.
So once again, no 2800 players other than Magnus. Yeah.
No.
It's funny how all the current top guys at some point they reach 2800, but no one stays there consistently for a while now. No, Fabiano was there for a while. Aronian was there for a while, but no one's keeping it.
And let's say at this level, 60 or 70 rating point difference between Magnus and the rest is huge.
Insane how he keeps it up. Yeah.
And now his goal, how serious is his goal to reach 2900?
I think it's serious, but it's gonna be tough. No, like he needs such gigantic scores to keep 2860 if everybody else is
especially if the others are under 2800, then it's
exactly
difficult story.
No, I think he says, and it's probably right, that if he took every chance he gets in tournaments, then there's a chance. Like Norway Chess now, if he wins this game against Wang Hao and so on, sometimes there is room, but of course it goes for everybody, that if you converted every good position you have and hold every bad one, it's good news. So,
that's a good balance.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's hard to count like that. Like he had the chances to do this and he would be there. He is human, although he's amazing and dominating. But this 2900, I struggle seeing, unless maybe, you had a bunch of other guys getting to 2820, 2830, and the level difference stays the same, then of course there's a chance. But, he did reach.
Magnus was never interested really to play against engines, right? He never had
a match. Yeah, but I guess he does well, and if he, I'm not sure if he had a match. But it's nowadays it's not a sporting thing anymore. It would just be a show event.
But what do you think? Would he have any chance? Real chance?
Against normal engine? No. Like, I'm sure he can, if he prepares for it, make a draw here and there with white. But what's the point? Like,
you know, it's interesting when in '92, the IBM team was already developing the Deep Blue program. They invited me to their headquarters in New York, and they wanted to play with me a 2-game rapid match for testing. And before the 2-game rapid match, they gave me a lecture in a dark room for about half an hour or more, describing all the details about that. In 1 second, I think it fractions like 200 million position and all kind of these great data they were sharing with me. And after they made the presentation, they said, yeah, they think that the machine will be able to get a level of grandmaster, maybe, but not more than that. And I didn't understand why. I said, well, I mean, I understand many things what is a problem, of course, that how to set the measuring, the evaluating positions. Of course, they always had help from grandmasters to improve the settings, right, for the engine. And then after that, I played with the engine, killed me 1.5, but it was not that good yet. Like I lost because I was making stupid mistakes, and then the next game it outplayed me completely, and then I saved the game because of the old bug that he didn't realize the perpetual check. He thought that it's winning, and he thought that it goes out of checks, but actually it doesn't. So I was kind of the guinea pig.
You're a pioneer, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It
times
was not fun, I must say.
have changed. But yeah, even if it's like the play level is similar, I guess you could simulate it with engine settings. It's not fun to play, no, because you can't play normally. You always think about what do I have to do to exploit the weaknesses. I don't know, but I don't think Magnus would be.
Well, actually, Gary
so-
was brave to do all these matches. And of course, in those times, what was it, 96?
96, yeah. Or he had 2, no? Like he lost in
Yeah.
96, maybe I didn't know before.
Yeah. That he was brave and pioneer in these things. But yeah, ever since, it's not a debate, right? It's like...
No, Kramnik had a match in when was it?
Yeah,
Early
but
2000s.
he regretted it,
yeah,
I
so-
think, also. Simply, you cannot enjoy this kind of matches, right? And what do you think about the advanced chess, which was Kasparov's idea to play a game with the help of computers? So but for our audience to say, what is advanced chess? Kasparov thought that let's make the maximum strength. So merge the human intuition and knowledge with the program. So the players were playing opposite to each other, and they had the program to use it, but actually they could use it only... No, they could use it.
No, they could always use it, yeah.
They could use it, and they could also use the database for openings.
Yeah, I think that was fun, but once again, like more fun 20 years ago when there was still more room for grandmasters to overrule the engine and to decide on opening directions and so on. Well, nowadays, I think they have some of these advanced chess tournaments, but usually the players with the strongest hardware just playing the first move of Stockfish 15 are doing extremely well there. And of course, correspondence chess in a way is a bit similar, no, where you have a couple days to make your move and you can check them with computers, which, yeah, is a very useful resource for checking openings because, they must have checked it deeply. But sporting wise, I don't know, like I never saw the fascination so much nowadays where, yeah, usually there won't be many spots to overrule the computer. And if the human keeps doing it, it probably won't help their chances. I think that ship has sailed, but it was fun. They had some stuff in the old days, like Vichy being very fast with drawing arrows and looking at the machine, and Karpov was trying to figure out how to switch on the engine. Like there were different generations.
I also played actually that event, Leon, with Vichy actually. And it was very funny because it was a very interesting game, as most of our games with Vichy. And it was a Sicilian. I was okay. Then he outplayed me. He tricked me. Then I escaped to a rook endgame where I
had a computer. How could he trick you?
Sorry? No, well, somehow I was not using it properly, my engine. I was using my head and sometimes the machine. So it was just, I was drowning. And then I escaped to a rook endgame with 2 pawns down. And Vichy was looking with the computer. And then I saved the game like that. That was a funny end game. That's how I could save my my lost game. I escaped to some few pawns down rook end game.
Yeah. No, Vichy, he's always been. Kasparov, of course, as well with chess and the engines very early on. And Vichy's always also been an early adapter of engines, and he's so good, like using computers.
Well, he was faster than the engine for a long time, I must tell you. I mean, I remember how fast, incredible. I mean, he was really such a pure talent when I met him for the first time. in '88 at the Olympiad. And then we were introduced to each other, and then he made a visit to Hungary to us. And then we were very fortunate to have him for a few days, and we were playing a lot of Blitz, me and my sisters, and also looking, solving, whatever. But he was like, you know, from another planet. And I was not slow as a teenager myself, but he was like always some chess magazine in his hand, always talking about some line. And of course, he was fast talking, fast realizing, fast solver. And after that, we've seen him playing in Weikanze, for example. He was like 19, and he did not spend more time for a whole game, like 20 minutes. I mean, that was amazing. I mean, can you imagine someone is spending 20 minutes for a full game? And he was doing fine. Sometimes he made stupid blunders. And then somehow he slowed down.
He's slowed down over the chessboard, but the speed in which he sees lines and gives variations, even now, I find
that's
absolutely mind-blowing. Like such a talent.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah. What's going on in Nakamura's game, by the way? What is this H3 move, you think?
I have no idea. How did we
panic move?
Get here?
It's a good
yeah,
he went rook e1. This is rook a1 is
h3.
Well, black is desperately wants to exchange the rooks.
Knight takes, he wants to give a check.
Yeah, I don't want to exchange the rook from white side. I don't know.
Is there a choice?
Rook e1?
Yeah.
You mean there is no choice because if I take with the pawn then rook f3 and I'm in trouble?
I don't know. Hard to believe. White could be in trouble. But
I don't think Nakamura is happy with seeing h3 on the board.
No, it felt like the trend was slightly in Fabi's favor, no?
Rook g3, rook e3.
Oh. That would be really bad news.
So I think you are right. The gh3 is not an option for him.
Fabi's mixing it. So how bad is this? Takes. Rook e1. I don't know where to go. I'd like d2, but rook e2 is annoying. No longer so straightforward, no? And yeah, there we see Hikaru.
You know, without rooks, that's another story. You will need a very good technique to win this.
It's also the old rule, which I think is normally true, no? That if your opponent has two rooks and you have one rook, that you really don't want to exchange that one rook because then the enemy rook gets so much more space. So you want to keep your rook and the two opponent rook on the board. And Hikaru's annoyed.
Shaking his head or?
Yeah.
It's interesting that he's one of the players who expresses his feeling the most. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I think it can sometimes be deceptive, like his head shaking, he's still winning. He just, he's annoyed. He missed something in some line, but yeah, clearly no.
He resembles Kasparov the most?
With
his face expression, yes.
I don't know. You probably know better than me with the top guys who has the most mannerisms. Sorry.
Well, Gary, bless you. Gary was like this, that he didn't like something and then he was shaking his head and really giving a show.
No, usually, especially in these online tournaments, but anywhere, Nepomniachtchi versus Nakamura is always the Champions League, no? Like where you will see a lot of faces. Anish also low-key, I think, makes quite some faces. And yeah, I mean, he's a little more low-key, but often you see him, his opponent makes the most normal move in the world, and he comes back at the board, and he gives this look like, whoa, he recaptured my queen as if the opponent was a total Petzer.
Well,
so
to tell
Anish
you
has some of that.
to tell you the truth, after seeing Anish's video, which sometimes in the breaks is shown, when he was playing with some amateur player, chef, I think, on the street, and he was making this trick that he blundered something and shaking his head, and it was set up a trick. After this, I will not believe him when he's ever shaking his head.
He's tricky like that. Other than that, who else do we have? Alireza, Rajabov. Well, Alireza can show emotions if things go wrong, but normally they're both very composed. Rapport, I guess you can see if he's happy or not, but you can't really.
Not much. I think Nepo, for example, he loves to give.
No, that's what I mean. Nepomniachtchi and Nakamura, they're the world champions.
They are the world champions in reacting face reaction, right?
Yeah.
Anish,
no, but
follow up, right?
Yeah, Anish is in there. Other than that, in this tournament,
What
we
about
don't
Aronyan?
have much. I don't know that well. He's tricky, but I think he's a bit more controlled more often than not. No, he might use it, but I'm not sure if you can always tell from his face what he's up to. I think he's.
What about Ding Liren?
I think he's more expressive than people give him credit for. You can normally tell from the way he looks.
Yeah,
what
I
he's up
felt
to.
it
Yeah.
during quite a few games here that he was frustrated.
Yeah, exactly.
And what about Magnus? He also gives some expressions.
Yeah, you can also see what's going on normally. You know, like I don't think he's trying to keep a poker face.
You know who is poker face? Vishy.
Vishy, yeah, very much so.
Vishy is a full poker face, all generation.
Yeah.
Because with the old generation guys, usually it was one of the sign of being professional to have your poker face. And then somehow the new generation, they don't feel at all that they should be hiding their emotions. And even sometimes I have the feeling that they are happy to give a show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes it might also be for entertainment value. But I think, I'm not sure it's a generational thing.
With Hikaru, no, with his stream shows. I mean, obviously the best thing is, I mean, that's what you have, right? It's only your faces on the show. So you might as well transmit that. What are your feelings?
Yeah. No, I think it's also a character thing, no? Like some people are just more expressive. And I don't know, with the older guys, like, yeah, of course, Kasparov quite expressive. Ivanchuk also fairly expressive, I would say. Shirov also, I'm not sure it's everybody. Vishy at poker face. Kramnik, what do you think?
Kramnik is more of a poker face.
Yeah.
More of a poker face.
Leiko.
Dominguez, for example, pretty poker face.
Yeah, complete poker face.
Dominguez is like, you don't know until the game is over.
Ice cold, yeah, you have no idea.
Yeah. But it's very strange. He's a Cuban. Latin people, they express. What happened with...
Nothing, I'm just drawing arrows here.
What is Firuza? Is it move 40 or what's going on?
They made move 40 now. Yeah, they made the time control. And Alireza thinking is still better, but the structure changed a bit. So black is even more compact here in the middle.
Immediately left from the board. I saw he made his 40th move and then left.
Yeah. Alireza's having a zip. I don't know. Like, apparently it's still better. I have the computer running, but it's not that he's better in the typical way anymore. No, now it's more about trying to find inroads here. Not sure this
Look what is
was
the
in his favor.
Rook A2 Naka played. What is this move?
Best move as usual. Only way to keep a winning position. Wow. Only move actually. Stopping H2. And if HG, once again, computer lines, the move is bishop to D1, which is weird.
It's not so easy to win this if you're not using the engine. I must say.
Exactly. Bishop d1. Like, what? How do you spot this? When not king takes? Then rook f3. So that's the point.
And suddenly you reverse.
Yeah. So you have to find this, which he probably found since he played.
Well, if you see rook f3, then bishop d1 comes to your head.
Yeah.
But still, I don't understand what's the point to play rook a2.
We had to stop h2 check. No,
h2 is a threat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gh rook f3 and now h3
Yeah.
rook f1. So there was just no other way.
So he wants to avoid desperately the exchange of rooks, which
Yeah.
I think is a correct attitude.
Rightly so. So Hikaru, yeah, he looked unhappy,
do you
but he
think-
pulled himself together.
What
found
do
the
you
best
think
move.
about a crazy idea? No, that's too crazy and it's not good.
I have the engine running. That's a very powerful helper against crazy ideas. I'll switch it off and then let me know.
hg2 after
Uh-huh.
a2, bishop d1.
Yeah.
Incredible how powerful White controls the squares with his bishop.
All the pieces
Bishops.
covering everything. Yeah.
Both of them. But still, it's not easy to win. I go rook f6 from 7.
I need this bishop there.
Okay. So should I panic? I will not panic. Rook d5.
Don't panic.
Okay, black has 2 pawns for the other things. Rook g6.
Yeah, we'll continue for a while. No. King g3.
If king g3, then I go rook f5.
Oh, you're already getting interested. I don't like that.
Well, you
Let's
go
run.
for yeah, I understand that.
I switched the engine off, so now I'm much more scared.
Yes, but Hikaru doesn't have.
But
his
I have all these pieces. No, but Hikaru has his head. That's almost as good.
no
His
knight.
head and Chris Littlejohn.
And he played bishop d1.
Yeah, having found rook a2, I think that was a tough one. This one had to be done. Keeping control.
It is so interesting. Hikaru is one of a huge, the biggest surprise of me out of the candidates, and in general, that how can he keep his level being a professional streamer?
Yeah, it's very impressive. He has this very unique.
Keeping great
Unique gift,
preparation. And also, I mean, doesn't matter what kind of preparation you have to find moves like this, right? Okay, he makes mistakes also. He missed bishop e8, he went a4, but okay, that's part of the game. And the other professionals, the Nepo or Fabi, who are not streamers on that level, for sure. Fabi is not a streamer at all, if I know it correctly.
I'd watch no Fabi. When's it coming?
Sorry?
I'm saying I would watch Fabi's stream, waiting for it. But no, your point, yeah, I agree. Like, of course, Nakamura, probably he found a way that his streaming might help his chess, like all the blitz games he's playing and the explanations and so on, which normally for me, and I think for most people, it's two completely different disciplines, which
No, but I mean,
distracts you. But for him, it seems to work very well.
okay, but if you play against grandmasters, I can understand that it can also go benefiting you. But mainly he's playing with his audience, who obviously gives him a great emotional support. And it's a great feeling that you have like 1.5 million people following you. And obviously he gets incredible positive feedbacks and I mean, everything around it. But still, I mean, he's playing against amateur players 99% of the time. Or he's giving to there are some tournaments going on that he's helping out some amateur gamers and stuff like that.
Wow, I had no idea you were an expert on GM Hikaru. Judith, how much time do you spend watching Twitch? You can tell us.
Well, I'm not a big Twitch watcher, but time to time, I just like to look around what's going on and how this whole industry, we can say, developed in the last 2 years, right? I mean, during the pandemics, during the lockdown, I had much more time. I loved it from this perspective, that I simply had much more time to observe what's going on out there. And of course, I had to realize that the streamers are really the big influencers of the game nowadays.
Yeah.
Which makes the whole sport completely different. And you understand that the promotion, the spreading the game itself, it goes to a much wider audience, thanks to Hikaru Primary, but also many others who has only 20,000 or 200K or whatever numbers they have. They still do an amazing job for the promotion of the game. It's not that I want to be part of it. Maybe one day I will, I don't know. But I'm just following it and I see how it develops. And it's interesting to see how it evolves, the sport itself.
No, and also for many people, if you're mainly following chess or if you're mainly following all the things on like Twitch and YouTube, it's much more likely they are familiar with Agat Mator, with Gotham Chess, with Eric Rosen, all the big names out there, than with what we consider the chess superstars. They probably have not heard, or many haven't heard of Duda or Rapport, or the guys that aren't that active there. But these are giant names with giant numbers, so it's a very different world, and I don't think it can be ignored from like the quote unquote elitist chess with the super tournaments, because these people reach so many other people to spread the message about the game, and it's very fascinating too.
But this also makes the game to a completely new level and from a completely new dimension, because the old classical people who were following the chess events on the chess sites, on the chess websites, whether it's the playing sites or some of the sites where you can download the games. But now really people who are not having Chessbase on their machine, or they don't have any other engines on their machine, they just can, out of 25 kind of channel streamers, go there and they're going to
you don't even need to go to a chess site. You can just watch the stream.
Yes.
And often I get the complaint when I do like an analysis video, you show some lines that people are saying, don't show all these lines, I just want to follow the game. And then you think, well, you could watch the game on any chess site, or I'm assuming people have seen it already and they want some analysis. But it's very mixed audiences. You can sometimes see in the chat as well, like the chat on Chess24 will be different than the chat on YouTube or Twitch and so on.
Yeah,
it's a brave new world.
This is also for me very interesting, that the more streamers we have and the more sites, even more can come. So it just simply grows. It's not that now also there are different websites who are making commentary and streaming channels and so on. But it doesn't mean that we simply have different audience, right? And it becomes very interesting that those audience who are addicted to Nakamura's stream or to Chess24 or something else, they are really following it, and they have a connection between us and them. So they can also ask questions, they can have remarks, they can give a feedback, and they are also having a word, right? How to direct and how streamers are actually developing their materials and hours, depending what is the demand of their community.
For sure. And it feels different than even doing live commentary, like, because you can do whatever you want and you talk to your people and, okay, guys, let's take a break. Let's play some Fortnite, whatever. It's a very, very different vibe there.
Well, that is a little bit strange to me, I must say, that they start going into the old kind of these games when they go off topic from chess. That is something too much for me. I'm kind of.
That's just for fun. You can't do 12 hours of chess per day. Like sometimes I played a lot of 20 minutes till dawn last night. Like at some point, you do your commentary, you do your analysis, and then you want to do something else. Like you can do it on your stream with people. I quite like it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't grow up to that yet.
Me neither. It's hard to become a good gamer at my age, but it's still fun.
Well, it's a matter of motivation. So we have bishop g4 on the board.
Still looks overwhelming, but it will take a while. No, like he has to find a way to round up these pawns.
But look at Nakamura's body language. He knows it that he's doing well. After rook a2, I think he's again there with all his belief and self-confidence that I'm gonna win this.
It looked like, because he was shaking his head and he looked genuinely upset for a while, that he missed his h3 and he thought he had blown it, but then he spotted this rook h2 and bishop d1, which was the only way to keep control.
That was a nice,
and he's back in business.
nice way to get back on track.
Very much so. So this will take a while. So will the Ali Reza game. Shall we go on a very brief break and then come back with our, which hour is it? We started our 5 with our 6 of the action. Sorry, our 6. Thanks for watching. Go to chess24.com.
And come back.
And well, you can say that. You can watch the show there. Just go premium in the meantime. And you can challenge Aryan Tari at 9 p.m. in Banter Blitz when this show is over. There's the deal for you. Bye.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan, that's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
E5. It's E5 Petzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5. It's E5 Petzers. Welcome back, everybody. Round number 8 of the FIDE candidates. 2 games are still going on. And the big one is the clash between the Americans. Hikaru Nakamura is putting so much pressure on Fabiano Caruana. If Nakamura were to win this game, then he would move to +1, only half a point in the standings behind Fabiano. Nakamura would have 4.5 out of 8. Caruana would have 5 out of 8. And Nepomniachtchi, the tournament leader, would be on 6 out of 8. Judit, Polgar, any developments?
Well, not much of development, only I think one move that the White King improved its position towards the G3. Yeah. Which means actually good improvement for White, I believe. It's very important that the rook is standing on A2. It's still serving very well, so bishop E2 is not possible. Because this is the problem of Black, that he can get counterplay only if there is going to be some exchange, or in some way, well, to attack the C3 pawn is practically impossible. While how to win, that's not so easy, but I think the plan can be knight H3, knight F4, or knight G5, bringing up the rook from A2 maybe to the H file. But after the knight jump to F4, the G6 rook will be pushed away, which means that the G4 white square bishop is also going to free up to attack, let's say, from E6 or something. So maybe even a mating net will be possible to be creating from Nakamura. And the way I see, he is extremely determined in this game. And he did quite a few incredible, beautiful moves. Can we go back just to show to our viewers that I liked very much the move when Nakamura played knight H1. I don't know, the 20-something move, because I think that was kind of one of the important and beautiful move what he did, defending the bishop on F2 and possibly looking forward to regroup the bishop, change the place of the knight and the bishop. And these things are, I think, the most important and most difficult thing to learn for amateur chess players, that sometimes they have a good position. I mean, even for strong players, to realize that, okay, I have a reasonable or good position. What do I have to do in order to improve the way that I'm going to have a better position than before? And I think this is obviously not a very clear move that comes to everybody's mind.
No, it was a very nice game by Nakamura here. He's also parrying the threat of pawn to E4, neutralizing the black rooks. And he's not let go. So H4 was also excellent, chasing the queen away. And all of a sudden, even though the material was balanced, White is in complete control. The black pieces don't really have anywhere to go. The knight would like to be here, but this bishop can't get away. Then there were some misses in the time trouble, but mainly ways to finish the game more quickly. It's not like Nakamura ever gave up on his advantage. Here he had this cute rook E8, bishop E8, and rook F5, trapping this rook. And the one anxious moment was after takes, pawn to H3, where all of a sudden it looked like FIDE was back in the game, G8, rook F3, or knight A3, rook F1. But rook A2, which he found HG, bishop D1. Established complete control.
And to find such a move like rook A2, you have to be this presence at the game, the self-confidence. Obviously, after H3, Nakamura must have said, oh my God, I had such a great position. Why did I blunder H3? No, this is the reaction you have during the game. So you have to calm yourself down that, okay, this happened, fine. Let's focus on the game. Let's calculate what are my options. And then somehow he got over. And this is why it's important to have time in such a position, right? Because, for example, Fabi did not have much time in this position anymore, while Nakamura was somehow made a pretty good time management. And he had the time and the mindset to be able to find the winning move, because otherwise it would be slipping away.
Sure. Okay, two, stopping the threat of H2 and just in time to control the F3 square, which was really the only source of black counterplay here, the only place where the rooks could get in. And now it does look like everything's covered. If I would just play bishop f1, fighting against knight to h3. And he still has to find a way to wrap it up, but the way should be there. Bishop to d4 is possible, blocking this rook out. King to f4. Rook a1 would probably be wrong because of bishop e2. That's the one you don't want to allow, exchanging this bishop. Let's have a look at the other game, Alireza versus Radjabov, where they also made the time control. And is Alireza suppressing here?
So what do you call this kind of position? It's over move 40, move 43. Is it a middle game or end game? Sometimes people ask me, what can we say after move 40?
I struggle with definitions, but there's too much stuff on the board for being an end game, right? So I guess you still call it a middle game.
It can easily be in another 20 moves, similar setup in the material.
Still a middle game. Is there a rule? Middle game can only be 20 moves? Nah.
No, but the end game usually starts after 60.
Okay.
Or earlier. No?
I don't know. I always thought end game is once the queens are off. Before that, it's
unless it's a queen end game or something like that, right?
Yeah. Unless the queens are off or all the other pieces.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what you call it, but is Alireza better?
He spent quite some time actually after move 40.
Yeah.
It seems that he was not sure of his position, how to progress in this position. Was the e5 a good decision?
I don't know. It's very hard for me. I was already unsure about this knight takes f6 because it strengthens the black center to some extent. It's very hard for me to evaluate. I would guess you pick white, but how to make progress, I do not know.
Well, it's a pretty strong center for black.
Yeah,
And
f4 is not happening.
And a white knight can be...
Could go here, I guess.
Well, what am I doing there, right?
Just blocking the a file.
I would need to go to f6, but I'm quite
I understand.
far from there.
It's a long way. No, it won't be easy for Alireza. Currently, I would think Radjabov is a favorite to hold this. I don't think black can do anything. Black doesn't have any good pawn breaks either, like c5 or d5 are just weakening his position. But
Well,
looks
to
like
play
it's tough to
d5, I think that's playing with fire.
Exactly.
So for black, I believe he should be waiting. Rook g6, rook g6, h5? No. Rook g6 or queen g6? Why not queen g6?
Looks like black has enough to cover all his weaknesses.
Well, my plan with black would be going queen g4 and knight g6, possibly trying to jump to f4 or h4.
You're going for checkmate already.
Well, you moved your queen to b3. I'm not sure it will add too much to your position.
Yeah, queen g4, there's still rook f6, but
Well,
yeah, how
that's-
does Alireza make progress?
Queen b3 is happening in the game.
Missed the position. Let's give him time. See. Hikaru still has a lot of time, still has an hour. Caruana once again down to 23 minutes, already spent 37 minutes after the time control. It's also often what happens. No, when you have a bad position, you spend a lot of time there looking for counter chances, looking for a way to cover everything. So you get under pressure on the clock.
Well, I see that bishop f1 does make sense because, of course, black tries to look for some counter chances against knight h3. And not only that you can capture the knight, but more importantly, the rook on d5 goes to d3 and pins the e3 bishop, takes the c3 pawn. So basically, black can only look for prophylactic things. But isn't rook d4 possible here and d3?
He played bishop d4.
Yeah.
Best guess is he did.
Right, go e3. Knight
take this
e4,
into
e2,
account. Let me
rook
think.
a1.
Mhm.
No, you're right. Maybe bishop d3 first. Go bishop d3, please.
Mhm.
Oops. Oops.
Hanging around.
King g8, knight c3 only. No, but it's bishop f5, rook h4. Whew.
Barely
You
made it.
managed. You managed to save your bishop. Yeah. Good one.
There's nothing easier. Maybe it's good enough. Maybe here.
And after takes.
Pin.
Bishop e2.
Oh, missed. Okay, I'll find a way to lose this. Mhm. So what else is there? Okay, maybe this line just works.
Okay, so what about after bishop d4 to go rook f5? Or knight e4, knight e4, right?
Hikaru took his time, calculated. Next, he can also go king f4 now, because he stopped rook f6 check. Desperate spot for Fabiano Caruana.
Well, yeah, it's a problem if you cannot capture on d4. Well, that seemed to be forced. Takes, e3, knight e4, e2, rook a1, right?
This is the end.
Rook b6.
Still hanging in there.
King f2.
Yeah.
Rook b4, bishop e2, and this must be win.
One pawn left should be enough.
Yeah, after bishop d4, it's not easy to try to save the game from black's side. What happens if black goes rook g5, dg5?
King f4. White has too many pieces.
And bishop f5 as a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we see that the king starts getting active also, as we know. In endgames, there are different roles already for the king.
How much is a king worth in an endgame? Like as an attacking unit? Is it
Well,
worth more than a bishop or a knight? Like,
I don't know, but I think it has a power as a queen in the middle game. No?
that sounds strong. Queen is worth 9 or 10 points.
Yeah, but
I
in an
thought-
endgame, usually king is making the difference.
No, I understand. But compared to like a rook or a knight or a bishop in an endgame, I would thought king was like 4 maybe. Rook is 5. Knight and bishop are 3. Of course, it has a special role because we can't use it too recklessly. We can't lose the king.
Well, probably I give more value for the king in endgame than most of the people, but somehow I feel that I mean, while in an opening and in a middle game, you have to be really taking care of it with other pieces and pawns and everything. When it comes to the end game, it is one of the strongest piece.
Yeah, no disagreement there. I've just always wondered.
Yes, it's hard
there's no
for me
scale.
to
We're all
say.
taught like
Yeah.
queen 9 till 10, rook 5, bishop 3, knight 3. You could argue how precise that scale is, but no one teaches you how much the king is worth. Because of course, mainly it's about not getting him mated. But I was always curious, as an attacking unit, what value we should assign. I'll go 4. It's pretty good. It can go to all the squares, but it's very short range. Only covers. I can't count.
You
9
mean
squares.
four in endgames, you mean?
Yeah, king is worth 4 pawns in it. Okay. That's my theory.
Mhm.
Of course, it's still priceless because we can't have them get mated. Just pure attacking power. Of course, bishops are longer range, but they don't cover all the squares near to them. They can't change colors. Rooks, I think, should be more powerful than kings.
Yeah, it's different. I will think about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a very important topic, but I
No,
always
it's the
wonder.
only thing that really, if you want to explain it to amateur players, then what is the best way to make it understand how powerful your king can be? Because I'm always saying that it can make the difference. So I value it a lot in endgames. At the same time, it can only go one at a time. That's true.
Exactly. No, it's the only piece where the value changes completely. No, it's just a unit that we should cover in the middle game, and you don't want to do anything funky with it. But in endgame, it so often makes a difference if your king can be active or if it's still standing somewhere where it used to be sheltered away but can't join the action.
Yeah.
So Fabi taking his time here, looking for one last trick, one last question to ask. Usually as a defender, you want to try to exchange pawns at least, but that's also impossible. Yeah, like you can't go a5, it just gets taken. This guy's not going anywhere.
Do you think Fabi has any practical chance to save the game?
I think it's hopeless at this point. It looks like White's position is also easy enough to play, especially against Hikaru, who never ever blunders like any simple tactics. I think it's hopeless. The only way would be if some surprise tactic like rook d4 and e3 works, but I just don't expect Hikaru to miss any of them. Fabi taking his time. Alireza's fighting for the A file. That was his point. Rook a2.
But what is really happening if, let's say, takes queen g4? No.
Rook f6,
rook
queen
f6
e2
now.
you want?
No. Rook f6 now is powerful. Queen d2.
Oh. My arrow is not as useful as this arrow. So we need another move. King g2.
King
I'm already
G5,
getting scared.
g6, you don't want that.
Don't want this horsey. Okay, that's not so easy, no?
Not at all.
What else is there?
Well, if I have a move to play knight g6, that's a problem for white. Unless you want to go king g2 and king f1, sneak out somehow that way.
Bit sad, but if I have
I
to.
think I'm going to go d5.
Making black's attack sound irresistible already.
I mean, for the king, it's not so easy, I think. White king is in bigger possible trouble than the black one.
Here, this looks like the move, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah. What does Alireza have in mind?
Well, the other question is exactly, let's go with the rook to g8, rook a7.
This doesn't help black as much. More of a headache.
You know what? Yeah.
But here, there should be a good move for white. What is it? How greedy can we get? Still don't see it. This is just a threat. Knight g6, knight h4.
Well, it is.
Maybe we have to go
Okay.
for the walk of shame.
Knight g6 or d5? Because I think after knight g6, you can go king f1.
Queen h4, queen e6. Probably not
Yes,
helping.
that I don't want to allow.
So let's try.
Maybe d5, queen c2. King f1.
Not doing black any favors positionally, but white is a bit clumsy currently.
Not easy. This position.
Requires a lot of
Ace
calculation.
and
I don't know if
e5,
this-
maybe.
e5. Would be great for Rajabov if 3 results were in play already, if he got some counterplay chances here, instead of just defending.
Bishop d3 was played by Fabiano.
Still
He's going to be
sad
fighting
situation.
for sure.
King f4.
Though he went down already to 11 minutes and we are at move 48. So there is 12 moves to be played, but it's a bigger problem that the position is kind of not very promising. Maybe what Fabi wants to do at some point to take on d4 and push c3. Well, now it's not good bishop f5, right? So maybe check first, then king e3. So that's another problem. c3, knight d3 already. So this is not possible. Yeah, good question. What king f4? After king f4, he wants to do. Probably he
E3
wants
doesn't
to
do
go
anything.
king g8. What else?
It is sad. Bishop f5, rook f5.
Rook
Does that
G-
work?
Rook
Rook g2, I have a check.
Oops, sorry. So rook h6.
At some point, I want to take something. Is this the moment?
No, I think
Not the
I can
moment.
take on f5 and rook h4.
Too early.
Well, these are the tricks what Fabi is looking
it's to
for.
hope for sure.
Well, you can take with the bishop.
I can also shuffle the knight around.
If you go there, I may go rook f5, e3, and no, king f4 you go. Yeah, okay, so this I cannot go. Doesn't work. And after rook goes to c6 or d6, you go knight e3, right?
Yeah, looks like my coordination improved further, unless this works, but I guess it doesn't. Yeah. Sooner or later,
Well, it's
we'll join the fun.
this is the direction we are going actually. King G8 happened after King F4.
Are focused.
And we have the position of Queen G4 with Ali Reza. We are just ahead a little bit of the players.
Surprisingly tricky. Let's see if Ali Reza comes up with this King G1 or King G2, King F1 maneuver. What else could he do? Looks clumsy. Rook E3 is not a move I want to play.
Well, not much chance for Fabiano to save the game. It can be more of Hikaru's mistake, which can give some savings to Fabiano.
I'm also wondering, can I just bring this, or is there any counter chance?
Yeah, this is also a good choice if you very much want to be on the safe side.
Looks beautiful, no? Knight on E3, everything's covered. No more E3 to worry about. Even cover C2 in case we need it.
What about Rook D6?
DD6?
No, GD6.
My best guess is you want to take here.
Yeah, that's what
Don't
I
worry.
want, but it's not that it will be good. It's just, yeah, I take on D4, King E5, Rook D8, and probably you will give some checkmate with Bishop E6, Rook F2, Knight D5. Yeah, check Knight D5 and then Rook H2. Knight C7, Rook F7 is also not a bad way of doing it. I mean, this is the kind of roller coaster what chess players have, right? I mean, yesterday Fabi won. He is +3. He knows that he's going to have the race with Jan. That's the way, the direction things are going. And then he knows exactly that when they ask him, so do you think about your match with Jan, that in game 9, you're going to be fighting for the first place and that's your chance? And then, of course, he says that, no, I always take the next game. That's the most important. He takes the next game, and then suddenly things are from up, it just goes down emotionally every way that you're just down. And suddenly, from nowhere, Nakamura comes and he's on his neck with half a point behind. And actually, Jan is just passing by, getting further and further, waving back, bye from distance, right? So how can you handle something like this from two different aspects in Fabi's point of view? That now even the second place is like on the edge. Jan is going to have, 1.5 points ahead of him, which means that even if tomorrow Fabi wins, sorry?
1 point.
1 point, sorry. So if in tomorrow he must win, basically that's the thing. If he wants to go for the first place, tomorrow is the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. Tournament doesn't fail to deliver. And for us, especially if we take into account the race for second place, then it's exciting, of course, to have Hikaru in the mix there as well. Only half a point behind Fabi. Yes, for the roller coaster. It's a great thing about chess, no, that you can experience all these emotions. And typically, the pain of losing will always be far greater than the joy of winning. Because if you win, you think it's normal. No, we're all big geniuses. You win a
Not
game,
all
it's
the
normal.
time, come on. Sometimes you're really proud of that.
Rarely. But normally you think, I'm such an idiot if you lose a game. How could I do this? You only have
yeah.
yourself to blame.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you win, okay, yeah.
when my husband was already an experienced visitor of the chess tournament because he was joining me most of the event, after a few years or not so much time, he said he never met with a chess player who, after losing a game, did not say that, oh, I was winning, I was better here and there. So they're always explaining immediately where things go wrong and prove it that actually they were not bad. And
I just forgot about this move. I am a big genius, but I forgot about that very move. Also, I've been sick the entire tournament. Like, it's there's always reasons, and it's also what people feel, right? You have to explain it to yourself what happened. So
yes,
genuine.
because chess is a very interesting game. I don't know how much you were reading about growth mindset.
Growth with 2 S's a lot, but growth with
like growing.
Nothing.
It's very good. I can recommend you because it's very nice, especially when you have small kids, how to develop a mindset. Basically, the idea is that you're giving, for example, there was an experiment. It's Carol Dweck who developed this whole thing. And then there was an experiment she did in 2 different groups of kids in school. Both groups, they got some kind of puzzle with wooden things. They had to be, it was not difficult. So every kid could make it. And in one of the groups, the teachers were phrasing the kids as a whole, like you're very clever, you're very talented, you're great. And the other group of kids, so that was the fixed mindset. And the other group of kids were phrased in a growth mindset attitude. So whenever they made a move or another move, they were phrased for that, wow, you made already 1 step, it's great. You did already 4 steps. And after that, they asked all kids whether they want to do more of that. And there was like more than 70% difference to who got the growth mindset feedback. They wanted, 70% of the kids wanted to do more and go further. But the reason I'm telling you this, because chess is an exceptionally great game for this, to be able to use and develop the growth mindset. Because what do we say? You played good until move 12, but you made a mistake at move 13, and after that you played another 8 moves great. So you can divide the mistake, and then you keep the motivation to do better next time and to try it next time.
Just sometimes in chess you have to do the praising for your moves yourself. Yeah, you don't always get the positive feedback.
Your opponent will not say,
you have to tell yourself. No.
But it can be very useful when you raise your kids, especially when they are small.
Yeah, for sure. No, I do believe in that. If you, because I guess a growth mindset also means that you see a reward and potential in putting in hours, practicing, improving yourself, and so on. That part I do believe in. I'm not sure if that's meant by it, because there's this big trend. I'm not sure if it's everywhere to not keep score, so that everybody is rewarded when doing sports and so on. And in chess, I don't think that works. No, you need to keep score. You need the responsibility for your losses and the joy of winning points. I'm not sure it works there, or is that not connected to it? Maybe I misunderstand.
Well, I think generally you always have, if we talk about kids' development, it's always you have to phrase the good things and highlight the bad things or the mistake, but it has to be much more positive feedback than negative feedback, that you don't cut their self-confidence.
Sure. So should I let my daughter win at games? She's a horrible loser. She's 5. She can crush me in some games, like memory, she can crush me. But some games I'm still better than her. Should I let her win or not? That's the question I'm wrestling with on a daily basis.
I mean, I was let to be winning against my mother or against my father, but later on they were always trying to give me opposition to make it more and more difficult. Right. And then they didn't have to, because I really beat them. But exactly. I think, of course, every kid loses with a huge difficulty because they hate to lose. It's not that adults like it. I must say, I think we never learn how to lose.
We just hide it better, how much we hate
We
it.
hide it better, we control ourselves, right? So that's pretty clear. I think generally, of course, you let your daughter win in some games, right? But later you also win sometimes, so she understands that it's against the balance, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
That if you let her win all the time and she doesn't understand what is losing, or sometimes the other one wins also. But of course, it's a big question, how to do this. Especially for me, it was also a big challenge when I was playing chess with my kids when they were small. And I said, well, I cannot lose against my kid. They go to the school or kindergarten and they say, I beat mommy.
Yeah.
It's not good for them. It's not good for them. So it's kind of tricky. I didn't play with them games. I let my husband play with them.
No, I guess, yeah. It's always a balance, I guess, as a parent. You sort of do it right, or hopefully do it right intuitively. That, of course, you want them to have more success than failures. But if they just win at everything without being challenged, it's also not a great lesson.
That's the thing, that they always have to be challenged as much as we can manage, because every parent is trying their best, but we all, I think we are failing, of course. We make many mistakes, but all in all, if we have the great balance of 80-20, we are still good.
Rook e3.
So knight is on g4 already with Hikaru.
Yeah, this looks over.
That's over. This is where we were, right? With rook d6, knight e3.
I think we had this position. Yeah, we looked at stuff. Yeah. But it's just hopeless. No white. The white pieces are just so overpowering now.
Well, they are dominating. Knight e3 and
domination. Yeah, and then the rook can enter wherever it wants.
What a teamwork! Look at white's pieces. Knight e3, rook b5, let's say, and rook g2, and every piece is just. Well, you just don't get such a position. Rook b7, of course, Fabi will still fight. Yeah, no question.
We could also cash in, but yeah,
okay, he went rook d6.
It's overwhelming. It's also what we had, no? And then trying to take on d4. But
yeah, that's how we got mated.
It's hopeless too. At least white only has one pawn left, but it's enough. No, Fabi's gonna lose. Nakamura back in the race on +1. And the good news is these candidates never end. It's still 6 rounds ahead. We just passed the halfway mark.
Well, as Fabi said it, that the second half is a whole different story than the first part of the candidates. And unfortunately for him, how right he is.
He did mention it's a marathon, not a sprint. But of course, it's always different, the things you tell yourself going into the event. It's like this old Mike Tyson quote, no, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And how you react, I don't have many questions with Fabi adjusting well to it. He has a track record that he's very, very stable. And even if losing a game, he can still come back to his best.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if we think about it, this game, I mean, Nakamura played extremely well. Yeah. I mean, he really played very well. He put out the opening. He made knight g3. Okay, it was maybe better for black if he plays accurately. After bishop d3, he goes e4. But he played c4, and after that, I mean, Nakamura really did a fantastic game, and it's a very complicated and complex middle game.
He's an amazing player, and if the opening goes well, especially with the white pieces,
but you know what is interesting, that they have played like more than 30 classical games between each other. Okay,
they've been around.
So they know each other so well, and they have their memory already. So Fabiano is not playing against the streamer Nakamura. He's
No,
playing
no.
against the player who he was playing for the last 20 years.
Yeah. No, I don't think anybody has illusions that Hikaru can't play chess anymore because of the streaming. They have this track record. He's lost 6 tournament games to Hikaru already, won 8. They know they're tough matchups for each other.
No, absolutely. But still, he became a different personality, I think. I mean, once you have your priority on streaming or anything else than your profession, being a professional chess player, it means that your mindset changed a little bit, right? So he's not the same Nakamura for me than he was 8 years ago, let's say, or even 5 years ago. He himself claims that he is an amateur kind of before he qualified, right? So there are different things, but I think it's very difficult to play against someone who you know and to understand the changes of their personality traits. It's like you're a friend with someone for 20 years and you always talk to the same person, while the other person is still developing, changing, maturing, has different experiences, right? And because this can be psychologically that, wow, Nakamura is really one of the top guys. Even now he's one of the top guys, but he's just not in practice so much, for example. He's not playing in tournaments that much.
Yeah, I hear your point. I think once they sit down at the chessboard in these particular circumstances, what kicks in is usually the memory of how the chess battles have gone so far, and you zoom out what else is happening in everybody else's life. For me, I'm not sure if it's the same for you. Sometimes even when I play against players that gave me trouble in whatever, Hamburg under 12 tournaments, I still have those memories, even though now they might be 2100 and I'm higher rated, I'm a favorite. But this history you have, and chess players have good memories for their games. It always travels with you, even over decades, I think.
Yeah, but then you're just proving my point that you simply play against your memory.
Yeah, exactly. You play
right?
the history, not the profession or whatever they're doing now. Rook d6. Hikaru thinking about it.
Yeah, because he's counting whether should he be playing knight e3 and everything is fine, or can he go for rook g2, for example, even better, threatening
options. Bishop c5 or some move maybe.
Bishop, yeah, bishop c5. Bishop e5 would be a blunder to g5.
93 is so compact, it's hard to resist that move, right? Once he's figured out he's winning here. Yeah. Does Fabi really want to go rook b5 and wait for the end? So here, I guess rook g2, rook b7. How do you wrap it up?
King e5, bishop e6.
Not a bad start.
Bishop c5 and rook h2.
The end.
This is not a position where you want to be part of it if you're not white.
No. With white, however, it's very enjoyable. Every line you calculate will be winning, all your pieces are at max
It's a very
capacity.
instructive way. What is teamwork in chess?
But you know what he wants? He wants to take now. Of course, also losing, but you can't be. You can't be playing rook b7. And now, pray. Back. It's hopeless.
Well, still bishop e6, knight d5, rook h2. Sorry, I just go for the mate.
Fair enough. I was going to grab the pawns one after another.
Not the mate yet.
We have g5.
6 or g5, but then still rook h7, and it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's not gonna be fun. Caro taking his time.
Yeah, to win the winning position, but this kind of winning position he's not going to ruin. I mean, it's too winning. It's too tactical, technical, and it's just simply, I don't know what the computer says. It's my +5, 6, or 8.
Probably plus infinity. No,
only
plus 5.
five.
Rook G2, A5.
5, 6. Yeah.
But even the computer line doesn't look very joyful.
Not very much.
Goes for this.
And why not bishop e6, knight d5? Ah, because we are tempo behind.
Probably also not bad.
It goes to h7. d5.
Yeah, it says plus 11. I don't think the computer has any
Already
illusions.
12 and 30.
Growing.
Okay, this is not that we are going to analyze much, I guess. What about the game of Firuza? Because he went to play f3, which is kind of interesting to me.
Built the bathtub. I'm a fan. Now, back to grinding. Stabilizing. Put the rook here. Then try to win a pawn over here.
Queen g6, rook e2. So what's the plan? Rook g2? Ah, to defend yourself. I understand.
Yep.
But who is better? Rook g7, rook g2, queen f6.
According to the computer, white is still much better.
Hmm.
Is it time to start
Probably.
going after pawns?
And after knight g6, you just take it?
Are you really threatening anything?
No, I'm really threatening. I take on h5 and queen f4, rook g2.
Not a bluff.
Very prophylactic, but a good one.
Hanging around.
What happens if I just go? No, you're getting back. c6, queen f8.
What's happening?
Queen g8.
Oh. Nice. So too early for pawn grabbery. Maybe h5, h7. Not sure I like h5.
Ah, you can go now h5. I understand.
Yeah.
Knight e7.
Yeah, I'm not winning a pawn, which was the point of this operation.
Yeah.
So I need to do better after c6. Or just go to a6 to begin with. Okay, still c6, I guess.
I go c6.
Anyway, something else happened. He didn't go for this rook e2, rook g2 maneuver. He went queen f2.
Knight f1 and queen f2.
Also covering up. But how to get active? Bring the rook.
Okay,
Not
for
so
the
easy.
moment, f3 has to be protected, right?
Yeah, and if you use the king, then something will happen here. Looks hard to get out of there. Is Fabi still? I went bishop c5. He didn't go rook g2. That won't spoil it, but it's not as pretty as rook g2.
Well, bishop c5, yeah, that's also understandable. King e5, or what does he want?
I would guess so.
Well,
probably possible to think of other good moves as well. It's too overwhelming. Is there any last tricks? 95 takes.
Mistake, right? Well, probably still winning, but it's it makes it more difficult.
Yeah, why bother?
Yeah, why to give counter chances if it's not necessary? So king e5,
That's
right?
not fairly winning. Yeah. The king, worth 4, choices the attack. No, it's just too hopeless. King e5 played. King f7 by Caruana. One of the most resilient players in the business. This should be beyond repair.
Look at that, king f7, still kicking,
Yeah,
fight.
yeah, yeah. Forcing Nakamura to calculate something like this.
And sometimes it's not easy that you know that you're dead winning. You know that there are 5 different ways of win, right? But still there is a moment you have to calculate and you have to make your choice which out of the 5 winning you're going to be choosing.
No, at this level, they will force you to calculate a line, no, where there are some counter chances and then it doesn't work. Although this position, we can't just win by cruising.
Well, probably you can. I mean, you can go rook f2, for example.
Yeah, some
So,
comfy move.
Bishop e6 plan. But okay, he's going to go a5. You go bishop e6, king e8. Then you have to calculate, well, rook f6 takes a4. Oh my God, the a pawn is passing. So it's you always have to do, because king e8, rook h2, rook h6. And then it comes to the point, okay, you can go rook a2 if you want. I mean, obviously everything wins, but still you can get nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is also.
Yeah, but still, you have to. The h pawn is running. Okay, the bishops are too strong. It's very hard to come up with a realistic solution.
Here.
I understand.
You have to do king d8 and then b8. No, then bishop b6.
White is better.
King
I
f6.
think we can all agree.
King f6, bishop e7, and knight c7, right?
Let's see what Hikaru chooses. That's the theory, I think John Nunn wrote about it, the theory of infinite resistance. Even if you're completely lost, if you can just keep making one move, sometimes things happen. It's too lost, though.
Yeah, it's simply too lost. It's very difficult to ruin it. Basically, you can ruin it mainly if you go panic and you're getting frustrated with yourself and frustrated to your opponent that why he's not resigning, you should be resigning, and then you start just making moves, right? And then you make it difficult for yourself. But if you're calm and you have your professional attitude that winning, you have to win, calculate a few moves, and it's done. Knight d5.
There goes knight d5.
Interesting.
Decided he'll allow this.
But why did he go there this way?
Why not?
Simply bishop f2. Or okay one. Maybe bishop f2 is better?
Yeah, maybe just use the bishop, not the rook.
Okay, rook a b8. Actually, I don't like the way he did it. Rook b8. I mean, now you have to win. Bishop e1, rook h8. I'm going to put my rook on h1. I go g5. I'm going to go on your nerves. Right?
And rook f5 on the board. King f5, e3 check.
Well, okay, now at least there is something. At least he can breathe.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is not getting checkmated by the white army.
He haven't been haven't got such a good position in the last 15 moves.
It's a pity it's still completely lost.
Well, it means that how lost he was, but still.
No, I agree. Who's that gentleman in the background? He looks very strict. Maybe it's Hikaru's.
Well, actually, already 5 hours and 22 minutes. It's already this game running.
The good news is Alireza will maneuver for another 2 hours before he tries anything here. We'll be here for a while. Hikaru thinking about it.
Well,
Bobby?
you know what I can tell you? That now there is something to think about. So to go to f4 or e5. Still probably there are 3 ways of winning, but before it was 5 ways of winning. And this is how you narrow it down in a dead winning position, that it's only 3 ways of winning, then it's going to be the only move what you have to win. And when it's only move and you get nervous and frustrated about yourself, then already some small chances for the opponent. Though we would be very surprised, I think, if this game could be saved by Fabi.
Yeah, I still can't believe it, but I do agree.
Because it's not the case yet.
King e5 back.
King e5.
e2.
e2, of course, no other hope.
At least this stupid bishop covers some squares.
At least the bishop can
Pity he
say,
just fell
I'm
down.
strong, I'm defending and supporting my pawn on e2.
Yeah.
Well,
Adnance is-
unfortunately
So-
for black, there is not enough pieces on the board for him, but little less than he wants to have.
Five is gonna blitz out rook b8.
Well,
Still
there-
looks interested. Such a fighter, Mr. Corona.
Well, he's going to go bishop e1, I think. Rook b8 is on the board.
Literally stopping the pawn chat.
Well, I think bishop e1, that's kind of a must,
Must.
right?
We're down to only moves.
Then rook h8, rook takes a6. So if rook h5, king d4. So rook h1, rook back to a1. And the b pawn cannot be stopped.
Looks like Fabi's game against Rajabov all over again.
Yeah, bishop e1 is on the board. Rook e8 check.
Zwischenschach.
Okay, king d4, rook e4, king c5.
Yeah, it's
If you're going
just
to go, maybe
still
G5,
too lost.
maybe g5, king d4, g5. g5, rook a6, g4. Rook f6, king g7, rook f4.
Yeah, he's missing a knight. Great fight by Fabi, but it won't be enough. Anything else he could hope for? King d4, rook d8, king c5, or rook a6.
Well, after rook d8, there is no threat, rook a6.
Yeah. Now, this should be over soon.
Contrary to Alireza's game, which is already also played for the last 5.5 hours, and I have a feeling we have an hour here more.
Kara's going
At
king
least.
f4. Now g5 check.
Why king f4? Can you tell me that? He wants to be ultra safe.
Okay, but he has to be careful already. King f3, bishop
What is
e4.
this king f4?
King
Sorry.
g5, rook e5. So he has to go king g3.
No, g5, king g3, and he wants to go. But it's strange, no?
Everything's good enough, but yeah. I guess.
I don't know. Strange decision.
Yeah, still lost, of course. Just take.
Well, of course, there is still quite a few mistakes White has to be doing in order to ruin it, but it's kind of strange that he went back towards f4 g3 or f4 g f3.
Boom, made it. But yeah, you need a bit of help.
But look where the knight is for Firuza.
Oh, I see Karo's face after g5 check. No, that wasn't a surprise. King g3, that's his plan. And the knight's on a5.
Knight is on a5. I don't know, going knight to a5, c6, it was not good for Nakamura against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That's true.
I go back rook g8.
Yeah, it's hard for White to do anything.
I mean, okay, for now, Black has no threat, but what is White doing? Right?
Alireza looks very motivated still. Let's watch the end of Nakamura against Fabi. I'm sure we'll get to watch more of Alireza.
Well, we are
G3.
over move 60, so the players got an extra 15 minutes, the final part of the time control. As for the first 40 moves, the players got 2 hours each. After 40, they receive 1 hour each for 20 moves. And after that, they receive 15 minutes, plus starting from move 61, a bonus time per move 30 seconds. So now 30 seconds addition will be given to the players, though the position of Fabiano is not getting better. A little bit less losing than it was before, but the game is still lost.
Yeah.
You know what kind of position can be interesting? If Black rook comes to f1, let's say, I don't know, let's go rook h8, rook a6, rook h1, rook a1, and I go king e6.
Okay, let me make a move.
Maybe actually I should have gone bishop e4, I don't know. Okay, and I go king e5. I wanted actually to go to king d6 and to stop the pawn, and after that, how do you win?
Oh, okay. I got your point.
I keep my rook on f1 or g1, depends. And I stop with my king the b pawn and let Nakamura calculate how he's gonna win. No, actually Nakamura completely misplayed it.
He's still winning, but yeah.
I understand, but now I'm asking you to win the game.
I won't manage, but he will.
You will manage.
Mm.
Okay, so
Bishop e4, like it's already
Why
up
not?
in the air.
Why not?
Okay, but do we need to know to go b5 now that your plan is out there? And Fabi went rook e6.
I'm sorry, he went rook e6. Okay, he doesn't want to give the pawn. It's also understandable, right? Naka really ruined his position. Let's see the engine, what it says. I think it's not more than 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. 2.5.
But okay, before it was 5, 6, 7, 11.
No, for sure.
And actually it's, I mean, 2, 3 could be very easy practical win, but this is not an easy practical win. For example, the best move it says rook a5. What kind of move is rook a5?
Okay, 5 to cover the knight and then to go king g2. Wow.
Okay,
really?
is this starts to be not human.
No, it's true.
It means that he doesn't want to allow the black rook to be on f1 or the first rank. So now you will have to really look. And if instead of rook e6, rook h8, what did it say? You see, it was 140 already if he goes rook e5 instead.
Oh, sorry. There were chances.
You see, here it's
Rook
only
e5.
160, rook e5.
And rook f1, your plan?
You see?
Whoa, I didn't take it seriously. There was.
You see, you don't take me seriously.
No, I do. I just didn't take the black position seriously.
No, but this is what I'm saying, that of course
Yeah,
it
this
should be
is
winning.
amazing.
But now white has to play maybe moves, which is not necessarily so human.
No, and also your plan to bring the king. Wow,
Okay, you understand what I mean.
I'm impressed.
This is not what we had.
No, but the idea is similar to what you mentioned. No, bring the rook here. Then have
Yeah, I
the
mean, the idea is that the king wants to stop the b pawn, and I'm tying down your bishop with my rook, tied your rook, and we can debate how much the king is worth.
4.
But your king is cut out of the business.
Our extra piece on g3 is missing.
Yeah. And it was on d4, it was centralized, it had the power, and then poor Nakamura goes back to g3, where it's doing nothing.
Yeah, no, and king d4 was the way indeed. I can also help queen the pawn here. Sit here. Oof, is there a third act to this game?
Well, maybe we'll have a fourth act.
Maybe the third act is over already, yeah.
Incredible, unexpected chances for Fabi.
So random. No, it's not like Fabi could have planned this. He just tried not to have to resign move by move. And
I mean, I
here,
understand.
rook f2, we talked about, like,
Yeah.
you're very tempted to resign. No, I mean, it's extremely
I
tempting.
mean, definitely it's not fun to fight on.
Yeah.
Because you know that you cannot save the game. In this position, simply you have no hope. You do it, you play because you're a fighter, but you know that you're just going to lose. In this position, what we have,
And wait for it. King f2, 190. Rook h6.
rook h6 has to, but again, the king can go back to centralize itself, you see? This is going to be the winning idea. Also king d2, yeah, king d4.
It's no longer easy.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I'm legit shocked.
Pawn is already on g5, so it's tricky.
And Fabi has some time now. Oof, I wasn't ready for more drama in this game.
Well, and the drama is just starting.
30 minutes left for Caruana. No more increment, but they get whatever, 10 seconds per move now. Fabi, of course, smells that this might not be over yet. He's not sitting there shaking his head.
Well, you know, here already you feel like a human being. You're not embarrassed that you're playing.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, before, I'm sure he felt a little bit embarrassed. And, I mean, come on. I mean, I'm really playing this. I mean, but he had to.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody would have blamed him if he resigned here. But
I mean, when
goes
it's
to show
+6
you
and you
keep
have,
making moves.
I mean, really, you're away from few moves checkmate, right?
Yeah, no, this
And
is
the whole position is dominated by the white pieces.
at 95, even if it's winning, yeah, it's just you were completely right. 95. I thought he was just being efficient, but this was so much better.
No, I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? There are 5 winning ways to win. There are 3, and now we are getting near to 1. That finally Naka has to be precise.
Also, mentally, it's one of the worst things. No, after having blown a position where you were expecting the handshake any moment.
Yes.
No.
And you knew
Rook
it
is
that
coming
you are
there,
just
pawn is
moves
running.
away from handshake, right?
Yeah.
You know that you are just give a check on e6, have knight d5 or something, rook g2, rook h2, and it's done.
Fabi's thinking.
Yes, because he has to go, I think, to h6 and to come around with his rook. But for example, I would also think about rook e5 because that's also possible.
Yeah, then.
But rook
weird
a5,
move idea
rook a5
again.
is unpleasant. That's true.
Also 93, and he has to go back.
But you see how important is if the king would stay on g3 and I put my rook on f1, then it would be really unpleasant.
Can still get there.
Yeah, but the king is not going to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
on
I understand.
g3 anymore.
Like here, for example, just to reconstruct.
Actually, it's a draw.
This is zeros. I thought I was being stupid, but it's also a draw.
Look at this.
Bishop e4.
Yeah, because you have already check and some g4, g3 and stuff.
Or we have to start trying to make a draw here against this mating attack. Only move. None of this happened. No reason to panic. Checkmate.
Rook a4 only move after bishop c6.
Yeah, okay, he's avoided that fate. Wow.
So actually, Hikaru has to win this game again.
Yeah.
Which most likely he will still, but emotionally, psychologically, he put himself in a difficult position.
That's for sure.
I mean, after all, it's a piece down, and black has only 2 pawns, and they are still.
Okay, h6 plate.
Well, of course, it has to.
Are we getting up? Oof, what drama from such an unexpected place. And Nakamura's back. Okay, h6, how does he look? He looks annoyed. Yeah, you can see he looks annoyed. He has to calculate.
So let's see how Hikaru will be able to show his technique, because now he has to show his technique.
Shaking his head. He's
You
clearly
see
not
his
thrilled.
face? He's not happy what he sees on the board.
Oof. This is shocking. Also, we have to prize in how incredibly tired the players are. No, like, not just because it's round number 8, but after a 6-hour fight.
You see, he's shaking his head. This is what we've seen what happened when he played against Jan. He ruined his great position. He let his advantage slip away. And he gave away, out of +6, he gave away 4.5.
Yeah, no, we were praising him for being a professional, not rushing. But then at some point it looked like he decided, okay, it's enough. It's time to end this game. And he played his move 95 quickly. Then e3, king e5, bishop f2, bishop e1, king f4, g5, king g3. Here he started speeding up a bit.
Yeah, but he had to punch Fabiano when it was there. His king was there on f5 and bishop on e5 and all these things. He just simply had to understand that no more games. You have to make the knockout punch.
No, because he did everything perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, he
The
built
piece
it
are
up
perfect.
incredibly beautiful. The bishop pair, the blockading on e3, the king play, centralizing, the rook a2 ready to g2 and h2.
Here there were still knockout punches available, but already calculating it. Like here, king d4, e1.
Okay, but this already you
Of
don't.
course, no human does this.
You
Just
don't
saying.
want to give away a piece when
No,
you
no,
have
for
it,
sure.
right?
Yeah, of course, no one does this.
But of course, it's just winning because king g6, king g6, knight f4, and you take the bishop.
And the king activity. Rook e6 check. Is he gonna go back to the middle?
By the way, he cannot go to d2 because rook d6 draws immediately.
Correct.
Just you see, I'm telling you that it's the only move part, right? Because if king d2 you lose the knight, if king f2 we are just repeating moves with rook h6, so actually king d4 is the only move.
So what comes after the only move part? Is there a part where he doesn't make the only move?
Well,
Or
the
will
thing
he-
is that he gets confused because I see that the computer also tells number one move king e3.
Yeah, computer also, this +2, I don't believe so much.
Sorry?
Because it could, this +2, I also don't believe so much because it could mean he doesn't see a win and he just, yeah.
That's the thing. He says king
moves around.
e3, king f2 is the best.
And king goes back to f2,
And the knight goes back to g2. Come on.
rook h6. Here we go again. No one's gonna go knight e3, knight g2, no? Like it's, you feel
But
so
I don't-
miserable doing it.
But I don't even feel that it can be a real thing. I mean, if knight e3, knight g2 is the only move,
And even this, is this winning? This doesn't look winning. Like I'm joining,
I
being
don't believe.
skeptical. Apparently it is, but this 250 evaluation, I'm not so sure we can trust.
Well,
And who does this? Knight e3, knight g2 from d5?
like a study composition.
Maybe if he doesn't see anything else, he will do it, but
I think it's extremely
Not
hard
happily.
to. I mean, you have your knight on d5, you had your completely winning position, and to go back to g2.
so
It's
such a
possible.
ridiculous square, no? It doesn't have
But it
any,
means that you're very desperate.
but he can't go, I could still go king e3, yeah? Like is, or is it already threefold? I have to start counting as well. So
And
we've had
Hikaru is
this.
already blaming himself that he did this.
Twice. He could still go king e3, king d4. But he can't go king e3 and then back anymore. Hikaru looks tired, annoyed, and knight e3, he's going back.
Well, they are playing already for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
And he was deadly winning. And he knows that he
Here
could
comes the
do
knight.
his wrap up already and having dinner as well.
Video could
He
be
played
online.
knight e3, my God.
Here he goes.
Incredible guy.
Rook h1, knight g2.
Incredible guy.
The lines aren't obvious at all. g4, king g3, bishop e4. Also weird move.
the
But
pawn.
it's just a computer move.
Rook f2.
But we're not done. Is this really winning?
Why? Bishop d2? You cannot go?
Good luck. It's very funny, actually. Looking at the position, the knight can't move because of rook h3. The rook can't move.
And why
And
not
if knight
knight
f4, king e4, and there's still nothing to move.
What do you mean nothing to
H2.
move? Rook h2? And what goes away? Rook d1? And you're just, or
Bobby has to solve some tough studies here, but if he does,
incredible.
it's still all to play for.
What an endgame.
The problem is, in order to prolong the game, he has to give up the e2 pawn for just relocating the bishop, which feels insane. But maybe process of elimination.
But I don't understand. So after knight e3, rook h1, knight g2, why don't I give it check? Why do I play, for example, rook h3? Look, rook h3, please. So if rook a6, for example, then g4.
Yeah, rook
And
a6
draw.
mistake.
It's already a draw.
Yeah, this looks like a
Because
more-
let's go on, hold on for a second, please. Go back, rook a6, g4. So the threat is rook f3 and g3. That's why you go king g1, right? Rook f3. And if you go king h2, there is against g3, then rook h3, rook f3, repetition of moves. So after,
It's very funny lines. Rook f4 is nice.
incredible.
Let's see how it goes. Rook f6 check. King g3, rook f1. But this is the wrong construction.
Well, knight g2 still. I mean, at least g4 is not possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the wrong setup for Fabi. Knight e3.
Yeah, but like after
he lost time.
because he should have gone rook h1, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the king is better on g3.
Yes. Because activity is there.
Now the bishop can move out. That's also the difference.
So after rook f6, bishop f2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Changer le bloqueur.
And knight e1. Okay.
Oh, he missed the chance.
You see,
I'm
he
not
had
sure
to
he was
win
saving the
again, and
game.
he did.
Yeah.
So Naka
Fabi
is
gave him
good.
that chance. It's amazing. Rook h1. This would have been the source of more drama. Now it looks like, because now it's more or less common sense again. No, knight g2, bishop f2.
Yeah.
And the rook does something. Let's see if there's one more chapter.
Well, kind of chapter 3 finished.
Yeah.
So let's see if they open a new one. Rook f6, what do you do?
Bishop f2.
G4?
I
Knight
want to
f4.
go here, but
Knight
knight
f4, you
is
still
running
haven't
away.
taken e2.
Yeah, but no. Now it's all under control again.
Yeah, Fabiano is having 7 minutes left for the whole game while getting 30 seconds per move.
It's a bit surprising. Or, okay, it's so easy to criticize, but he must also be tired. Or rook h1 looks like a better chance than rook f6 as well. No? Like,
Not exactly, because if you think about it, that he was not happy that the king is on e3.
yeah, now we have it cut off. Yeah, now we have this.
Yeah, but
construction.
actually king e3, rook g1, so that you
Yeah.
see.
Yeah. The knight is surprisingly strong now. We looked at something with the knight here and it wasn't so easy.
Yeah,
The knight holds the fort.
Hikaru did it. He came back to g2. He was not proud that I have my knight on the center. I don't go back. He went back to defend. Well, maybe. So what about rook h1? Bishop f5?
Oh, no, mistake. Okay, now you take the pawn.
Yeah, because I want to go rook h3.
Okay, this is already a mess again. So I should do better than 91.
Bishop.
King f3, apparently.
Rook h3, bishop g3, right?
Still stepping into all kinds of pins.
Bishop e4. Takes.
King
Oh.
saves the day.
Yeah. Oh, really? The king is in the center again.
Worth 4 points.
No, this one, it will be hard to turn it over again for Fabi.
Yeah, this looks like it's back in control.
And you know what's the problem? There is only one way to win probably for white, but that will be straightforward for Hikaru. That he simply knows it's winning. He will say, okay, I have to make the best moves and I win. So he's not going to get lost with the bad decision.
I wonder if Hikaru was relieved by this rook f6 check and how he's happy again.
I think he was not aware of the fact that maybe it can be seriously a draw.
Yeah,
he just thought, okay, it should be winning anyway. Okay, I misplayed it a little bit, but okay, it's still winning. I just have to find the best moves and then it's done.
And he did, to his credit.
He did. He did. Very nice maneuver, knight e3, knight g2.
Fabi looking for the last chance again. But it looks like no more. Here, rook c1. And now bishop backhand.
And now the rook is
The rook
trapped.
got shut out. Yeah. Closing the door.
Well, there are still moves where you can go wrong. I mean, after rook c1, bishop e1, what happens if I just go king e7?
This.
Or not king, yeah, king e7. Yeah, you can go rook a6, and I wanted to go bishop e4, but you can come back rook a2 and check on e2.
When rook f6 back. Now
Ah.
bishop f2, knight e1, and
Yeah.
we're organized here. Then the rook can go do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also tell by Hikaru's body language, he's back to his happy place. Bishop f2.
Yeah, now he's under control again. Focusing, calculating, and bishop f2 is there on
Banging the clock. Yeah. He knows it's back. Can raise the eyebrows.
looking at Fabiano.
Yeah, I think he's very happy not to have to think about it. Rook on f1.
Well,
Takes the
yeah,
jacket.
it's better if it's not there.
Yeah.
And what happens if I go king g6? Knight e1, right? King h5?
Where to go? King g6 played.
Yeah, the thing is, there are no counter chances for black. There is the bishop on f2, knight on e1 is just controlling everything. So he just goes in rook d5 and captures the d3, right? Sometimes bishop e3 also.
I think this is over. Is Hikaru doing a Kasparov, putting the jacket back on, signaling it's time to resign? Is that his
Well,
move?
he's getting ready for that, yeah.
Yeah.
Look.
The jacket
I
on, rook a5.
I won it after all.
Feeling himself.
Going rook a5.
A lot of nodding. Crossing his arms.
Nodding his head. How happy he is with himself that finally he did it. He made some detours.
That's 20 minutes more in the video.
Well, it's already 6 hours that they are playing, fighting it out.
And for the tournament, as mentioned, it means Nakamura will be only half a point behind Fabian Caruana, who in turn is 1 point behind the leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. So the Nepomniachtchi-Caruana match, should Magnus not play, is by no means set in stone. Tomorrow we have the big one. You know who's happiest about all this? Jan Nepomniachtchi. Not only is his lead now 1 point, also his opponent for tomorrow has just lost a heartbreaking 6.5-hour game. And yeah, losing a long tiresome game, as you mentioned earlier, is different than winning a long tiresome game. It's also back-to-back 6-hour games for Caruana. Nepomniachtchi will be thrilled to see these events.
Rajabov is the player who spends the most in the playing hall, or you think someone else too? Because he's like fighting it out all the games. Fighting. So do we have still a middle game?
Material hasn't changed that much, or one pair of rooks disappeared. I don't know. I think if the knights disappear, we can agree. It's a heavy piece ending.
Move 61, they got their extra 15 minutes, most of them. So from now on, they get an extra 30 seconds. So they enter into the 7th hour. And I don't know why White would be having a good position with knight on f1. We were talking about this, right? The knight was on a5. What does it do? And now we look at the position again, and it's on f1.
Yeah, and he's already had this construction with rook on the a file and knight defending. Then he switched it up, but no, it doesn't look like he's getting very far. Here we had this. Okay, the knight went on this journey.
Well, this they can play another 40 moves.
They could, yeah. Also frustrating for Alireza, who doesn't look like he's winning this game either. Just can't seem to win one.
Okay, but it's his first candidate. He just turned 19 years old. Come on, I mean, he's so young.
No, I'm not saying his future isn't bright, but I'm pretty sure he's not happy about how things are going.
He shouldn't be happy, right? I mean, that's how it is. I mean, he's world number 3, 4, somewhere 6 now on the live rating. I mean, he went up there very quickly, though.
Yeah.
Without having so many top tournaments.
No, he did have good results, though. But yeah,
he had fantastic.
Fabi turned out to be right, that the momentum also carried him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think we can blame Magnus for it, but probably this burden that Magnus said, yeah, against Alireza match would be interesting, doesn't really help going into the tournament. Hikaru, on the other hand, knight f3 and c'est fini. Yep. Nah, he's not gonna give another chance here.
Well, it's hard to imagine what kind of chance he could give, right?
Yeah.
But I have to tell, is this the knight? Yeah. I mean, this knight had quite a journey in this game. This is the knight which went to h1, to f2, to g4, to e3, to d5, back to e3, g2, e1, f3, and goes to d4.
What a life.
So Hikaru knows how to deal with the knights.
How did his life continue from f2? It went
I think f2, g4, e3, d5, e3, g2, e1, f3, and it ends up on d4.
I should stop painting, or the Chimpus chess tool will make this a logo.
Artwork you're doing.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff.
And quite a few
56.
moves were impressive, starting with knight h1, and also this knight e3, knight g2 was very important.
No knight has ever done better work on h1 and g2 in a single chess game. Rook d6. Now he's going to think a bit if bishop d4 is possible.
Can't he go knight d4, or is just not good enough? Bishop d3.
Also not terrible. Okay, 5. Okay. It's over. Now it's just... I'm sure I've said this before, but this time it really feels over.
Well, the thing is, it's over for the last 3 hours or something.
Yeah, but it wasn't over for a brief moment.
Yeah.
No, like somewhere here,
Yes.
it wasn't quite over.
There were hopes.
This was the one.
So actually, yeah, it's one
This and
tempo.
this. Yeah. Not allowing this setup.
It's a good question if he goes g4, if it would be the same result.
Also, we haven't checked super deeply, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we let the computer run if this position is a draw now, with all we know.
Yeah.
But it's an insane line, of course, like bishop e4, giving up our only trump. Then just calmly.
King e5 on bishop d2, my God.
It's completely sick. No, we can't expect this from any human, especially after having played 6 hours.
Incredible.
But the chance was there, the theoretical chance. We're approaching the end here. King of 6. Rook somewhere. Is there a last hope? Rook e3. Nah. Also no hope. You can get rid of one pawn.
Yeah, okay, but once the e2 pawn, it doesn't exist on the board.
It's easier to cover the c3 pawn than the
Oh, still you have to win though, but knight f3 is also possible instead of rook e3.
looks nicer actually. And then
Or
bishop
rook e8
d4.
is possible, so after a5, knight e2, bishop d4 settles there down.
Knight f3, yeah, Hikaru's back in complete control.
Yeah, he wants to have his bishop on d4. Capturing the g5.
Once again, resignation becomes tempting. But he's not going to resign yet.
Soon it seems to be the best move.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Of course,
If
it's
rook
not
e6,
easy,
rook
it's
g5,
not easy to
e1.
resign.
Unfortunately,
Ah,
this is not very good either.
okay.
Not for us, of course, I'm sure. This move is not bad.
So what's going on with the Ali Reza game? They are making repetition of moves, or is there something else going on?
Doesn't look like much has changed over the last couple moves, but it's not a repetition
Oh,
yet.
no, it's not repetition.
Could happen. Queen e7, rook a5, queen e7, and Fabiano did resign. What an epic battle between the Americans, where Nakamura controlled 98% of the game, but had a very anxious moment. In the opening, Caruana blitzed the first 20 moves, clearly was familiar with this position still, where I would guess bishop g5, which is a computer move, would have led to some sick variations with Fabi showing his homework with c4. Nakamura instead also blitz out the move knight g3. I don't know if this was homework or just improvisation, but then some fantastic moves. We already talked about it, knight h1, h4, the star moves.
Yeah.
And Nakamura took complete control. Never really let go, but had a bunch of very anxious moments here around. Well, really starting, I think we have to say starting with his decision to go 95. That's where it started going slightly wrong here. If Rook F2 or Rook G2, it's hard to believe. The game lasts more than 5 more moves. But after 95, I'm sorry, it was good enough. The E-pawn was in business. Judit was rightly very surprised by King to F4 when King to D4 still kept a reasonably simple winning position apparently. But now the king is no longer active. We've learned kings are important in the
Rook
end.
E5 was better there.
Sorry?
Rook E5 after King G3.
Yeah, this was the first missed.
That was
chance,
the best,
forcing
and
the
then
knight
really
away.
go to Rook F5.
Now there's no longer any miracle returns.
Yeah.
Here, yeah. I thought this was just completely hopeless, but you were completely right. It's unclear if White is even winning.
Well, maybe it should be winning because you cannot go to the pawn, right? But it's a
But
question.
apparently,
Just pass.
some weird lines. It's just very hard to make any progress. King activity. It's shocking, actually. This looks so winning. It's a whole piece.
Yeah.
Later, Rook E6. Check. Here we saw Hikaru shaking his head, but he found the best way. Knight E3, Knight G2. And Fabiano missed his chance to keep the game going with Rook to H1. I think this was the final mistake. Rook F6 check. After that was easy for Hikaru to coordinate. Well, after Rook H1, insane lines, but the outcome objectively very much in doubt. What a battle! Whew.
Incredible, very painful one for Fabiano. He has to recover. He had incredible last 2 games, I must say. I mean, his game yesterday was also quite something against Rajabov. He won that game, but it was a very tough battle, very long battle, a lot of calculations. So now it's he has to think it over very well. What opening, how to try to challenge and beat Jan tomorrow.
Yeah. And it's a problem because what he really wants to do and maybe also should do is just rest, no sleep. It's not like he's in a state of mind or fitness level to strategize. You want food and sleep, but it's also a big game tomorrow. Tough spot for him right now.
Absolutely. So let's see what's going on with the youngest participant and one of the biggest hope and possible world champion for later, Alireza.
Nothing's going on.
Not much is happening in the last few moves.
I think they're headed toward a move repetition one way or another.
They go down in time. Alireza is behind in time, and now he went under 10 minutes.
Here is the invitation. Knight F1, Queen C4, Knight
This is
D2.
what I wanted to say. This is the draw for, even though obviously already they could offer a draw to each other, but somehow with this new tradition, new thing that we have already for quite some years, that you have a limitation until a certain move you cannot offer a draw. In this tournament, in the candidates, is up to move 40 you cannot offer a draw. So this way we experience that most of the players, they understand if they want to make a draw, they offer not a draw by saying it, but they offer a repetition of moves. Right? This is,
you know what?
Silent
Yeah.
offer.
I have a feeling Alireza is not ready to go home. I have a feeling he thinks this game I have to win by any means, even if I don't know how to make progress. Let's play Rook G1 and keep going.
Well,
He's
everything.
wrestling with himself. He hasn't won a game yet, neither has his opponent in this candidates tournament.
And rook g1 is on
Rook
the
g1.
Of course. The
He's
game
not
is
better.
just starting. He's not better. I mean, queen a8. This is what I want to make also. Queen a8.
Nice move, no? Like keeping an eye on both sides.
Queen g8, queen d8, or queen a2.
Yeah.
This is the power of the queen, that it can go c6, it can go g8, it can go d8, it can go a2. Making long moves.
Yeah.
Well,
No, white has to pay attention, no? With the fatigue, it's much easier to miss some sudden queen d8 and you can't stop at g3 or something than to
well,
win a
the
pawn on
thing
the
is
queen side.
actually, it's hard to blunder because there's no threat. Even after queen d8, there is no threat of knight g3.
How can we manage? Let me try to blunder. Knight b3, already very bad.
Well,
c5, best move.
Well, probably it's possible to blunder, but you have to work hard for that, I think, still.
I'm on it.
Rook g2.
Even here, it's still holding.
Well, the position is so compact and it's so defendable, right? Around the king, those pawns. It's hard to damage yourself. But it's possible.
Getting there.
With hard work.
Yeah. No, we'll see. But yeah, queen a8 played, nice move to make. And Ali Reza, he has the desire to win, but he doesn't have the position.
No. 6 hours and 13 minutes they are playing already.
Knight f1, covering everything. It's a setup I like. But of course, in order to make progress, white has to move the piece away again, and then get shaky.
Well, let's see how black wants to be keeping the position.
Would you exchange queens here, given the chance with black?
I would keep the queen with black, I think. I think the big question is whether black will be tempted to go c5 at some point.
Yeah, here it's still.
I mean, now I think
hanging.
you can because he takes. But let's say queen a2, queen d2, I go back to queen a7 or somewhere, and after queen e3, let's say to go c5 or not.
Yeah, because Rajabov will also be thinking, you can't just play on forever without any risk.
You know what he wants? Maybe to go queen d2, knight e3, knight g4, and put attack over the h6 pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe this one.
Queen d8 played.
Well, actually, I think it's very difficult to make a bad move with black.
Yeah, because as long as you don't hang a pawn, you will always attack something or
blunder
keep an eye on
something, of
something.
course, that's a good way to get the worst position. But otherwise,
Here, even allowing this, it's still no progress to be made.
rook g4.
Yep. White is too stuck to covering everything.
Yeah, I don't know how white wants to make any progress.
Of course, he can start moving around, but I don't think he's in the mood. Queen f2.
Oh, queen f8. I could go queen f8 and after knight e3, rook f7.
Apparently this is progress. Maybe now the knight can't be stopped from coming here. Still not winning. That's what he's dreaming of. Get the knight there without any damages suffered. I'll be right back. Shall I give you the remote control?
Sure, you can. Okay, so what we have here. First of all, we have great audience still following the games in the 7th hour. Very tough round for quite a few people. This is what we were discussing before, that after the first game was drawn by Nepomniachtchi, he was very clear that, one second, I don't know if, oops, I can make drawings, it seems, but I don't have. Okay, so I'm not going to have my mouse. Anyway, so in Jan Nepomniachtchi game, it was against Ding Liren. It was a, well, very easy draw practically, because White was not playing for a win. This was something that was a strategy for Jan, as he won 4 games already in the candidates. He's leading in the tournament with 1.5 points ahead of Fabiano before the round. And so he thought against Ding Liren, it's okay to make a draw. We are just starting the 2nd round of the candidates, because this was the 8th round. So we have 6 more games to go. And there is one thing that the players are looking for to win the tournament. Possibly the 2nd place can also deliver quite an opportunity, but that we don't know, because that will depend very much on Magnus Carlsen, whether he will be ready to defend his title. So what was happening in Rapport's game, what the match was against Rapport against Duda. Rapport made a very strange opening. Something happened.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better, because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole
sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost. I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Welcome back, everybody. The 8th round is still far from over. We've had the big battle finish with Hikaru Nakamura winning his game against Fabiano Caruana after an epic struggle. But Alireza is still trying to win his first game against Timur Rajabov. And he's made a little progress since we last saw it. Nothing apparent has changed, but he did manage after this inaccuracy, queen to e8, to bring his knight to g4 or to e3, which wasn't necessary. Rajabov retreated. Now if knight h5, there was knight to g4, shutting the door for the black pieces. Queen h5 played instead. Judit, both players down to 5 minutes. How are your energy levels?
Well, I mean, I don't really see what is the huge difference what we've been through, to tell you the truth. And I don't understand. Knight e4 blunder.
Did you just miss knight e4? Or is this a trap? G4?
Yeah, g4, knight g5, king g3.
Oh, and the knight just goes away.
Oops.
Oh, pawn up. Wow. Fatigue is
But
kicking
it's
in.
not over yet there, you know?
Not
I mean,
over.
Well, it's not
painful.
over because it seems that it's kind of tricky. G4, knight g5, king g3, knight goes back. Can't you take on b5? d5. Yeah.
I know. The computer is running. Black is okay, at the very least.
No,
Which
here
looks
black-
very believable. Will he spot it? Knight takes e4.
Yeah, but this he didn't blunder. He did it on purpose.
You
Or
think
I
so?
don't know.
He might have blundered knight f7. I think he saw knight e4,
F7,
g4.
yeah, knight f7 he blundered, but he didn't blunder knight e4.
I agree.
Knight f7 is actually, it's after playing for 6.5 hours, it can happen.
Yeah. And will Rajabov take the pawn?
Will he notice knight f7?
That's important. No, he doesn't. He goes king h8. He trusts Alireza.
Wow.
And now
And now g4.
the g pawn comes.
Or knight g4 is also possible.
Options. He'll play g4.
He played knight g4.
We
Knight
will
g4
know.
takes, queen e8, rook f1.
My money's still on g4. Push it. Push it good.
And what is g4? Why are you so happy? Queen f7.
I don't know. I'm done thinking. I'm just reading. But doesn't look too bad, does it? All of a sudden,
Yeah.
we can't get touched.
Yeah, g4, knight g4, I think both are exciting. But, well, I mean, they both have 5 minutes. Rajabov has 4 minutes, 30 seconds per move. You can see that they're both blundering because knight e4 was an opportunity, pretty good one. And actually it happens with Rajabov, if you look at his games, that he makes these kind of blunders, quite serious ones. That
Knight
not,
g4, you were right again.
he goes for the safe stuff. No, and it looks very safe, right? After knight g4, fg, and rook f1. It's like
Still
black can suffer, there are tricks here and there. Actually, black can fall apart very fast.
Is Alireza gonna make his entry
He's
into the
also
list
going
of
to be
winners?
scoring a full point. And you remember when we were discussing after the Jan Nepomniachtchi game was a draw, whether it is possible that all 3 other games will be decisive.
Yeah.
And we have 2 been decided since Rapport won the game against Duda and Hikaru beat Fabiano. And in this game, I would make a very serious bet that Alireza will not let this go. No. He's also going to score his first win.
Heard it here first. Or not sure first, but you heard it here. Queen g6 played. He's got take. And the grind continues.
Okay, it's logical that he didn't want to take it. I mean, to open up the F file is not so funny, but
Could offer once more, but then that would be painful.
Wow, great blunder opportunities.
Always there.
No, he's not going to play rook f1. Don't know what he's gonna play. He can take it, which I'm not sure is such a big deal. Takes.
Yeah, no.
What's the big deal about it?
Slowly.
Okay, c6, or what about going back queen g6? You go g4. Queen e8, also possible.
Yeah, he did take.
f6.
Queen takes.
Alireza also under 5 minutes right now.
No more increment. They just get the, what is it? I keep saying it wrong. It's 10 seconds per move or 30?
Isn't it 30 seconds?
I would guess 30.
30 seconds. Which is quite a lot, actually. Which means that we can sit here and they can play for at least another half an hour easily.
We're lucky the entertainment didn't
Because
stop
we
early.
can say that they are still kind of, is it the middle game or end game? Move 72, by the way.
Now it's an end game. Now it's a heavy piece end game. Once the knights disappeared. It was a middle game here, but this made it an end game.
Just in move 72, we reached the end game.
Those are the rules.
Well, will Alireza be able to convert his little pleasant position into victory? This is a big question. He goes down in time. He's behind in time right now to Rajabov.
Rook A1, that looked like Rook A1. Yep. Queen G6, he will go G4. Or Queen F2, I don't know actually. But Queen F2, maybe D5 will happen eventually. Maybe not. Of course, try to provoke this.
D4.
Yeah.
Okay, obviously we both want to play it with the white side, right? By this point.
Who wouldn't?
But it doesn't mean that it's really so much better.
No.
It's just white has opportunity to press it more. I would be unhappy with black to lose this.
But even unhappier with white.
If you cannot win this?
No, if he loses.
Ah, okay, no, with white you cannot lose this. But with black, there is some reasonable opportunity to lose the game without making such a huge mistakes.
Queen G6, he doesn't want to commit to G4, which is understandable. Weakening the F4 square. Maybe it's the way forward. It looks safe still, no? G4, H5, King G2. It's hard to.
Well, I mean, G4 you can do at a later stage, if you know. But he did it.
He comes.
So that this is the later stage. Queen F6 back.
Looks normal, not played yet.
Incredible fighting spirit by the players.
Yeah, Alireza really. Going for the max today.
After all, he did create some chances for himself in a pretty equalish position. He improved a bit. Though I think probably Queen E8 is the best.
Do we have the updated standings? Is it possible to see those with the current situation? Like you can see them on the bottom, but there it is. The Pomnishi with a quick draw today, and probably the happiest man that this quick draw gave him increased his lead to 1 point because Fabian Caruana lost to Hikaru Nakamura, who is now only half a point behind. Fabian, and look who's right back in business. Your boy, Richard Rapport, 50%, won a game. Only 1 point behind Fabi. Still in the running for the second place, which could secure a World Championship match. Ding is 5th, not Ding's tournament, still on -1. And Duda on -2, as are Rajabov and Alireza. But if Alireza wins today, he's back to only -1.
Yes, it's logical that he's trying everything possible to improve his score, because what can he lose? He understands that most likely he's not going to be in the top part of the cross table in this tournament, or definitely not fighting for the first place. But still, he wants to score as many points as possible. And this is where he felt that he's going to go and play, go back and forth, Karpov way to maneuver here and there, and eventually hoping for something. So this is where we are standing right now, that already maybe there is some unpleasant things happening to Black. Both players are under 3 minutes. So with short on time, anything can happen, any blunder can happen. Right now, White is attacking on b5, Black is counterattacking on f3. So the question is whether the rook on a1, can it stay actively and bother the Black's king somewhere on a8, or it has to be taking his duty by going back to f1 and defending the f3 pawn, right? So this is the big question, whether is White having enough opportunity and resource attacking the b5 and generally some of the weaknesses Black has.
Like queen e3, attacking h6, king h7. I could go h5 without having to worry about queen
h5
f4.
is a possibility. Yeah, h5 can be kind of annoying.
He goes rook a5, goes after the pawn again. Can still go h5 later. I don't think Black wants to do it and provoke g5.
Well, for Black, there is a big question whether is he going to be defending his b5 pawn with the queen, or eventually gives up his principle, what he was sticking to for the last quite a long time, and he says, okay, c6 is also good enough.
Leaves more weaknesses, no? Then c6 and d6 both become targets. I think you should try not to do it.
Exactly. Probably until the moment he can go back queen e8 or queen d7, but then queen e2, and maybe we are already rook f7 possible, king g3, and maybe c6 will be forced to make that move.
Yeah, queen d3, he's asking politely. Excuse me, Mr. Rajabov, would you please play pawn to c6? I don't think he says sir. Three minutes versus 2.
So let's see, what can Black do? It's very difficult for Black to decide here.
Yeah. The computer says h5, but it looks like a very strange choice to give White this protected passer. You don't see it.
Yeah, but it's a very concrete idea. We can show it because h5, g5, Black goes queen f7, and practically White cannot take on b5 with the rook, because then queen f4, and the White rook does not reach back to f2 after rook a5, rook f7, and the king cannot defend the f3 because the h4 is hanging, while the rook is far away from defending the f3, right? But this is something, it's almost impossible. And of course, it's impossible. c6 was played.
He got his wish, but now there's a new target to work with.
Exactly.
So the rook returns, mission accomplished. And this helps White's chances. Black never wants to play d5 because this was weakened. The e5 pawn.
And especially that the queen is standing on d3, so d5 is not possible because
Yeah,
of
come to it now.
deflection check, he takes d5. So if black has to be moving his king to the 8th, it's also sometimes can be unpleasant because rook a8 check. And now it's a whole different story, of course, for the position that the d6 is vulnerable. For the moment, it's not possible to take it because the f3 is attacked in return. So now white has to decide if rook f1, h5, what we were talking about. h5 maybe is a good move, not only to blockade the h6, but also not to give this opportunity for black to play h5 and create this idea after g5, queen f4, and rook f7. So probably that would be kind of the safe way of doing it. At the same time, he can also play queen e3 first to control the f4 square. Maybe it makes sense, though I'm not sure. Maybe black can go queen f4.
Oof, the rook ending looks tough, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, takes, and rook a8, right?
Somewhere, yeah.
And you go from the back, suddenly all the pawns are weaknesses.
We'll see. And if the rook has to move, then the king comes.
Well, I have a
Which is
very
mistake,
strong
but-
feeling that Alireza will win this game because somehow he will make these kind of moves that makes Rajabov play c6. Small weakness, but probably he will pay its price later. Queen e3 on the board.
Yeah, black can never equalize anymore, right? It's not like he can release the tension and be equal, exchange something.
No, now
Just-
there are more targets and he has less time. I mean, he has 1 minute and 20 seconds. So from now on, you cannot go to the bathroom. You have you understand that I'm in trouble. H6 pawn I have to defend. C6 pawn I have to defend. D6 can be attacked. H5 can be played. So you are like looking the whole board where exactly in each move you have to make some defensive moves. In some, for example, now if it's white to move, I think white, well, doesn't win, but rook d1 would, for example, would be very strong. And if queen goes to d7, immediately queen d3, and this the pawn is falling off because you cannot go d5 because he takes d5 check. So already, again, we reach a position where not 5 different moves is equally good for black, right? Okay, queen f6 is sensible because black wants to be defending it with the rook from d7. At the same time, also rook f7 as looking for counter chances, attack the f3 pawn. And also maybe he wants to regroup his king to safer place to g7. So after queen d3 or something, if he must play d5, he would have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, king g3 on the board. Rook c7, he's playing good moves. The problem is the torture will continue forever.
Yes. Yes. Well, 2 minutes, 50 seconds for Alireza. Well, of course, rook a8 is unpleasant, rook d1 is unpleasant, rook a6, and practically white can play the cat and mouse game for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to handle and play the best defensive moves with black.
No, it's a losing proposition. If you have to stay passive, you might make 10 perfect moves, but then the one mistake you make, it will be much easier for white to punish than for black to keep making perfect moves. Still 2 minutes. Alireza plays rook d1, provokes d5 or tries to provoke d5. But Rajabov can just go rook d7.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, that if black goes d5, for example, white can go rook e1 immediately with the threat of taking on d5 and taking on e5. Then the only move for black probably it's either rook e7, so after ed and defending the e5, or rook f7 was the other option. Yeah, I mean, for Alireza, I think, yeah, he's going to be touching every square on the board with his rook and trying to outsmart his opponent. I still don't believe that black should lose, but black should be extremely careful. And with 1 minute on your clock, I don't know how many people would be capable for that.
Yeah, rook d7. It's tricky now for Alireza though, because probably the rook has to go back to a1, which will
My
repeat
question
the
is,
position.
what happens if queen b6, let's say? Queen f4,
Risky.
king b2, rook f7, right? Or h5. So h5 should be, well, it's also tricky because white sometimes has the opportunity to play g5.
Yeah, I was also wondering. This saves, of course, but we lose the chance to break later.
Yeah, because for example, here it might be a good idea for white, if it's white to move, let's say rook d7 to play g5, for example. I don't know if white can do this immediately.
Think
With
about
the
it.
idea takes, rook g7, king g4, and trying to have rook, well, you don't take on g5. That is maybe a smart thing.
Here, then rook h1.
And then rook h1 and
Topic.
attack from this side.
Rook d2, he's waiting.
I told you, touching every possible square with the rook.
So making sure if he goes back to the a file, it's not a move repetition.
Yeah, I think king g7 should be the move. Players are there sitting, fighting for nearly 7 hours. Very tough game. Lot of
e5. Rajao has seen enough. He decides he can't wait passively forever. He comes.
Well, of course, I mean, white also has to be careful what he's doing, because, for example, after rook e2, what happens if black goes d4? Takes, and I go e5. No, not with white. I don't know if with white. You can go this move.
I misheard, but it's a legal move.
Queen h4.
Yeah.
Queen h4 and probably
Apparently draw.
rook d4, rook c3, right?
Mhm.
So rook d5. Well, tricky business, but probably black holds the draw.
Yeah. Okay, so white goes away.
But if white goes away, I wanted to go e5.
3, and then we've messed it up.
Yeah, so, you know, it's not always that white has to be better. So queen f4 is strong because I cannot go. You see, this is why black had to be going king g7 first. If king is on g7, then e5. It's very important to connect, defend the d4 pass pawn with e5. So rook e2. Now let's see whether rook e7 is played, rook f7 is played, what we discussed, or d4.
It's tempting to go d4. You want to break free after defending passively for hours.
They are both under a minute. Look at that. Look at that.
And they still have to write down the moves with the increment. So 30 seconds isn't that much.
To tell you the
right?
truth, this I just simply don't understand. I just simply cannot understand that in the 21st century, having all these digital things running in the hall with the arbiters there, that they have to write the move. But actually, I'm even asking that why do they have to write the move at all?
Rook f7 played. Yeah, I'm not sure. But it would feel very strange if you grew up with it to play a tournament game without writing down the moves. I wouldn't know what to do. You're so used to it. No, you make your move, you write something.
But all these traditions, I mean, after a short while, you would adjust yourself, I think. As in a rapid game, you could also write the move if you really wanted to, right?
No, but rapid game, it's a different mindset.
Yeah.
There, we never had to.
But
yeah,
maybe,
sure.
maybe it would also balance it out that none of the time control you have to write. So
I won't protest much.
I mean, the question is, what is the purpose of it, right?
King G2, what's the purpose of that? D4 now, possible again?
Well, why not?
King G8, he doesn't want to go D4.
Well, that's too committal move, I guess. So he thinks he keeps the tension. What's the problem?
He also might want to take the pawn.
Well, it's not threatening yet.
Make a move, Alireza.
Well, the question is
pawn.
finally H5. So what happens if King G7 or Rook F8? Just keeping the position.
Yeah. I know King G7 we can take because of the pin.
Sorry. King H7 is possible or Rook F8.
Mhm. What's your current pick? 1-0 or draw? Sorry.
1-0, I still believe it will happen.
King H7 played. Rook H2, then D4 finally comes. Still not. Apparently it's bad.
But maybe you can take an D5 anyway. Or no, takes, Rook E2, Rook F4.
Yeah. Ugh, it's too complicated. But apparently black holds. Queen D3, he's going for the one-move tricks. Spotted. King G7. Time to go back, maybe. Okay, two. Oof, imagine the pressure after, I don't know how long they played, 6.5 hours.
Well,
Everybody's brain must
already
be melting.
in 5 minutes, it will be 7 hours in total.
Wow. Then you gotta make a move every 30 seconds.
And Alireza goes down under 10 seconds, 9-8-7, and makes
Day well spent. Rook E3 looks a bit random.
expected move.
Yeah, Rook A7, he will have to go back.
Rook E3 is a very strange move. I mean, the rook
not
should
very
be
pleasing.
always on the ready for the A file, no?
Yeah. Also, he's not freeing up the queen or anything. The queen can't go too far anyway.
Strange decision.
Well, you saw the clock ticking down and you make a move, yeah? You grab some piece or then some square. Rajabov didn't expect Rook E3.
Yeah, and he goes down under 20 seconds.
Okay, 7 looks like a nice move to make.
Queen
Yes,
F4.
Queen F4 also looks like a nice move.
What does he want? King F6, G5, H4, or what's going on?
You could play King H4, white might lose.
So what's going on with E takes D5, Queen G6? Nobody cares about something like that?
No, I didn't see it, but apparently nobody cares.
Queen G6, King F8, and life is nice. E4,
great.
life is better. Well, if Alireza will be pushing it too hard, of course, Rook E2, logical
Yeah,
that
he
immediately he
understood.
goes back.
It's time to go back, but now you have to worry about the entering king.
King F6.
And I
Let's
learned
activate the king.
from Shogi that the entering king is safe. If you use your king to attack, it's often safe.
Though it's hard to believe that it can be.
Go. Come on, Timur. You don't want to defend passively for another 80 moves. Go for
Go,
the
go,
counter.
go.
There he comes, King
And
F6.
he goes King F6.
Done it.
Good job. 10
What about
seconds on
ED
the
now?
clock. CD.
CD and the king goes back. No worries.
Of course. Position is better than ever for black.
Best position he's had all game.
20
Other than this one,
seconds again.
knight takes E4 chance. Alireza,
Going down under 10 seconds.
situation has changed. You got to start defending against King G5. Time's ticking. Do you go
B1.
Queen E3? Queen B1? Queen D1?
Queen B1.
King G5?
But really, king on g5 will stand incredible. Let's go king g5.
Guess he wants to go rook e1 and have all the squares covered. Then worst
Okay,
case
so
scenario, he
black
can
is
give a
just
check here.
playing rook f8, rook f7, or maybe even rook a7, possibly queen on f4 is giving a great shield to the g5 king.
Yeah, I think at this point, white is trying to draw this.
If you say
4
8,
seconds. King g5 played.
and king g5. What a location for the king. Look at that. What
With
a
1
block.
second on the clock.
31 now.
Reza takes a peek.
Yeah, I
Rajab did not
mean,
lose on time.
okay. You need good nerves to play this game. Making a move with that 1 second on your clock, that's quite something.
Reza not happy about the situation. Down to 9 seconds. Whoa, I didn't expect that much drama in hour 7. Make a move. Rook e1.
Done. So for the moment, things are okay, under control. Rook
Can go king
a7.
h4 and repeat if you've had enough action.
Ah, he could
Or
go
you can play for a win. Rook a7.
Yeah, king h4. King
Typical
h4
move
or rook
repetition.
a7?
Doesn't look like black is winning, but it feels like it should be black putting
Well,
pressure on
it feels
rook
like
a7.
that something positive happened. What happens if, by the way,
King h4, there comes a king. Rook
couldn't
h1.
resist. Rook h1.
And I think it's time for Alireza to do the
But
silent
some
draw.
strange things can happen. Queen d3, de4, queen d8 check. Queen f6, queen d2, queen f4 draw.
As you do.
Because if king or yeah.
This
Yeah,
would
rook
be
f6 not
unfortunate.
possible.
Funny line. Queen d3. Alireza, is he finally getting ready?
Well, or he just
Call
goes
it a
back
day?
rook e1 and repeating moves.
Maybe he doesn't want to.
Well, sometimes you can push it too hard, I must say.
He's pushing. He'll play queen d3.
Pushing
No,
to-
rook e1.
What
Enough
about
pushing.
rook d7? What about rook d7 with black?
Let's see if Rajabov says, no, sir. No more draw. I'm enjoying
Well,
myself.
now he has 55 seconds, plenty of time in his case. He was just down to 1 second, so he can think about it. Is it
Yeah,
the time
57,
to call the
57.
day off? Or let's switch things and let's go and try to win. After all, my king is so stable on g5.
He also hasn't won a game yet.
Yeah, the temptation is big, though I don't know how much self-confidence he has that he might really win this game.
Yeah. Usually you spend all your
What about
time and then you go
d4?
king h4.
What
Talk
about
yourself into it.
d4?
Not happening. I promise d4 is not happening. No, king h4.
Provocation. He wants Alireza to deviate.
No, he wants to draw.
Alireza makes his move, gives the check again, going back. Is it going to be a repetition of moves or Alireza goes queen d3? What
As
is
I could claim now with rook e1. He
He
won't.
would never claim, he just makes the move.
He will either play rook e1 or play queen d3, say. Let's keep going, but I think he's had enough. I think rook e1 it is.
I think it's safer to go and he
rook
goes
e1.
back. E1.
Rajabov will claim.
Still, Rajabov is hesitating. Should I go king h4, 1 minute on the clock?
He will
Or
claim.
let's try something.
Claim it. Stop the clock. See?
Yes,
there you
and he
go.
does.
I know timer.
He does. He does.
Can't mess
claim
around
he had
with
enough.
white making a different move after king h4.
And after 7 hours and 1 minute of play, they agree to draw. With a very funny move repetition, I must say. It's not very often happens that with queens on the board, you have the black king on h4, rook h1, king g5, repetition of moves.
No, I can't recall that many games with this.
But Rajabov is the oldest participant in age, and Firuza is the youngest participant in age.
Yeah.
May count sometimes when you have a very long game. But look, Alireza is smiling, he's in good mood, he tried, didn't work out, he loves the game.
Had a fun day. His eyes are falling. Falling asleep, but he's still debating. But look at the eyes. They're exhausted.
Well, I think Rajabov is extremely tired. I think Alireza goes back to his room and starts analyzing it, and then
I'll play Bullet for 2-3 hours to relax a little. So that was it. Just a little 7-hour, 3-minute round today with dramatic events. Hikaru Nakamura beating Fabiano Caruana, moving to plus score after he lost the first game. He's since scored +2, hasn't lost another game. Jan Nepomniachtchi went for a quick draw with the white pieces against Ding Liren. Quick, not in moves, but in time, was half an hour or something. Clearly, he came with the intention to make a draw today and achieved that task very efficiently. So in the standings, that means that Jan Nepomniachtchi is now 1 point ahead of Fabiano Caruana. 6 points for Nepomniachtchi, 5 for Fabiano. And tomorrow, as fate would have it, we have the encounter Caruana with the white pieces against Nepomniachtchi. If Fabi is refuted the Petrov, tomorrow would be as good a time as any to show the world.
well, definitely we are going to have an extremely interesting second game between Fabiano and Jan Nepomniachtchi of the candidates tournament, and it can give a great turnaround of the events, right? At the same time, if Fabiano cannot win, it's going to be a draw. It's still not over because still 5 rounds to go, and nerves are taking big part of this game tournament, or from round to round. Nerves are really very strong part of this tournament, and both players know it very well, that how easily you can lose and some of your dreams and the tournament can collapse, right? So of course, none of the players want to lose any game because they know the effect, especially in Jan's case. I think for him, it can really make a disaster in some cases, or at least we've seen something like that. But definitely, I'm very excited about tomorrow's game. And thanks for our audience who were all the way following us, all these 7 hours. I think it was the longest game and the longest day we had so far.
Speaking of collapsing, I'll collapse now. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much, Judit. Thanks for watching. Check out the Banter Blitz here on Chess24.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.